3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023, the first in 4 years and the first one in Japan in 5. I'm Kangas and I'll be walking you through the action today. And joining me, the legendary Marcello Barbary. How's it going, Marcello?
Thank you. I'm Marcello, as you mentioned. Welcome everybody. I'm excited, stoked to be here, as you mentioned, after a while, finally back at the World Championship, the best tournament of the year. Definitely looking forward to it.
Best players are going to be here. We'll be going through the Duelings categories and the Master Duel categories on this stream. The first World Championships for Master Duel. Very exciting there. We will also have the OCG and the TCG going on the other stream, so if you're interested, make sure to check out both. We're starting with Master Duel going until 10:50. There's going to be a lot of action-packed video games ahead of us here, so let's take a look at the schedule so we can walk you through all the action that will be happening today. Again, starting with Master Duel, the first World Championships for this game. It's a momentous occasion, Marcello.
Absolutely. I mean, the game just took by storm with millions of people downloading it worldwide, and finally we're going to find out who, at least for 2023, is the best player of the world.
Exactly, and it's been a fun, I guess, year and a half, 2 years of Master Duel now. We had the 1-year anniversary invitational. That was super fun. Did you get to catch any of that as well?
Absolutely, yeah. It was a fun watch, but this is even a higher stake with, as you can see, the schedule.
Yeah, so we have our first round of Master Duel. There will be 3 rounds throughout the day leading into the finals tomorrow. Then we have Duel Links, round 1 to 3. We'll be watching the replays of those as they are happening concurrent with the Master Duel round 1. And then we're going to jump back to watch Master Duel round 3. And then, of course, the semifinals for both games are playing today.
Absolutely, as our duelist will move on and then advance to the finals to be crowned World Championship, which will not happen in the same venue though, right?
True, it is going to be at a different venue. Very excited to see how that's looking. But first, let's get into the structure of the tournament, because this is the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships. It is a tournament to determine the world's #1 duelist in the 3 categories.
It's an absolutely exciting one, and as you mentioned, we are gonna have 3 different world champions at the end of the weekend. Amazing stuff.
And it will be through a series of qualifying rounds. We've narrowed it down to 76 top duelists from all around the world who are gathered today to compete in these 3 categories. And the 10 players who qualify for the championship match will go to the Tokyo Big Site tomorrow. Really cool looking venue. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, go take a look. But let's begin by introing a Master Duel. First, we want to introduce the duelists for Master Duel, because we have our first round opponents already selected. It's a really fun format. We'll talk a little bit about that later as well, because there's teams for Master Duel. There'll be 3 players on each team. Excited to see the first round that we have ahead of us, because they didn't know going into this either. It's kind of all being decided, and they have to react on the fly as to who their opponents are going to be.
Absolutely, and when you play at the World Championship, the greatest thing is that you play against players from all over the world you might not have experienced against, and for the first round, that's what we are gonna see right off with a matchup.
We have Team To The Future featuring Tasuku, Sea Archer, and Makyu joining us here. And we actually have the information of how the teams qualified to the future. Do you have the information of the region that they qualified through?
Absolutely. They qualified from here. So they qualified from area Japan.
Nice.
So they got the home advantage, we could say. And we'll see if that will pay off as they face against Team Sindang Pros.
Yep, Gimlet, Senna, and again Hukai. And where are they qualifying from?
Absolutely, they are from area Asia, so they are the only team, because only one team qualified from area Asia, so they were the best team in area Asia, and that's a great one match to start things off.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Let's see if the Japanese team has it behind them. But now, let's go over the rules of the tournament to catch you up to speed on some of the things we were hinting at, some of the things we were alluding to. It is teams of 3, but there's a lot of rules to cover here. So Marcello, talk me through the highlights.
Absolutely. As you can see, they had to go through some deck building rules with 2 decks per duelist, which must respect the latest Forbidden Limited rules as of July 14th. And the greatest thing, as you mentioned, it's the first ever 3v3 World Championship in every category in Yu-Gi-Oh! This means that they each have a total of 6 decks per team. They're gonna face 1 against each other, but what means is that they have some copies. They can respect the limitations, but they could pick 3 shared cards that all players could have all the copies in their decks, which is really interesting. It really pays off for some deck building decisions, and we'll go through some of the most popular picks, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that adds a whole layer of strategy. That was my most exciting part for the Master Duel format. But it will be a best of 9 split into 3 games. All games will be happening concurrently, so there'll be 3 games happening at a time, or 3 duels rather, happening at a time. Best of 9 means that if a team gets to 5 wins in their duels, they take the round. So there's a chance. We have 3 rounds scheduled. There is a chance that if a team sweeps, they could end it by that second game.
Absolutely, but on the other hand, sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh, when you lose a game and then, you know, you lose the match 2-1, that win you had doesn't matter. This time, that win matters. Even if you lose 2-1, you could win the match if your other teammates win 2-0. So that's a relevant one. You just win every single game.
And the part that's really exciting to me is that they can communicate during the matches. And then if you're like the one with the really fast deck, you're able to take that first win. Now you're going to sit back and just watch your teammates play and kind of coach them from the sidelines. Is that a buff? I mean, you've been a pro player. Would you actually appreciate that, or are you like, now get out of my ear, I can think this?
Absolutely. I mean, it depends. As mentioned, 3v3 does exist in the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. We have had some YCSs with that, and that is a thing. So it really depends. If there is a leader, charismatic leader, you know, you can take the lead and really help out your teammates. I think that works out.
All right, well, we'll see which teams are trying to employ that strategy. Either way, it's cool that they can communicate through it. And a reminder that this is the World Championships. There have been millions of players competing to get to this point, and we have narrowed it down to 8 competitors that got to choose these teams to bring with them. And these are the elite of the elite in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Whoever's walking away today is definitively the world champion.
Absolutely. We have the 24 arguably best players in the world, and we'll find out who will become the 3 world champions on Sunday.
I want to start the conversation because you opened it up about the shared cards. This is a layer of strategy that I think I'd like to cover before we hop into the games as the players are getting ready right now. If you only have a limited pool of cards that you can play, but you can choose shared cards, what are the top priorities as a player? Because you have played in environments like this. You've been at the top level competition. If you're putting yourself in the shoes of these competitors, what are you picking?
So obviously we're playing with a minimum of 40 cards in our decks. So I think my important #1 pick would be picking a card that is not limited or semi-limited, because that means you have 3 copies across all decks.
You have a higher number that you can then play.
Exactly. And that means if you guys didn't catch up some of the content we already have on our social media pages, you gave a piece of suggestion, right, to the Duelists?
There's a certain card in Master Duel that I'm sure the fans will be very excited about. Max C. Am I on the ball there?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm pretty sure we might have confirmation on that, but maybe 100% of our Duelist picks Max C could be. It could be unexpected of one of the cards.
It's a very good card.
Yeah, I would expect it. And again, it's a free. So I would prioritize cards that are free, so you can see all the way from like Ash Blossom, Infinite Impermanence. But sometimes, you know, cards are limited for a reason, and cards like Cold Body Grave also could be an option.
So we're thinking in general the interruption cards, things that can interact with your opponent's board on their turn. If you're going second and they're going first, you can still play the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Called By was my sneaker pick there.
Absolutely.
Because a lot of people, I was kind of polling some of the other online community, and I was hearing a lot of things like Infinite Impermanence. One other one was Zeus. I know that's a limited card, so it's not in that shared pool, but it is used in a lot of decks. What do you think about that one?
It's an interesting one, because I do agree with that. If you don't pick a free-off card, but you pick an extra deck card, that works as well, because you have access to the extra deck every single turn. So that makes sense to me. We could see that. I could see that.
Yeah, I feel like Zeus is a pretty popular one. So that's a little foray, maybe a teaser for what could be played from the perspective of Marcello. But of course, legendary duelist in your own right. Let's now pivot to the potential meta that we expect to see. What are some of the top decks coming in? Because a reminder, this is on the live patch right now. So if you're playing Master Duel at home, you're playing on with the same cards that these players have availability to.
Absolutely, and what's important to mention is that these duelists managed to qualify, of course, through their regions, and as we mentioned, as of July 14 was the latest Forbidden Limited updates, but we got new cards compared to what they qualified with coming up. For example, Bestials. They were not released for the qualifying stages, now they are here, they are forced to be reckoned with. and they open up a lot of new strategies. For example, Dragon Link. I was really looking forward to seeing some of that action. It's a deck that might be popular across even TCG and OCG, so we will see that.
It spans different, you know, entire formats. I think also the Labyrinth cards, having the release of some of the support there, maybe we see some Labyrinth decks coming in. There's a few power picks that I expect to see. We'll see what the players obviously made their decision of what they want to bring. But let's start talking about those players, because we have our round 1 matchup. So while the players are getting ready, let's talk a little bit about them.
Yeah, we mentioned, as you said, that we're going to see a team from Area Japan, which is To The Future, against a team, the only team from Area Asia, which is Sindak Pros. But the first highlight that I want to mention, because we need to say it, is among the Japanese players, so To The Future team, we got specifically Makyo, which is the last TCG OCG World Champion from 2019, and we might become a World Champion in a different category, which will be insane to me.
That when players have the legacy of multiple giant tournament wins, it is hard enough to win one tournament. I know you can attest to this.
Absolutely.
It is even harder to win multiple and string those together. That would be a very impressive feat for this player.
But he's not alone in his team, because obviously, as you mentioned, we are 8 players who qualified, which represent the leaders of the team, which might be relevant depending on their tiers. And the leader for team To The Future is Tasuko.
So we have our matchup To The Future. We'll match up against Sindang Pros. We have game 1 underway. And this is beautiful, Marcello, because we get to see all 3 duels at the same time. So let's try and break down some of the action that we have happening. The openers, what are the ones popping up to you? Because we have a punk card played. We also, looks like, have a little bit of tier limit.
Ooh, and we see Maxi coming
there
down
we go!
Right away.
Turn 1, baby!
Yeah, the right opening. And as you can see here, we do have some of these amazing players. Tasuko, as I was saying, the leader of Team To The Future with this signature punk deck. That's what he qualified for. It was not a popular pick, and he still stick with it, and it makes sense.
It's a very strong 8-star synchro engine. We'll see what the decision he had to build the deck is, which one he's going to go into. There's a few choices here in Master Duel. So right now it looks like they're just taking their time to decide, maybe even based on their hand, what they want to go for. Oh, it looks like they had the Deer Note in hand.
He's going to go for the Fusion Summon right here, which is the Rising Carp. Amazing card. Obviously, under Maxi, this is interesting. He's just not caring about letting his opponent draw some cards, I guess.
Part of me would be happy to just pass with the Shurikusai and the 8-star, because then you can, on your opponent's turn, try and go into some interruption play. But they are just playing into it. Let's see what their end board will look like here, because they're giving Gimlet a lot of cards.
Absolutely, and just to speak a little bit more about Tasuku, as mentioned, he was actually the first player in Area Japan in terms of points. And what's even more impressive is that he took some time off to play a YCS during the same weekend and still managed to become first place, so an amazing player nonetheless.
That's incredible, actually. Yeah, I mean, especially in different formats with different decks, different metas, that's a lot of information to track for a player. Okay, standard combo here so far, it looks like. Let's see if they go into any kind of rank 8 plays. But, I mean, they're just giving Gimlet so much to play with right now. They got to end with a very solid board if they want to play through whatever Gimlet's turn 2 will look like. Depending on Gimlet's deck as well. I mean, some decks might be hoping to get that turn 1, but in general, I do think in this kind of format, it makes sense to go for the... you know, the flexibility of going first or second.
And this is the strength of the deck, as you mentioned. Not only does he goes into, as we can see here, fusions, synchros, and even links. So when you access all forms of extra deck monsters, you know you have a really strong deck. Do you think we might see a deck out strategy from, you know...
just keep going for
Tasuko,
Okay, we do see the first Bestial of the tournament coming down, clearing out the Chaos Ruler, so we'll not be able to further extend into that.
Clutch 1, as mentioned, Bestials, they were not there for the qualifying stages to the World Championship, but they are amazing cards. They are played by a lot of decks, and I feel like those also could be cards that we see in the shared pool potentially.
And it looks like we actually have Tasuku playing the Bestials as well, so Punks and at least one Bestial monster have been revealed.
And here we get to see the cute cross-ship interaction as Magnamut was special summoned under the zone. It points to...
Let's see what they decide to go into. I mean, you mentioned the potential of a deck
Yeah.
out. If you just keep special summoning... Oh, okay. So we have an Ash Blossom to try and interact with that cross sheep as well.
Yeah, it's gonna stop the end phase search from the Magnamut,
Oh,
but
there it is, yeah.
here we still have a lot going on, and to be fair, yeah, I think it might be the deck out that he's going for. I mean, it's not easy to accomplish, but maybe there is a,
I
there is a
mean,
plan.
let's count the cards so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Has it actually only been 10? I don't know. Here's 11. There we go. Can they get out? Well, let's do quick math here. That's just 29 more plus the Bestial on field, so 28 more. That would be a very bold move.
Absolutely, that would be a great way to start things off here. And yes, we might go for that because the zombie vampire gets even 4 cards off the top, you know?
Yeah, I suppose. You are making them send 4 from the top of their deck to the graveyard. You also special summon another monster to your field. This would be a bold move from Tasuku.
Yeah, I would love to see that. At the same time, now he can take a look at his opponent's graveyard and figure out what deck he's on, of course.
Fair.
Because up until now, he only saw Bestials and, you know, Maxi, Ash Blossom, which are cards that can be played by a lot of different decks. Yeah, I think we are going for a deck out.
Running a couple of the Link Charmer monsters.
Ooh.
Okay.
Aluber. So we might see, you know, a branded type of strategy. Wow, and he activated the effect, yes?
He has his own... I mean, I suppose if you
Yeah.
run a few Bestials, that's actually very, very creative coming in from Tasuku. And now we're just going to continue to link up, link climbing right now, and we are going into Curious.
This could send a Fairy Tale's no, or no, he was going, let's see, Agido, wow.
Okay.
We are going for the deck out. That's crazy to me.
This is not how I expected.
No.
Game 1 to go, but it is a very exciting start to the World Championships for Master Duel, a unconditional strategy here.
I mean, we did mention how Maxi was gonna be popular, and maybe this is Tasuku's response to the card. You wanna go Maxi? Okay, I'll deck you out.
Yeah, now everyone's gonna be terrified to activate this card going forward.
Wow.
So, let's, again, thinking, I've lost track of how many cards have already been either sent from the deck to the graveyard or drawn from the deck.
It's getting close, I can tell you that much.
We're over the halfway point, I imagine,
for
sure.
Way more, because he milled 9 cards off the top through the Vampire and his Guido, so that's already, like, you know, 9 more cards gone. And I'm pretty sure we could get there now.
It is very interesting because we can also see tables B and C and what's going on in those duels. And we do see a lot of interaction happening, it would appear, between those matchups, getting a little bit of information for what the next rounds could look like. But this one here is, it's like a puzzle. Can we solve the puzzle? Can Tasuku solve the puzzle of how to continually make your opponent draw through their entire deck and then lose by deck out?
And now we see a Sprite off, another card. The special summons, and the Fairy Tale's no, it's not once per turn. He can special summon it as many times as he can by banishing 7 cards. And
What's so interesting is how much information we're getting for Tasuku's deck and how little we're getting from Gimlets. I mean, we've just seen the one Bestial monster, and I suppose the Despia as well. Okay, we're into Appaloosa. And there's the snow. We can continually go for this play as long as you can keep linking it off, keep getting more cards. This is very creative.
Absolutely. I mean, we mentioned it. He qualified for this event mainly playing Punk, and we can see that he is really familiar with the deck, honestly. I don't think many players would actually continue and go for this. When
would you have done this? I mean, again, you've been in situations, similar tournaments.
What I can tell you is you cannot improvise something like this. He must have prepared and been in this spot multiple times where he had the confidence to just go for it. Yeah. And he does.
And wow! That was it. The deck out finish for game 1. Tasuku does pick up the win, and actually ahead of his teammates who are still in their duels. A very creative and unconventional win for that first game, but let's take a look and kind of catch up on what's going on here. We do see some tier limit monsters, some sprite monsters on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems on the other end, we are seeing Branded in Ice Periods, which is, you know, kind of a tech card that you can see in a lot of different decks. It has been played by Branded, but even by Tier Elements decks sometimes. So it's definitely an interesting one nonetheless, and I like it in general. Here, you can see the Albion added to the end, but obviously, Tier Element still really strong, although it suffers some heavy hits lately from the newest Forbidden and Limited updates.
Yes, and that made us question how prevalent it might be in this tournament, especially with the shared card pool. You're really going to get just one version of the deck, and there are some cards that might even be used in other decks too. But we do see 2 Tier Limit fusions on the field.
Yep.
Walk me through what the goal here is for Genhukai. Are we trying to break the board? Do you have any kind of insights into what your focus needs to be when you're looking at this board or this field state?
Yeah, he's trying to fight back here, but okay, it is revealed to be also a Tier Element deck, and this is a very tough moment. And in the meantime, what I can tell you is that on table B, there is also a win from the Team Red. So the score is even. Score is even 1-1 right now.
So To the Future and the Singdang Pros have gone 1-1 so far. We will not have a sweep for game 1. It will come down to this as to who has advantage going into game 2.
Here, obviously, for anyone who is unfamiliar with it, the game we are watching right now, the Tier Limit player from the team To the Future is Makyu, as mentioned, 2019 TCG OCG World Champion. So, amazing player, and he seems to be in the lead for this game.
Based on this game state, we're coming into this one after watching the very creative win from Tsuku. It does appear that Makyu has the advantage and is in a very controlling position. No life points have been lost, but as many of the top duelists are quoted to say, the only one that matters is the last. So when you have this kind of setup, it's going to be very hard for Genhukai to play through it.
Yeah, and this is an important game. As mentioned, the scores in the other tables are 1-1, so this is going to give the advantage to one of the teams. And we see, again, one of the cards that could be another of the picks in the share card category, I would say. Definitely a strong card, Triple Tactics Talent.
Especially in this kind of format where you're not guaranteed to go first. You know, it is still helpful to have cards like this. Because even going first, there's a lot of monster effects that your opponent will be activating on your turn. So it's a very powerful card. Let's see what they try and do to get out of the situation. We're going for the Dark Charmer.
Obviously happy right now that there is no Maxi from Makyo, so he can at least try. Ooh, but there is an Albaz in the graveyard, which is a nice card to get back from the Dark. Nice. Let's see if he... I mean, he did play Albion, so he might have played some cards, so...
Yeah.
Let's see this Link Summon.
We're not going for...
Yeah.
Okay, Sprite Sprint instead.
He can send them early from his deck. That's exactly what he's going to go for. He has a chance,
I mean, not knowing the other cards played, it's looking slightly like a mirror match. Or at least either both playing Sprites or both playing Tier Elements.
Yeah.
They're both playing what appears to be an Albaz or a
you know,
branded
a small branded engine,
Yeah. There's the one of Kit Kalos coming out.
Absolutely.
Honestly, Genhukai looks... I mean, I was saying it was a tough board to break, but doing a good job of this field clear so far.
Yeah. But now it just
right into
enters the battle phase,
So wondering what's in that hand now, if they didn't have anything more to go into. And there we have it. The first life points of the pivotal matchup have been claimed. Genhukai taking this.
But now it gets to send a lot of cards off the top of his deck, potentially. And we could see a lot of very impactful mills. Ooh!
That's a snow.
Nice. That's a huge one, because with the Rhinar on the field, you can make, you know, rank 4 XYZ play. And he mills even the Avnis, so now with the Rhino to activate. Let's see. Depending on the names in the graveyard, he could go for a really nice play here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be in that main phase too. The battle phase has passed.
Probably his own copy. Yeah, seems so.
There we have it. All right, we got the stare down.
Yeah.
Kaleidoheart versus Kaleidoheart.
But obviously the second one usually has the advantage, we could say.
Sometimes. Yeah, you could argue. As you know, this current field state has now demonstrated.
Absolutely. And with the Fairy Tail Snow in the graveyard, wow,
and
face downs.
2 face downs. Okay. If those are powerful trap cards,
Yeah.
quick play spells, this
I
could
mean,
be rough for Makyu.
Regardless, very well played. I mean, at the beginning
Oh,
of the
yeah.
turn, he was steering an incredible and threatening field, and he managed to get rid of all of it except from the field spell. So, great stuff from Genhukai.
It's fun. It's like we're just getting airdropped into a duel and kind of solving the puzzle together here
Yeah.
as to what happened before that. It felt like maybe that was even Makyu's first turn to get that board set up.
Yeah, could be, honestly.
Although Genhukai did have fewer cards, so maybe they actually went first, and it was a field break from the side of Makyu.
I mean, that's how these kind of matchups do work. They are usually not just one turn, especially when you don't know what your opponent is playing. You are not gonna go for a blind Abyss Dweller, for example.
Yep.
Ooh, and only a face down though.
Ooh. Oh,
Rough.
Makyu in a rough spot
Yep.
now. Genhukai, this draw could mean everything.
Yeah. At the same time, ooh, and
And
what
it's
a
Rhino
top
Heart.
deck!
Yeah, that's one of the best you could ask for.
That's a crazy one. Not only because obviously it gives you access to kick Kalos, but because it triggers the Kaleido, which is so strong here.
So, do we see the full push now coming in from Genhukai?
Yeah.
I imagine a world you can assemble 7,100 damage on this field and take care of that one monster.
Especially with the Fairy Tail Snow in graveyard, this is light work. You can definitely do it, but remember, I mean, you never know. Maybe Makyu is holding into some, you know, bestials or anything like that. But this is enough, and it seems like we might get the advantage to Team Sindang Pros.
Well done from the Sindang Pros for taking the victory. It was a creative win from Tsuku from To the Future to pick up the 1 win for their team.
Yep.
But it is a 2-1 in game number 1.
Absolutely. The leader of Team To the Future does not disappoint with his Punk signature deck.
Yeah.
But nothing is decided yet. They still have 2 more duels to end this one on.
So let's try and recap a little bit of what we saw there. From Tsuku, it was that Punk deck. We saw a lot of the cards that were actually played there. It was used in a creative manner through the Maxi to deck out. What other win condition do we identify there? I mean, it seemed like pretty standard Punk, which we do know it did have Appaloosa. It had a lot of other powerful extra deck monsters.
It seems like it has a lot of fuel. It just complete gas, we could say.
Yeah.
You know, a combo deck at its finest. But honestly, if you're his opponent, do you even activate a Maxi again?
I mean, now I'm terrified to do that because
honestly,
if that deck is, and that player especially, is willing to go for that, knows the line to get to that point, that's the important part. Because like you said, you don't just improvise a moment like that.
No way.
You have to have a game plan of, okay, I know that my deck can special summon this many times with the rank 8 Vampire to take out some extra cards from their deck. You know that you're running some of the Ishizu cards as well. So.
Absolutely. And that was a great start of the game. But at the same time, even in the other matches, we've seen some back and forth ones. But let's remember, both and all of these duelists brought 2 different decks.
Yes.
So this is where the mind games come in. Are you going to stick with the same deck you won or lost with? Or are you going to change it up? And that, I think, is great content for us.
So while we're waiting for the next game to start, let's talk about that because that adds another layer of strategy. We haven't covered some of the kind of pivots that players can make. We talked maybe the most popular decks that we expect to see. What about potential like rogue decks coming in? Maybe less popular ones that you think could be a good secondary option?
Yeah, I mean, I could see it going 2 ways. So pretty much it could be all the way from playing rogue decks with a lot of trap cards. You mentioned Labyrinth. There are other options, obviously. Or you could go the other way around. If you feel like you're gonna play against decks like that, you could build a going second deck. I'm thinking Sky Striker, Numeron, a lot of those going second with like, you know, Feather Duster evenly matched in the main deck, and you just let your opponent go first. So that could also come into strategy. I think it's an amazing, it's an amazing field.
Yeah, just full Lightning Storm, right, Geki. Just like, play your cards. I'm just gonna Dark
go
Ruler
ahead.
you and then try and fight through the field. What about the? I didn't get a chance to actually see what was going on in the other duel between Sea Archer and Sana.
So I quickly took a look at it, and very surprisingly, we talk about underdog decks, we could say. Adamantipator looked like won the match for the team. So Adamantipator, that's not something we haven't seen, so I'm awfully looking forward. And I saw he ended the duel with a Fossil Dyna Pachycephalov, so that's a card that it's a throwback, but obviously a rock, so you can use it in the deck.
True.
And it stops special summon, so it's a great card, but I think that's not a deck we expected, right?
It is playable in Master Duel. There are key components that are allowed. I mean, obviously not knowing what exactly they were playing, it would all be speculation as to kind of what they were going for. But yeah, Fossil Dyna is a house of a card. That card can just win you duels kind of on its own. Very tough to out.
You know some about these rogue decks and just playing it. It has been played for a lot of years, even in just anti-meta strategies, but it can work in combo decks as well.
Shout out to the Jag and the Spiritualist Enthusiasts, the original Fossil Dyna, as we all know.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, though, it's all going to be about mind games. And what matters is the number of duels. So it is a best of 9, as we mentioned.
Yes.
But whoever teams has the most wins matters. So even now, we saw obviously one of them losing. They are 2-1 up ahead.
Yep.
But it doesn't matter that the match is over. Even if they win, they can still get into it. And we might even get to a draw where they both have 6 wins. So that's an interesting one.
We'll see what happens after this next game, because in game 2, if now it would be Sindang Pros. If they 3-0, it's over.
Exactly.
But if not, we go to that third
we
game,
go to the third set.
then we have to decide there. So I think that means a little more pressure into the future, but I wouldn't count them out yet, especially the way that Tatsuko was playing that. You mentioned a history of Makio as a player. If you are a fan of To the Future, keep giving them your energy right now. I'm not counting them out yet.
Absolutely. No, and to be fair, it's also worth mentioning that at the end of the day, they are going through, obviously, qualifying stages to make it to the semifinals. There are some tie breaks criteria as well. And what I can tell you is that the number of wins that the leaders have will also play into consideration. And in this match, Tatsuko is the winner, and he won against his opponent winner. So, you know,
that is a good point.
We can see
read the rules, everybody. It's important.
Silver lining. Even if you lose your leader one, that's okay, I guess.
Yeah.
So we could definitely get into that, but I guess we did see a few maxis going around, so we can definitely assume that
we saw an Ash Blossom as well.
Absolutely.
So those are the expected cards to be very popular in this tournament. I'm just gonna say it. We should have made bingo cards. Because there's no way I would have guessed that a deck out would have happened, especially in the first duel.
The first duel of the World Championship.
Yeah.
We see a deck out.
What a way to make a statement.
Yeah, that's honestly an impressive achievement. And it's obviously one of those cards that really makes the difference between, for example, the TCG and OCG is one of those key components. Obviously, in this round 1, we saw players with an OCG background as well. We mentioned it.
I mean, that would make sense, I suppose. You know, Tatsuko playing around Max C, so like you had said, it was from experience, based on the speed of which that they were also playing. Like, there wasn't too much hesitation. There were a few moments where you could tell that there was a thought process going on, but nothing dire.
No, but as we mentioned, though, we have the best of the best. We already talked a little bit about Tatsuko and how he managed to qualify for this event, and his team is looking incredible. But on the other end, we also have a really nice team of components, and we got to speak to our colleagues. As you mentioned, we have a lot of different live streams, and we went through some back and forth about the infos about the players, so we can get into some of the infos from the teams, Sindang Pros, for example. And in particular, we can say the leader he lost round 1. Obviously, that is Gimlet. So Gimlet is a pretty famous player, they told me, across area Asia. And some of his achievements obviously are not excluded just to Master Duel. He has a background in OCG as well.
Okay.
And in particular, as we saw, although he lost round 1, he was still fighting back, and we're not too sure on his deck yet. He played some branded cards, he played some bestials, so we could see some strategy being in there.
And Maxi, I guess we identified that as well.
Absolutely. On the same time, though, we can take a look at some of the what he said. Basically, is that obviously this is the first. We interviewed all of these players, and they gave us some very exciting answers. What Gimlet said is that in the past, obviously, he was an OCG player. But this is the first ever Master Duel World Championship, and he's going for the win. He thinks he can take it, and he wants to get into the history of the game. That's what he said.
I mean, this would be history. We are making history today, as this is the first ever World Championship. I think that's cool to come in with that pressure. It is a lot of pressure, though, for a player to come in with. And sometimes in those high-pressure moments, we do see some slip-ups come through. But so far, I mean, still yet to see kind of what the rest of the deck will look like.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, sometimes you add even more pressure when you are the leader of the team, I guess. And especially when you lose round one, you might feel bad about it. But luckily for him, his teammates carried him in game one at least. So he will be happy about that. And as you mentioned, communication is important. So now what they can do, obviously, is speak to each other about the decks they just faced, which takes away the equation of you're not going to face that deck most likely.
True.
You know, so
You
that
have to do it again.
Yeah,
no.
That's great, because obviously since the limitation, the card pool limitation is there, if you just played against, for example, tier elements, you're gonna tell your opponents you're not gonna play against tier elements for the remaining of the match, and that's his key information. I think.
Well, now the question is, what other decks can also deck you out through a maxi? Like, does he need to be concerned?
I mean, I would be. Honestly.
I think that's something that's gonna affect this player for the rest of their competitive career. I almost promised you that. It's very funny, though, because when we look to the other side here for the other team captain here, Tasuku, over onto the future. I mean, you talk about the pressure Gimlet put in for trying to go for that world championship. Gimlet's actually not even interested in being the world #1. As he said, he said, I just want to enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! So maybe that's the true message here, everybody at home. Just enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, it is for sure. I mean, as mentioned, even just for this weekend, we have 3 different amazing ways of enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh!
We do?
And that's exactly the I do like his mind a lot, his mentality, and he proved it. As mentioned, this guy, he got first in Area Japan, which is actually the toughest in terms of point. It was the player with the most point across the world, I can tell you that.
Okay.
But he also took some time off to play a YCS. That's how much he loves Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, he played for like 72 hours straight, and he still went to a YCS. That's just incredible to me.
That's dedication right there.
Absolutely. And he has a lot of achievements as well. He is obviously a winner of a Master Duel Cup as well, which is, so he has some experience across Master Duels. I can tell you he has a lot of followers on his Master Duel account as well, because he's an innovator. I mean, that's something that is going to be an highlight for the weekend. Sometimes you just pick that streamlined deck, but when you have these deck builders, this Punk deck, which is a unique one, I think that gives you a huge advantage.
It's because of also the limitation of sharing cards. There's only 3 shared cards that everybody can use, and you have access to all the copies. Otherwise, you know, that means that he is the Punk pilot for the team, right? And definitely loves the deck. I mean, his listed favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card is Zeamen. Loving the illustration. Also, his favorite memory is even pulling a Royal Rare.
Yeah, exactly. He is a Punk fan.
Did we see the Royal Rare? We probably saw the Royal Rare.
Yeah, we probably did. I'm assuming
I didn't note it, but
But I mean, he's as mentioned, that's great. And in this format, as you mentioned, when you have a player like him, which is obviously really good with a deck that has not many shared cards, that's great, because your teammates have more freedom in what they can play. So that's a huge heads up.
We assume that if you're playing the Punk, that you're not really buying too much into the extra deck space of a lot of other decks. You know, you're going to be the one running the 8-star synchros and kind of climbing up that way.
Absolutely. I mean, the only few cards I could see is maybe the Fairy Tales Nose, you know, that could be shared, but most of the deck is just unique to the Punk. So you really can play it all.
And that ranks those decks very highly. If you have a strategy that utilizes cards that you're not really pulling from your teammates' decks then, and you're uniquely piloting those ones, that's what's going to give you the best chance when it comes to the deck building aspect. And but then there's also the play. I mean, that's always the thing. I was talking with some of the other commentators, some of the other competitors. It's like, well, there's 2 steps to Yu-Gi-Oh! And as a competitor, you can talk about that. But let's get into game number 2 of round 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships for Master Duel. Team to the Future versus Sinting Pros.
There we are. As you can see, it's highlighted as stars, the number of wins their team have. Best of 9, which means the first to get to 5 is the winner. And we start things off here strong, it seems like, from Tasuku, going first again with an emergency teleport. Nice.
Very solid start for the Punk deck. You're able to get through without even using your normal summon into the combo. So we're seeing that Punk combo take place. Let's look down to the other tables though. Table B here. It looks like we have a Sprite deck, and we're actually going to take a closer look at that. All right, Maxi, and you have the Ash Blossom to counter. That is very big.
Absolutely nice one to stop things off. We could see, you know, any of the Sprite, and we see a Sprite Jet. So nice one to start things off. Sprite cards are played in a lot of different decks, to be fair.
There's a lot of different ways you can pivot the build here. So let's see what Sea Archer actually wants to go into. It's just going to continue on the Sprite package for now. Sprite's already going to add one of the other ones, and some of the other ones to the field.
We mentioned, obviously, compared to the qualifiers, new cars came out.
Yeah.
One of them is a Sprite Monster. We have seen already in the previous match, which is the Link. So Sprite Sprint is an amazing card that gives you a lot of potential to play cards, for example, like Chess Nimble Angler, and it really gave a lot of decks access to the card, and that is an amazing one we could see.
It's played a lot in the pure Sprite builds, because it can just continue into that 2-star rank 2 Link 2 package here. Let's see what they actually go for. It's a gigantic Sprite overlay to start. They have the carrot and the red on field that can continually protect them from any additional cards that are in Genhukai's hand that would try and stop this board. And even gigantic Sprite now will stop things like a potential Nibiru. And we're into the Swap Frog. So we have the Frog engine.
Yep. Unfortunately, no more Totally Awesome is there, but still it's a card that you can use as, you know, it extends your plays. You can just get it to, as we can see here, go for a Link summon of Sprite Elf.
We use the gigantic Sprite for that, so we're still trying to protect ourselves as much as possible here. Elf will bring back the Swap Frog, which can send another level 2 or lower Aqua Monster. And surprise, surprise, another Swap Frog. Now that Ronin Totem in the graveyard can bring itself back to the field. And we can just continually go into our extra deck.
The only response seemed like it was the Maxi that was negated from Genukai, so wow, interesting one. I actually like this. So niche interaction, he uses the Swap Frog to bounce back the red, so then now he can special summon it in defense and protect it better, you know? That's a very niche one.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, that's one of those fun little plays that it doesn't necessarily feel like, oh, that's going to determine the whole game, but you never know that it won't, so you might as well do it.
I think it's one of the plays that really, you know, differentiate a good player from the best players. Is when you take a look at every single detail in a game.
Every minute decision you can make. And here's that Sprite Sprint that you mentioned. It is sending the Angler, which will summon 2 Nimble Beavers from the deck. A very solid start from Sea Archer, especially because they had the Ash Blossom to stop that Max C earlier. So they could just do this for free. This will be a very intimidating end board, and we're into the Melfies.
Yes, we are cooking some Melfies here, with Melfi of the Forest getting the Melfi Caddy. This is an impressive opening, a lot of different interruptions.
And we're still going further here.
Wow.
Okay, so back into Ronin Totem. That means that they're going to want to summon something else from the extra deck, because you'll need to make space for that Melfi Caddy. The Melfi package generally will be searching for something that can then interact with your opponent on their turn again.
Absolutely.
And here's IP Masquerena. Okay, very solid board set up by Sea Archer.
Yeah, what an opening with the Caddy, special summon. So he decided to give up on the red. Obviously, he can bring it back with the Elf next turn, but really impressive stuff. And let's see, first of all, if Genukai stick with the same deck or if he changed it.
True. Last time around, we saw a Bestial, we saw a Despia.
Yeah, an Aluber, but not much else. So let's see. Only 5 cards staring down. This could also be just a Tasuko's whip right here. And we start with Tearlament. Okay. Could still be the same deck. Maybe it's, you know, it was a mix of different engines, but I think he might have switched.
Maybe.
Okay, so
let's see what they go for here. And when we see what is sent from the top of the deck to the graveyard, that can give us a lot of information as well.
I saw a Reinhardt and a Keldo, which are nice because the Keldo can stop the Sprite Elf from reviving the red.
True.
Ooh, and we hit them early as well. Nice.
That's a really big hit.
Wow, and the Kelback.
Okay.
Those mills, wow.
Photo finish from Genhukai. Now the Melfi Caddy will trigger. This will return it to the hand. They can search their deck for any beast monster. Typically, in this deck, it would be the 2-star tuner. Let's see what their decision actually is, though. We'll find out right now.
But yeah, what a mill from from Genhukai. Ooh,
oh, we're
nice
another chain called by the grave. Which one are we hitting here?
It's a tough decision because if you're feeling lucky, you can just hit them early and allow the Kelback. But sometimes, you know, players are just feeling, I cannot allow my opponent. Let's see. Yeah, it is them early. Makes sense.
So the guaranteed one now, Melfi Caddy returns to the hand, and they get to add, there it is, Melfi Penny. This is a 2-star tuner that on a turn that your Melfi activates its effect, you can then summon it to the field, synchro summon with a card in your hand, and then go into a 4-star synchro. There's a couple options you can go for here, but let's see what Genhukai wants to continue on with their board now.
So now we resolve the Reinhardt, and we are gonna take a look at what the 5 cards from Kelbeck were, if there were anything. I think I saw a Scream, a tier limit Scream, but that's about it. Let's see.
Reinhardt will now trigger to send something, and there's that Scream. You did spot it out.
Ooh, and an Avnis.
Oh. Wow, Genhukai's getting very strong.
Yeah, and he dropped the crime from the end, which is a nice interaction. Now, because of the call by the grave, it can actually use its effect.
Hey, wait, that's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Well, Sea Archer are unintentionally helping out. Again, just slightly here. But Melfi the Force does also trigger here after on this new chain. Because Melfi Caddy returned to the hand, you can now target a monster on the field and negate its effect. It also won't be able to attack. So probably for the Reinhardt here.
Yeah. He needs to be careful, of course, because now we have access to a rank 4 as well. And that can get you into a lot of different options. At the same time, if he wants to use the Penny, he first needs to clear some of this field on his own, maybe with an IP, just to make space for that synchro. Well, let's see. Later on.
IP would be a big one. Carrot could be the one. Because now that you've used Melfi of the Forest, generally, I would expect Carrot to try and send that Melfi of the Forest to the graveyard to negate a spell or trap.
Yeah, because I'm feeling you want to get back that Sprite Red ASAP with the Elf, so you really need some space.
You want to clear up the board here. Although you could just go for the Masquerade first. In general, you want to use the effects that are a once per turn before you clear them off of the field. So that would mean like Carrot now removes Melfi of the Forest, or IP links away with that Melfi of the Forest maybe. Depending on what they have in their extra deck, there's a lot of options this IP Masquerade can go into that are very threatening for Genhukai. So they need to also be careful with how they want to play out the rest of this turn. You did mention the rank 4 engine, but it's not looking like that right now. We are actually using the Reinhardt
Kaleido.
Fusion. Okay.
Going for the Kaleido art.
Big monster on the field. Genhukai is still going to try and play through all the interruption that Sea Archer has. And I'm waiting for Sea Archer's decision, because they still have so many things they can do. Here we go. Okay, Sprite Sprint. This makes a lot of sense. You have one Xyz material on the Melfi of the Forest. You can trigger this effect now. Now the Melfi of the Forest will be the target to either send with the Sprite Carrot or link off with IP Masquerade. And now Sprint as well, you could consider. We also have an Effect Veiler in hand. Interesting card coming in from Sea Archer. Was wondering how many of these you know, interactions from hand we would see from players, especially with the shared card pool.
But yeah, you would expect to use some of these nicher ones, maybe as one-offs, shoe-offs across different decks, and yeah, that's exactly what might be happening here. And now we see the Penny, finally, so can commit to a synchro play if he wants. And
you get to use a Melfi monster in your hand here for Penny, so that means that they can go into a 4-star synchro.
And that's exactly what's going on. Let's see what he wants to go for.
There's a few options. Let's see what the decision is now. Okay, it is just Herald of the Arclight. So another way to negate the activation.
Yeah, and
of your
here
opponent's cards.
it's actually great because, as you can see, it will banish the card that would have been sent to the graveyard.
That's a good
by the
point.
diviner.
Wow. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that layer. Herald of the Arclight is a powerful card, and this board, or this field, is a powerful field for C Archer. They still have more. They haven't used the IP Masquerena. They have not used the Sprite Carrot.
Yeah. And not even the elf to bring back the red. So a lot of, yeah, so much.
Wow.
So with the negation provided by the Herald, what's nice is that now he's also protected. So he has technically 4 more interruptions available. So that's a lot considering how much he has already committed from Nenukai. Yeah, so.
I'm wondering what Genhukai has decided to not play yet. They do still have 3 cards in hand. It's not impossible to play through this field. It is just very difficult, and I do not envy their position.
So now we see the IP, and it's wow.
Oh, Crusadia Avramax!
That's a big boy. Yeah.
I did not expect to see this card. Very exciting Link monster. One of my favorites personally. And C Archer has committed the 2 links to summon this.
Yeah. And now he's gonna use the elf to actually bring back the Pixie.
Oh.
Nice one.
I suppose this can protect your elf in case they're just gonna use the Dark Charmer to try and attack over either Herald of the Arclight or that Sprite Elf.
And it might be enough here, because, there is an end phase from Genhukai, and wow. That was a threatening
the Avramax is huge.
field. Yeah, the Avramax alone would be a problem.
Yeah.
Look at that. Like, it's definitely not alone.
All right, can C Archer do it now? They have a very powerful field. They have many decisions they can go into now, and only 1 face-down card to deal with. That face-down card is going to have to do a lot of carrying for Genhukai.
On the meantime, it seems like the other matches are quite back and forth, so
yeah, no one's ended.
It's still totally open. Now, though, we might see on table A some attacks, so we'll see. It's definitely a close one, nonetheless.
On table A, I see 2 Fairy Tale Snows.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Suku just having a blast here, so I'm pretty sure that we can go for.
Oh, we're linking off the Sprite Elf, or maybe
the
overlane?
overlane.
Okay, Gigantic Sprite. It's using a Link 2, so now it gains that extra attack. It is a 3,200 attack. At this point, if I'm C Archer, I'm doing the math. How do I clear out that 1 face-down card and then get enough damage to go for a big push?
And in the meantime,
flipping things to attack mode.
Table A is done, and it is Tasuku winning 2. Oh, it seems. Yeah.
Oh, we had the Gamma Burst in the graveyard. I didn't even notice that. I love Gamma Burst as a card. It is huge for making these big pushes. Avramax attacks in. The back row did nothing.
Yeah.
And this looks like a win here from C Archer. Massive plays.
It is a win, and on the same time, Table C is also over. Wow.
Okay. Let's add up the victories then. We have Table A.
I think it's
To the Future picking up the win here. Table C, I didn't spot. It
I think
looks
it's
like it was
2-1 to
Sinding
2-1.
Pros.
I think just like round 1, it was 2-1 for Team Red. I think now it was 2-1 for Team Blue. It might be the case. I'm pretty sure.
It would appear so. We'll wait for final confirmation here.
Let's see. That
There's
might
3 stars
be
for Sinding Pros and 3 stars for
3
To the
each.
Future. We're tied up.
Nice. It's all gonna be decided in the last set of games. Wow.
1 more game to go. 1 more duel for each of these competitors. It is neck and neck between Sinding Pros from Area Asia and To the Future from Japan. And yeah, I mean, it started off, I don't want to say explosively, uniquely with the the deck out strategy, playing through the Maxi. That last one, though, that felt pretty rough overall, I'd say. It's really hard for Genhuka to play through that kind of board setup. He had the Maxi to start off, but the Ash Blossom just stops, and at that point, it's like, well, I'll try and play Yu-Gi-Oh! On my turn, I guess.
And now, as mentioned, the score is tied, but there is a big difference, because one of the 3 matches is over, because Tasuku won 2-0. That means that they can now help out the others and watch their own, gameplays, which can change the dynamic, because they can now focus and have help from the leaders, because the leader matches is over. So that can play some considerations, I think. That maybe change the dynamic, you know?
I believe that we'll still wait for confirmation on that if they're going to play continually to try and get more wins for their team, because they might still want to prioritize that of just picking up. If you can 3-0...
No, but I don't think... Yeah. I'm pretty sure, because you can only get to 2-1. So once you are 2-0, that's it.
Okay.
So basically you can just stop, and because it's a best of 3 internally.
Okay.
So basically now they're just focusing on the other matches. And what can happen though is that they are 1-1. So now we'll see again the mind games, because we did see some switches, obviously, because back in game 1 on table B we had the Adamantipator deck.
Yeah, we haven't seen that.
Yeah. Maybe we're seeing it in game 3.
I would love to.
I
mean, at the World Championships, if we didn't get that on the big screen there, I think that would be a disappointment, because that's a very unique deck, and I don't know how many people would think to bring something like that. You talked about the creativity of the prep coming into an event like this. How much would players even expect to play against that?
I don't think almost at all. I mean, obviously, if they have played for a long time, maybe they've played it in the past, but nowadays it really isn't among the most popular decks on Master Duel.
And we didn't even get to really identify how many cards were being played.
Absolutely.
So like, if you're another competitor here, you're also theorizing like,
no,
what's the rest of the deck even look like?
Yeah, we just saw the Enfield with the Fossil Dyna, but that's about it. So obviously that it's really something to pay consideration into, but still 1-1 in the remaining matches, which means whoever is gonna win 2 out of the 3, I guess, remaining, so it's gonna become the round 1 winner, you would say.
Who you putting more stock in here? Is it Tasuku, the team leader, who's saying, just here to have fun, or is it the team that's taking it more seriously? Which one?
Maybe let's go with the fun. Let's go with the fun. Let's go with the fun. I don't know. I was just impressed by Tasuku. I feel like,
absolutely, I echo that sentiment. The willingness to go for that kind of victory, because if you don't pull off that combo and you don't get enough cards out of your opponent's deck, you will most likely lose on that follow-up turn, because you've just given them their entire deck to look at for their follow-up.
Absolutely, so. And it really showed that not only in terms of deck building, but also in terms of playing, gameplay, is really creative with what he does. So I'm pretty sure that they all play together to prepare for the World Championships.
Sure.
And obviously, he has a World Champion on the team. So, I mean, they are taking it for fun, but they still have a world champ on the team.
That's an air quotes for fun.
Exactly, for fun. Yeah.
When you're at this level of play, I think that we can assume everybody deserves to be here.
Yeah,
everybody is the elite of the elite.
And everybody has a chance to actually make it.
Yes.
So, absolutely. And as the players actually are divided in groups, obviously the top are advancing to the semi-finals, which are getting played today.
That will happen towards the end of the day. We'll, of course, have Duel Links after this, and then we'll be back to the Master Duel semi-finals. And that's what everyone's playing for right now. It's going to be a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! I know you've been in situations like this before. There's a lot of energy control. How much do you exert for these early games, and how do you conserve that throughout the day?
And I feel like if I had a piece of advice, it's round 1 that's the most important, because you really get there and you're as stressed as possible on the one end, but you are also not, I don't want to say rusty, but you don't get that, you need to get those reps in, we can say, those games in. You really need to start playing. So round 1 can be the one where you're caught off guard, I guess. Yeah.
I can imagine that as well. I mean, I'm only imagining, because I've never been at this level of play before. But the nerves going into a day as big as today, this has been a full, a couple months journey for these players, grinding away, trying to be the best that they can. And now it's coming into this, and then you turn one Maxi and, get decked out.
You get decked out, yeah. I feel like, you lose the flip, obviously, so you're going second most likely. you see your end, you see Maxi, I think you're pretty happy. You drop it, no Ash Blossom, no Cold Body Grave, no response.
I got this.
I
Oh, they're
got
playing
this.
into it? I got
this.
Wait, they're still playing into this. I got this?
I got this?
I got this, right?
I got this.
Oh, no.
I got this.
I think they got this.
I think they got this.
That's maybe the emotional journey.
Yeah, could be what went through in Gimlet mind, but regardless, yeah, it was an amazing start to this tournament. As mentioned, the first ever Master Duel World Championship. So
that is true.
yeah.
That also raises the stakes here. I want to take some time while the players are getting ready for the next game, though, to highlight a couple of the other players. Now, we've taken some time, but we do have these questionnaires. We have a lot of information on them. So I want to take some time to actually highlight them as people outside of maybe just what we've seen from them in the game so far while we get ready for that second game. So who do you want to highlight next here? We do have To The Future. We have the Sinding Pros as well. Let's go with To The Future here.
Yeah, I mean, we have highlighted the Tasuku and Makyu, but we haven't spoken too much about Sea Archer. Obviously, he is there, and he is obviously the one out of the three, maybe with the less accomplishments, but he's a key component to the team. And
He's had a great game there.
Yeah, basically what he said that it was his dream. I can't really, I mean, obviously, I can understand it totally. It was always his dream to participate at the World Championship. So I'm happy for him that he's here regardless of how it goes, I guess.
So what I'm hearing is that To The Future have the double narrative buff. They have the team leader doesn't even care to win, just wants to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And have fun. And then the second player on the team is like, it's my dream to be here. I'm happy. We got the dreams and we got the fun for To The Future. That's a powerful combo right there.
Absolutely, and it seems like overall they are quite the positive team. As mentioned, Sea Archer highlight in his Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience was making friends along the way. And that's obviously really nice, but I can relate to that. The beauty of it is that you travel around the world, you meet people from all over the world, and you make friends. So
I know, just like you and I. You know, we made friends, right?
Absolutely, we are.
Best of friends.
We are best friends.
Especially after I was able to take you down in that, April 2010 format.
Absolutely.
I had to slide that in at least one time.
No, for sure. I take it. I take it.
I love this saying, though, coming in from Sea Archer. Favorite saying is love and peace. Is that the third narrative buff? We have dreams, we have love, and we have fun.
That might be too many buffs.
That's like we're getting into
not even fair anymore.
Double negative territory now, right?
Okay,
triple.
But on the other side, obviously, the one and only team from area Asia cannot be underestimated, as Sindang Pros showed why they are a force to be reckoned with. Obviously, we went through the leader, Gimlet, but the other two players are also to be reckoned. And the only one we haven't seen in action yet is Sana, which is the third. And actually, probably is on the opposite side of the buff, because its statement was, I will stand at the top of the world. So, wow! Confident guy.
Sinding Pros are coming in here with heat.
Yes, absolutely. But I like it. I like some confidence, and I think,
You missed the second part of that quote,
Okay.
though. I will enjoy the duel without regrets.
Makes sense.
I think that's an important part of the statement as well. Shoot for the stars, but enjoy the process along the way.
Yes, and that's nice. But I do love some confidence, and it seems like that's the key to this match. While obviously the third component, we just saw it in action, Genukai. Great player, but also has a lot of experience back in OCG format. So we have seen some players in Master Duel, obviously, compared to Duel Links, where we can say that the format is a little different, with obviously less zones, but still very enjoyable, still very similar in a way. Master Duel is much more similar to the TCG. So we've seen a lot of these TCG, OCG players with backgrounds, solid backgrounds, coming and crushing it. So Genukai, one of those guys, he has a lot of results back in the day.
I feel like between Master Duel and the TCG, OCG, we see the most kind of overlap of players playing the two of them.
Yes.
And I can attest to that as well as a player who played a lot, back in the day in more classic formats. I've been coming back into the scene here. Master Duel is very convenient for me because it's like, I just have access to all these cards as well as the rules. But here we are into Game 3, To The Future versus Sinding Pros.
One final set of games to define the round one winner here. Let's see who it will be.
And we do have all 3 duels still happening concurrently here together, so there is still the chance here.
Yeah, that we...
Each team just needs 2 victories. They need to get that 2-1, which means it could come down to the wire. This is a stressful moment for all 6 duelists that you see dueling right now.
And we get to see Sana against Mikiao in action. And another of those interesting interruptions, Psy Frame Gear Gamma. Not something we have seen yet. A card that is semi-limited. And still seeing some play. Obviously, you don't want to draw into the second half of it, which is the driver. But
it's one of those cards that I am less surprised to see it, even with it being semi-limited, because of the shared cards rule. This is one where it feels like, okay, you can dedicate this to a deck. They even have the Gamma deckmate right there. So I think Sana might be a bit of a fan. Ash Blossom to block the Psy-Frame Gear Gamma. It does summon from the deck, so you can use this.
At the same time, though, it's not a once per turn that can be used, so you can activate it again later on during the turn, which is important to keep in mind.
That is very interesting. Now, Makio, a reminder, very impressive duelist in his own right, but in these big moments, pressure's on. We'll see if this was intentional, and he has a plan of how he wants to play through that second Gamma activation, second Gamma activation, or if now he's realizing the situation that he finds himself in.
I would imagine so. At the same time, I want to highlight that on table A, we see Tasuko with the switch to Exo Sister.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's a dimensional fissure we see on the field.
Yeah. This could caught off guard his opponent if he didn't see that coming and just expected Punk once again.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of that second deck, so we'll keep our eyes on tables A and B. Right now, my eyes are locked on Makio. Taking time with this decision. This Reinhardt will be big for how they want to play out the rest of the turn. I think they're taking this time to realize, or to kind of process, not just this next play, but the plays after that.
Absolutely. At the same time, I'm just realizing something about the format, which is the first to get to 5 wins is the winner, which means even time pays some consideration, right? You can try to play as fast as possible, I guess, and that could matter.
I suppose.
If that's how, the winner can be declared, I guess. So maybe Makio here, he's really taking his time. Maybe he just realized what I mentioned about Gamma, that now he just activated the Ash because it makes, maybe he doesn't have any other plays.
Yeah. Also important to note that they can communicate during the duels. So this is all speculation. There's a chance that communicating on other teammates' board states, helping out of like what decisions they should be making while they're in this more simple state. But we do have the Beast. We're into a Shadal Winda.
Ooh, with the Talon. This makes sense. So he doesn't want to continue.
Nice.
He just makes the Winda. And
wow, there's 2 Psy-Frame Gear Gammas. And there's 2 Adamanticators, a Quackmere Guardian. Sana is playing the deck.
Yeah. This is huge, because at the same time, Winda locks the Gamma, because you can only special summon 1 monster.
True.
And at the same time, Winda is amazing against Adamanticator, you know? Wow.
And you just got rid of the Guardian. What hope does Sana have? I mean, we know the other 4 cards in hand. This 5th will have to be the true heart of the cards here.
And at the same time, Tasuku with the quick sweep.
Okay, to the future, just need 1 more win here, and Makio is in a incredible position.
Let's see this excavating. Okay, some options, but how do you deal with this Winda?
Even look at table B. Look at the board differential here. Not knowing how they set that up, but there is a massive sprite board for table B in favor of To the Future, and this team is looking solid in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, as a reminder, in game 1 it was Sindang Pros who took the advantage with the Shu-1, but it seems like now the advantage has really gone to the Future team. Sometimes it's just about momentum, you know?
Yeah. Momentum can play a factor. That second deck can play a factor, as we saw table A1 with that one. And wherein Sana just throws the Adamanticator into the Reinhardt and ends turn. Oh, heartbreak for Sana here, as playing through Winda can be a nightmare.
This could be it if Makyu can put up on the field just a little bit
You
more
also have to
damage.
play through your own Winda, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he doesn't really need to do anything here, even if he just attacks and give your
Right?
opponent one more turn.
You already know most cards. There's one unknown card in Sana's hand at this point.
I can't even think of many ways to out the Winda in this deck. To
In
be
the
fair.
Adamancipator deck, yeah. I mean, they wouldn't traditionally play things like the Lightning Storm Raigeki,
Yeah, because
right?
usually you don't play many spell and traps
Yeah,
in the
you
deck,
need
so.
a lot of monsters,
Yeah.
so this is really rough. And I mean, playing Winda is not something I necessarily expected, but this is a house of a card.
Yeah.
This can absolutely destroy certain strategies. And it's why it stayed around for so long, today's review Yu-Gi-Oh! And branded Fusion. Maybe the best singular card that they could have, other than the fact that I guess they won't be able to go into a big, maybe Mirror Jade push, which is kind of where Branded Fusion often ends.
And this gives away some additional information. So we haven't seen a lot of T-Element players using the branded fusion in the deck.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going into, I suppose.
Yeah, just
okay,
Lubellion. Now we cannot special summon anymore. So he's just gonna maybe normal summon. Yeah, and that's it.
There we go.
That's it. This is enough damage to close this one out potentially. Let's see if there is anything from Sana or if this match is just gonna go to the future.
That is incredible. Well done from To the Future. Table B's duel is still continuing, but the match is set. To the Future take it as the first team to get to 5 wins.
Impressive, impressive stuff from the Area Japan team. And what a way to start things off here in round 1.
Yeah. It started in the most unique way that I could imagine, with a deck out, playing through the Maxi, just hard committing to that play, and then they're able to clutch it at the end after still being kind of behind early on here. Good stuff from To the Future, representing the region well.
Absolutely, but I think credit is due to their leader, Tasuku, because he went 3-0, completely sweeping the opponent's leader. And I mean, that is just more than half of the games you need to win to advance in round 1. So when you have such a good leader, I think you feel confident as well.
Yeah, so congratulations to the future Tasuku, Sea Archer, and Makyu, the team coming together to get the win. We'll be taking a little break now until we're started for the tournament for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. So make sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you later. Wow, that was pretty fun. I love the 3 screens. That's really cool.
2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the WCS 2023 live stream. Next up, we're going to take a look at some of the replays from Duel Links Round 1 to see how that competition has been shaken out. Once again, I'm Kangas, and I'll be walking you through the action, joined once again by Marcello.
Thank you a lot, and hi everyone. As mentioned, we went through the round 1 for Master Duel, but now it's time to switch to Duel Links, and what an exciting event that will be as well.
Different format, different games. Let's take a look at the different rules that are going to be applied for the Duel Links players, because the format is very different. If you haven't played Duel Links, first off, try it out. Very fun game.
Yep.
Love this game. It's very different field setup, very different meta as well for what cards are available, and also, as we're about to cover here, different rules that the players have to kind of follow going into this tournament.
And there are skills, most importantly, which will play a huge role in our duelist decisions, both in deck building and just in choosing the characters that they want to have for their decks.
That's my favorite part about Duel Links, is the fact that you really feel more like the character.
Yeah.
Like, you actually get to interact and have unique abilities that you can pull off as that character based on the cards that they used in the show. And I feel like that scratches an itch that a lot of duelists have.
Absolutely, it just gives so much to the game, and obviously as compared to Master Duel, which is a 3v3, this is obviously just a single player, one against each other, and that gives you even more room for, you know, trying out new decks, trying out new strategies, and just getting as much experience as possible with different characters, different skills, and I think we could expect some huge differences compared between the regions, you know, that they qualified maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to qualify for this event. So as we look at the rules and regulations, it is a best of 5 Swiss round. Again, individual players as opposed to teams that we had for Master Duel. And each player will get 3 standard decks and 2 legendary decks. They are different, Marcello.
Absolutely, they are different, because for legendary decks you have different deck building requirements, but the keyword here is alternation. So what we're going through is that they will alternate between standard decks, legendary decks. If they manage to sweep, maybe they will just choose standard decks and a legendary decks. If not, we're going to see a lot of different decks throughout these duels, and I'm here for it.
It makes the deck building very interesting as well. Of course, 20 to 30 cards is standard for Duel Links. 0 to 8 in the extra deck. Some of those skills can change that number in the extra deck, so keep that in mind. But there's other deck building concerns as well of how they're able to put things together, because we'll have another slide here to kind of talk about that extra layer. When we say 3 standard decks and 2 legendary decks, they're also having a pool of cards that they can pick from for those, and that will add such a deeper layer to that strategy coming in. And as we can see right here, Marcello, walk me through what those rules are.
Absolutely. So as we can see, they have to deck build according to the latest Forbidden Limited list, which was effective as of July 10th, 2023. But differently from Master Duel, we could say there are similar limitations. The cards can only be included across the 5 decks. There are no shared cards in Duel Links, so this makes it even tougher for our duelists to figure out what cards they want to say. And most importantly, there is the limited to 3 section, which is unique to Duel Links. That means that a card that is limited to 3, you can only run 3 copies across all the different decks.
Exactly.
And that is huge.
And in a singular deck, you can only run 3 cards that are in that limited 3 category. So say you have, you know, 2 compulsory evacuation devices and I don't know, a scrap recycler. That you can't run more of that because they're all in that pool together. So it's a very unique kind of format, but I think it's super fun because it changes how you need to approach the deck build, which to me is a very fun part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is actually like picking what you're going to play. And then you have the legendary duelists. On top of that, there's a certain pool of cards that they're allowed to play. And then, you know, we're going to see a lot of unique decks, I'm expecting here. Even if the format on the ladder, a lot of people might agree with this, the ladder is kind of solved. You're not going to be able to play all the best ladder decks in their pure builds.
Absolutely not. As mentioned, the legendary decks are unique as they require a certain minimum of cards that you need to play in the decks, which doesn't give you too much freedom while building them. But that's the beauty of it. You have a lot of different legendary decks that you can pick, and I think what we have seen from previous Duel Links World Championships is the champions are the one that makes those legendary decks work.
Yes, there's kind of a philosophy of you have a limited amount of cards. How many of those good ones do you put into those legendary decks, or are you just trying to be more casual with those ones? But I think that that is where you can sneak a lot of those wins.
Absolutely, and it's up to them. As we mentioned, we could expect the matches to be quite back and forth. It's very tough to sweep 3-0 a player of this caliber, and that means that if we get into game 4, that's already 2 legendary decks played.
Yeah.
So those are really important.
They are very impactful, especially that first one. Because if you lose that first legendary duel, then if you also, of course, you lose the other 2. That's what a sweep means. I mean, I guess I'm just repeating the same information.
No,
but I think that it means that first legendary deck, you're probably going to put a little more effort into, a little more thought into, because that could be a difference maker if you're one of those players that wants to focus more on that. But that's the rules of the tournament so far. What do you think in general? I mean, I like this. I think it's really cool, and it allows for those unique decks to be built. Do you have any insight as to kind of how you would approach this as a player? Because you have competed at these top levels before.
Of course, I do feel like the best piece of advice is trying to see what those minimum required cards are. Those are the ones that really pay into consideration, because remember, in Duel Links, you can play decks with just 20 cards, and when like 8 to 10 of those are fixed, they really need to be at least decent to good cards to make it work. If not, though, I'm really interested in seeing the number of cards, because maybe you could see these legendary decks with 30 cards as a way to balance out, you know, those required cards.
Try and add more of those generic good cards as opposed to the pool that you need for that legendary duelist. But there's a couple legendary duelists that I think are worth it to build decks around. I kind of have an idea of how I would approach something like this. I have a theory that I think Yugi's going to be very good in the legendary duelist. I think Chaz Princeton's actually going to be really good. Have you seen the Armed Dragon support?
Absolutely. I mean, I know you're a fan.
I'm a big fan. I've been grinding that one on the ladder.
Let's say
it's simple enough for me to understand. The combo is very satisfying.
Yeah,
I mean, if anything to play Dark Armed Dragon these days, I'm happy.
Dark Armed Dragon, such a cool card.
Incredible.
And you can turn into, you know, your graveyard. You can basically
that's the skill, right? We were talking about the skill itself turns all of your Wind Armed Dragons into the Dark Armed Dragons. So I'm hoping we get to see that. I'm not sure what the players, obviously they might have a different read. There's a reason they're playing and I'm here talking about the game.
I didn't want to say
my love for Armed Dragon on Duel Links ranked ladder.
Maybe.
But I think when you're looking at the legendary decks, that is where you're going to look at decks like that, because you do still have a better shot. Well, let's take a look at the teams that we have ahead of us, or the players rather. We have Serenity from North America and Ryusuke from Japan for our round 1 opponents.
Yes, it will be an interesting one. Nonetheless, as you mentioned, Region A, North America, it's gonna be Serenity, but Ryosuke, let's see, because in round 1 for Master Duel, we saw the Japanese area team taking it. Will it be the same here in round 1 for Duel Links? We need to find out, and now it's North America represented.
True, yeah, let's go Serenity, I believe. no bias, of course.
No, absolutely, we will see, but regardless, I mean, they managed to qualify through a very tough field, and now they're here. And we can expect a tough competition nonetheless. We can go through some of the informations maybe from some of these players.
Yeah, I'd love to take a look at some of that here. As we're getting everyone from, of course, Ryusuke from United States, qualifying through Area A North America, and then Ryosuke from Area D, Japan, the third qualifier.
Absolutely. What I can tell you is he's quite the accomplishment player in the Area D of Japan. He actually had a lot of different KC Cups top cuts and ending. So basically he made it to the top 10 3 times already. Wow. So that's a very
impressive.
consistent player.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Consistency in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh! It just lends to skill in the game, because, you know, sometimes you just don't get the right cards in your opening hand. But if you're consistently placing high like that, it means that you're doing something right. You know, it's very hard to get that lucky and just like, oh, I just drew the perfect opener. It's like, nah, the deck build, the decisions are coming into play.
And I want to highlight something about Ryosuke as well, which caught my attention. Obviously, we have interviewed all of these players, and we've asked them some interesting questions, such as how long they have been playing the game they qualified for. Most of them answered with like 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, obviously not for Duel Links.
Yeah, it is one of the longer games you can't be playing, but what was their answer?
He answered with days. It was like 2,416 days.
Oh, okay, that's more days than I was expecting. I thought you were going to go the other direction.
No, but
wow,
like
he's counting them.
He's counting every single
day. Make him count. Get your login rewards everybody.
Absolutely, that's amazing. So from Yosuke, and
That's great.
yeah, I mean, and on the other side though, we are gonna see Serenity, as we mentioned.
Yep.
So qualifying from the North American region, and it's gonna be an interesting matchup nonetheless. Obviously, we mentioned it. Best of 5, so we're gonna see a lot of different decks coming in.
Yep.
We have no idea at the moment who can have the edge, but when it comes to Serenity, he's also the 3rd North American representative, we could say. So he got to the 3rd place in terms of points, but he's also an incredible player with a lot of experience and a TCG background, which goes back to 2015. That's what he said.
That's interesting. And I feel like Duel Links, it's been around for a while, so having a history that goes back to 2015 makes sense for the TCG as well.
Absolutely.
But what's fun about Duel Links also is that the format is so different, because we didn't talk about the field as much. Duel Links veterans and players will know this, but there's only the 3 zones for monsters, 3 zones for your spells and traps. And that changes a lot of how cards were kind of designed to be played. But here we are into game number 1, Serenity versus Ryosuke. Reminder, these are replays as the rounds have happened, so let's see how the games went from round 1 here of Duel Links.
And we see Ryosuke winning and going first now.
Oh, interesting call here. Okay, so it looks like we have a rock-based strategy. I've only played against this one a very few times here on the ladder.
Yeah. So he's gonna go with his Jim Crocodile Cook character using Golemol skill, which allows him to pretty much search for these fossil fusion and sending some rock monsters, which is nice. And there he goes. Yeah.
Seems like a decent opener so far. I wonder what Serenity is going to be playing here based on the character that they're piloting. But it's fun to also hear the characters talk to each other, because that's another aspect we have in Duel Links.
Absolutely.
Is the fun little chirps. Fossil Warrior Skull King, big boss monster, coming down early. And look at this animation. Ooh. Oh, yeah. That's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Wield as sword.
Oh, that's satisfying.
There it is, yeah.
Sometimes I get so caught up in the summoning animations that I just like lose my chance to interact with my opponent because it's so flashy. But that one's worth it to watch.
Absolutely.
That one especially.
It's my turn.
But now play is back to Serenity.
Here we go. The Rockets coming out. Okay, this is one that I was hoping we would see here at the Duel Links World Championship. I think it's a very solid deck in the meta.
Absolutely, it is.
He's able to set the field spell. Here we go. Boot Sector Launch is a huge card to help them continue into the rest of their plays. And the end board for, or the end field for this type of deck can be quite intimidating. I'm wondering what those 2 back row are going to be for Ryusuke.
Wow.
Oh,
and
wow.
3 face downs.
Okay, well, this works too, I suppose.
That's a very interesting. Oh, and another Miracle Rupture.
A little bit of a bluff back there. Maybe seeing if they could get Serenity to use any of their cards to try and get through the back row, but they'll just get activated instead.
And obviously, let's remember that the Fossil King can attack twice, which is a huge threat at the moment.
There are 2 monsters to help Dark World dealings. Ooh, okay. So, I mean, Serenity just loses the card, but this can help extend. We have
the Mega
Monarch. That's actually pretty solid in this board. Won't be able to get it out, though.
Let's see if there is a response to this attack. It is a great one. Wow. Ice Dragon Prison allows you to special summon one from your opponent graveyard and then banish both, which is huge here.
Yeah. Very solid trap to use. Very powerful in the current meta. Important to note that now that means that we will... I won't expect to see as many of those in later decks. Maybe that is something you're just running one of.
It's a limited free card, by the way. So you can only play free across all of the different decks. And now we get to see a draw.
Oh, we're just going in.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there? Hey, there it is. The double ice Dragon's Prison.
Yeah, the Battle of Prisons. Here it is.
It's a very popular card because of its ability to not only interact with the opponent's graveyard, but also help clear their field. They will take a little bit of damage here, so Ryosuke will be behind now. You're only having 4,000 life points in Duel Links. It's much closer to the anime rules.
As you can see here, already down 2,000 life points.
It's my turn.
But now play is back to Ryosuke. Another Dark World dealings. Interesting.
Yeah. It does put you a little behind if you don't get the right cards to discard, but so far they have been getting good ones. This time around, it's just straight into the Fossil Fusion.
And fuse them together.
Let's see what they decide to go into. Is it another Fossil Warrior? Come on, give us the animation. One more time. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go.
There it is.
All right, so double Skull Kings in the duel.
They didn't give it to you.
Yeah, they're denying me. They knew I was a fan. They're like, ah.
And once again, threatening a lot of damage. But we see another of those trap cards. He and this chain.
A solid one. These are those types of traps that you're not always prepared for, but because of the shared cards that you only have access to across all your decks, these are still solid options to go for. Serenity showing a couple of the cards that they've already chosen for this first deck. And I think they're in a pretty solid spot, especially depending on what these other two back row are. Oh, we're just going into it. Okay.
Gonna crash into the Fossil King, but this will allow us to activate his effect during the end phase. Obviously, no main phase shoot in Duel Links, so this is pretty much over. He will special summon the Rocket Tracer, which is nice because it has a quick effect, and this is why you can play continuous trap cards, because once they get rid of it.
Yeah. Yes, the Skull King can still not attack.
Yep.
And then if they just go towards an end phase here, Tracer can clear that Fiendish Chain. Ooh,
nice one. Again, a card that you usually see in Dark World, but drag down.
Oh,
wow.
Wow. Smoke Grenade of the Thief was the revealed card.
And another Fossil Fusion off the top.
I like it. I mean, yeah, I suppose with the Rockets, you can pop them, get a look at your opponent's hand. There's a lot of hand manipulation going on in this duel already. Let's see Fossil Dragon coming out.
Yeah, Skullgar coming down.
Do we get a summoning animation for this one? Oh, no. Guess it's not cool enough. Only 4 stars, you know. That's reserved for the 5 and above.
And another Fiendish Chain. Wow.
Oh, okay. I'm liking this Rocket deck so far.
Yep. Looking like a pretty trap-heavy deck, and as mentioned now, we can use the Tracer to just destroy the Fiendish Chain during the end phase. That's a great synergy.
And a reminder that Tracer, being a tuner, they can go into a couple different options here. Do they want to go for a rank 4 or a level 8 synchro?
I think the second one might be better.
And that generally is the end goal.
But now we can just use it again.
Oh, okay, yeah.
As mentioned here, you can get the Magna Rocket, you use the effect. And now, let's see this synchro.
All right, what do you have in mind, Serenity?
Sweet animation.
It's a big one. Duel Links, Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend.
That's an amazing one. If there is no response, it will clear the whole field. Wow.
Big play. All right, we do still have interaction though. Ryosuke with the Fossil Fusion in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Can still if you survive this turn, I don't think the duel's over. You might still have a chance to bounce back. Oh, we have a normal summon, Silver Rocket. Okay, I mean that back row will have to do something.
Now there is an attack. What's that face now? Oh, Tackle Crusader. That can give him a chance.
All right, we're trying to stall right now.
Yeah. It
there
will
it is.
Give him another.
Oh, okay. Quick launch. Tracer will probably, well, has already activated. Okay, we're in the end phase. Interesting.
The tuner monster, Rocket Tracer.
Yep.
Okay, we have another Tracer now. Interesting plays. Yeah, quick launch will send that.
Yeah.
I mean, you would already use the Tracer's effect, so generally what you do there is use the quick launch to get the Tracer. Tracer pops itself to then get out something else you can go. But since they already used Tracer, that means that is the play.
Yeah, he might have not realized it right away, but here, this arguably could be Ryosuke's last chance to fight back into this duel.
If I had to take a guess, I can imagine where we're going with this one. Oh, actually, it's the Skull Convoy.
Has plenty of drive. Fossil machine Skull
His
Convoy.
beauty has plenty of drive. Love that line. Let's see if they can drive to victory here. Ryosuke is still in a rough position. Needs to inflict 3,200 to his opponent. And another Ice Dragon's Prison. That could just be the game right there.
Yeah.
I know what to do.
3 copies have been activated during this game 1.
Well, he's played 2.
Yeah, but
Serenity
his
played-
opponent played
yes.
also another
Yes,
copy.
good point.
Knock me down, but I can
Okay.
get back
Now,
up.
with one back row and one card in hand, is this duel over? Ryosuke is in a very tough position. Serenity on the precipice of going up in this series. We already know that they have enough attack damage to push here. Oh, we're going for another synchro.
Committing into a synchro, wow.
Synchro summon.
I mean, there are some big trap cards that can still really give you trouble here. Maybe we go, I assume something that has a protection effect. Try and keep them in this. Oh, Void Ogre Dragon. Nice. That's it. That's perfect.
That's a very nice play, as mentioned. No cards in hand. You can negate a spell and trap. This looks like it might be hit for Ryosuke, and it is.
No kite right. There it is. And Serenity takes the first duel here. Goes up 1-0 in this best of 5.
Good on ya.
The winner wins all.
Pretty fun duel.
What a
and
way to start things off here.
yeah, Serenity was also close to having a big win push in the turn earlier.
Yeah.
Had to take one more turn, but still gets the win either way. So you don't feel as bad for those kinds of, quick sector launch types of
I mean,
decisions.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, in the end, Ice Dragon Prison and Fiendish Chains were just the MVPs for this game 1. It really shows how, compare maybe to the TCG and OCG, where Dragon Link is more of a combo deck, and even Master Duel, we could say. It's a deck that can be played across, we could say, 3 different
Yeah,
formats
I
this
mean,
weekend.
we're expecting it to have appearances in the TCG, OCG, as well as Master
Yeah,
Duel.
it could be played anywhere. So
Yeah, it shows the power of the cards. It's like from release up until now, like there's still a use for all of them. It looks different in Duel Links than it does in the other formats, but it is still
more of a
powerhouse
synchro deck,
of a
we could say.
Yes.
Yeah. But at the same time, trap cards really, really strong.
Yeah.
But
Trap cards are the name of the game in Duel Links. Like, the way that I see deck builds often going is you need to have enough power traps that you can do whatever your engine is trying to accomplish in the deck, but then also end with a couple of back rows set. Most decks are trying to build that way.
it's a good balance. That's what they need to go for, and I'm here for it. I'm a trap card lover. We could say.
Trap enthusiast?
I do. So I enjoy seeing these kind of games because they do into this kind of back and forth dynamics. At the same time, though, what this means is that Serenity is 1-up, 1-0. But now we're adding into those legendary decks.
True.
Yes.
This changes the dynamic because there are set cards that you have to draw, 8 from.
Yep.
You mentioned maybe we pivot to, going for 8 of those cards, and then you have a 30-card deck, so you can kind of make have more of the cards that are outside of that limited pool. I still like the idea of just embracing the strategy and trying to make that one work. I think there's enough legendary duelist options to do it.
Absolutely, I agree. And at the same time, you're facing another legendary deck. So, I mean, what you can do is you can just prepare and try to pick what out of those is the best. I think this is what I'm here for. Because obviously the standard decks we could somewhat expect. This one's, it could go all the way. Yeah, we could go crazy in here. Yeah, honestly, yeah.
If there's anything Yu-Gi-Oh players are known for, absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, why not? I mean, even this round 1 was somewhat surprising. We didn't expect the group deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say the Rocket was more expected on my end for what I kind of thought coming into this tournament, but it does show that even some of the arguably, and I'm not making any definitive statements because it can't come down to the pilot of the deck and how you actually build it, but arguably like tier B decks
could be.
coming
I mean,
into the World Championships.
You never know. You need. We saw it even in Master Duel. That means when you are comfortable with the deck,
Yes.
it doesn't really matter if it's slightly weaker, arguably, than the other ones. You can get it done, and that was really close game.
I will say though, I feel like the first duel, if I was going in, I would just put my best deck first.
Makes
generally.
sense.
But let's see what they bring in for game 2 of round 1 for Duel Links. Ryosuke versus Serenity yet again. We are into the legendary decks. And we'll get our first insight as to what we have here. We will have pendulums. This is a big one. This is one that even outside of legendary deck, I think would have been played. And the classic Janet.
Absolutely. Yuya being picked.
Here I go.
A lot of players obviously were skeptic about pendulum viability on Duel Links because of the free spell and trap zones.
Yes.
And this is why the skill is amazing. It gives you the additional pendulum zones on top of being able to search your deck for a performable and putting cards in your extra deck.
It loads up more of your extra deck to have combos to go off of, and like you said, gets that performable to the hands, or odd eyes to the hands. And let's see what they want to go for here, because the end fields for this deck can be fierce. And not even like that difficult to set up often. I know I've struggled with this combo as pendulums are a little out of my depth, but I've played against this and lost against this deck enough to know that it is terrifying.
Yeah. Fair enough, but this is an incredible opening, and this is all due to the skill, which really gives the consistency to the deck.
You're able to, as long as you're running the Magician Pendulum monsters, do plays like this, and we have our Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon coming out. Another beautiful animation here, the ace card of the deck, and it's making an early appearance.
Perform a pal Camelum.
Now, do they have another 7-star monster in hand? That can be a big factor in how intimidating this end board looks like. Okay.
And here we special summon what is a tuner, so we could go into some cool combos right away.
Let's see what they decide to go for here. Will be a 7-star, as they did change that Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon to a 4-star on the earlier play, and it's Shooting Riser Dragon. Nice opening. This is a card that can really open up plays, sending this Zephyros from the deck to the graveyard. That's it, though. They're actually not going for a rank 4. Instead, opting to keep their pendulums up.
Ooh, but we see Roaring Soul on the other end as the skill which allows you to send a Resonator from deck to graveyard. So we are seeing what seems like it's gonna be a Resonator deck, maybe.
Yeah, this will be a synchro climbing type of deck. Very strong. It can clear boards. It can hit hard. Now, can Ryosuke absorb the blow? I think Serenity, I mean, even just deck matchup, this seems like a good one for them.
Yeah, he decided, Ryosuke decided to go for more of step back play, just setting up for maybe an OTK on the next turn.
Yeah.
But maybe he's not going to get a chance to get to the next turn,
Yeah, I mean, maybe argument that a rank 4 could have been worth it there if you don't have any back rows to also interact. But now Red Rising Dragon will allow Serenity to continue to go into more plays here and just continue to synchro climb. That's what this deck is built for. You just keep leveling up these synchro monsters on the field, keep getting higher and higher.
Now, I activate my monster's effect.
Okay, Shooting Riser Dragon will now activate. And we have the Chalice. There we go.
Again, one of those tech cards, Forbidden Chalice coming down. Great pickup by Serenity.
And I don't know if there's much more that Ryosuke can try and hope for here. Let's see how comfortable Serenity is with playing out this field state, because I've seen games go from 0 to 100 real fast with this kind of Resonator deck.
Yeah, and this is huge. He gains 2,500 life points, which really gives him a safe spot. And now let's see this Synchro Summon from Serenity. There it is.
There it is.
Once again.
Classic monster. And a classic response to this type of field state for the Synchro-based deck. Scarlet Red Dragon Archfiend should just be able to close this one out. I imagine Serenity, I mean, you even have 3 more cards in your hand. Like, you're just kind of having fun with it at this point.
Absolute power flame.
This is crazy. Playing different decks, but summoning Scarlight both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, in 2 different decks. I mean, you only really need the one of it, so it doesn't limit you too much. And we have the Wandering King Wild Wind as well. We're going to just keep synchroing. Serenity wants to make a statement in this second duel.
Fly, red rising dragon.
What do you think the next 8-star is going to be?
He has a lot of different options probably available to him. I would like to see Jack Atlas Ace. I mean, original Ace. Maybe
Just the classic Red
Yeah,
Dragon?
the classic one. I mean, I doubt that's going to happen, but you never know. I'm in for it. Let's see.
Summon a monster.
We're going to find out right now, Serenity. How base do you want to be right now?
Go for it, Serenity.
Come
I
on,
trust you.
let's
I
see
trust
it.
you.
You're playing Jack Atlas.
Ah,
Okay. Well, hey,
okay.
the same combo. Void Ogre
Same.
Dragon again.
That's crazy. Yeah, 2 completely different decks, same exact field.
And
Wow.
this will be a game-ending push here. There's no response from Ryosuke. Serenity is making very quick work of his opponent with a swift 2-0.
Swift duo, as you mentioned. Great start from the North American region
Always
representative.
have fun.
And
Whether you
Jack
win
Atlas
or
is one that
lose,
I wasn't
that's
expecting to be
my
as
motto.
popular with the Legendary
Every
Duelist.
duel,
I
my
definitely thought the
techniques are
Pendulum
getting
deck
more
would be
powerful.
more popular,
And
but
one
it's
step
cool to
closer
see
to a
the firepower, and
duel.
Serenity's so comfortable with the 8-star Synchro packages, pulling that out in not 1 but 2 decks.
Yes.
First the Rockets and then the Resonators.
And now if you're Ryosuke, you really are a step back. You cannot
Yeah.
lose anymore. You need to reverse sweep, essentially. And that always is very tough. Because now we are, first of all, back on standard decks.
True.
And that gives them an option to choose among 2 of the remaining ones, I guess. So we are going to see where that goes. But yeah, we mentioned it. Completely different decks, same exact place.
And I mean, if we've seen now 2 synchro-focused decks coming out from Serenity, the next biggest synchro deck, or one that I definitely expect to see
Yeah.
in World Championships, will be something like Speedroid.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to decide to pull out here,
Maybe
but
they have it, maybe they don't.
maybe
but
they do.
could be a good
Either way,
deck.
that's one that's on my radar
Yeah.
as a deck to watch out for. I still think that Orcust has a big,
I
or
like it.
should have a big showing here.
Yeah.
Maybe more in that like 3rd or 5th deck slot.
Maybe.
But we'll see what they actually decide to pull
Yeah,
out here.
but I'm a fan of the deck. I also
Yeah.
like it. There are a lot of different possible options for this format and event. But regardless, as we mentioned, incredible start from Serenity.
Yes.
And yeah, it's tough because now he even went second and he still managed to OTK his opponent.
Duel Links, if you get the right start and your opponent doesn't have, like we said, those back row, it's so important to have traps. And the Pendulum deck is one of the decks that actually runs the least traps
Of course.
generally, because you need the deck slots for all of your Pendulum monsters instead. You don't want to open just like 4 trap cards in your opening hand.
exactly.
That feels really bad.
Yeah.
So I think that it was also an ideal matchup. That's kind of why I mentioned that, is the fact that they didn't have a lot of interaction on their turn to stop the Resonators. But here we go. We have Game 3 between Serenity and Ryosuke starting now.
This could be a quick one and a swift by Serenity as he picks what is his own Pendulum deck using Raging Pendulum right away.
Not in the Legendary Duelist slot, though. Instead, this opens you up for different options. You're not locked into having 8 cards from the Legendary Duelist pool. Instead, now you can just play the latter version of this deck, which another reason why I felt it would be so popular is because you don't need all those traps that you're then going to put in your other decks. They are going second, but I think more ideal for the Pendulum deck as well. But Aster Phoenix going with a Destiny Hero deck.
Yeah, Destiny Effect is the skill. Obviously, very on team with Aster. What you can do, you can set a polymerization, you can get to a 3rd copy of Malicious, which is a nice addition to the deck. And we are gonna see some fusions in this duel, most likely. But for now, that is a Link Summon. And that is Ferocious Flame Swordsman.
I activate
buffing up all of your warrior monsters on the field. And also has a little bit of, you know, recursion effects. If you're able to take it out, it can still stay alive.
Yes.
And we have a polymerization set here, so Ryosuke is going to try and go into more. The malicious loops are very powerful in Duel Links, and we have Destiny Hero Dystopia coming out. A little bit of burn damage.
Why not? Doesn't hurt.
Yeah. And it is then activates his effect where he can actually target cards on the field and destroy it because he has more attack based on the Link monster. So
Exactly.
good start. I mean, for a turn 1, you've already inflicted damage. You have 2 back row and targeted
Two
destruction.
face downs, yeah. Ooh, but it's actually Orcus Pendulum.
Interesting.
Interesting. And what an opening. That is crazy opening.
Wow, this is a unique take on the deck.
Yeah.
I'm also just counting up right now, 18 cards left in deck, so running a little bit more than the 20. Still has that same skill that we saw before. This will help you get into that Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. But they also, remember, have that Orcus combo.
Ooh.
You're able to take down the bottomless trap hole. Oh, 1 back row gone. This is part of why the Pendulum deck is so strong going second. You have the ability to play through a lot of powerful fields.
Wow, and even the Summoner Art. This hand is looking promising from Serenity.
What did I see added right there?
Depending on the last set also, this could be a quick one.
Yeah, I mean, Serenity seems like they're so comfortable in the groove right now. We're going for the Time Breaker Magician. And it would appear another from the hand here.
Yeah, he got the Ignite Gallant from the... Yeah.
I was wondering what that was. This is a very unique deck. Yeah, talk about fun builds to pilot.
Yeah.
I mean, this seems like one of the more unique decks that I've seen in Duel Links. This is very fun stuff.
Yeah, but not just fun, this is powerful.
Yeah,
What's
it's
gonna
working.
happen here is some Orcus combos with the Galatea.
Now Galatea will let them go into more of their deck. I mean, with the recent Forbidden Limited list in Duel Links, there's kind of 2 ways to build the deck. I wonder if they're going to go for the field spell or instead go for more back row or just not even use the effect. They might even have it in hand then.
Yeah.
But they're just going to continue to link climb.
He's probably just trying to go for an aggressive push and try to push for game even here, to be fair. And he goes for Decot Talker. Interesting.
Huh. Interesting call. And now we saw more Orcus cards to continue in. Nightmare can go into World Legacy World 1. World Legacy World 1 can go into more. And okay,
Nice
Offerings
one.
of the Doomed.
Which is a nice inclusion in the deck. Nicely timed because by using it here, the Decot Talker cannot be activated to negate it.
He had nothing that it was pointing to.
But at the same time, he's gonna miss out on that draw next turn.
Yeah, and there's more Orcus combos. The power of this deck is not just in what it can summon, but how much it can summon, because you just have so many effects in the graveyard that can continue into different plays. They get back the Galatea. They have the field spell. There it is. Yep. So Galatea has that now activated the effect, and now Orchestrated Babel is a powerhouse of a card.
Come on out. I built the overlay network.
And there it is. What we are gonna see is most likely one of these other Orcus. Let's see.
We're going to get the big old Dingirsu as the removal option. Now you can get rid of... this actually shouldn't trigger the Flame Swords. I mean, we're going for the Destiny Hero Fusion instead, and we're actually passing from there. So no draw phase, 1 monster on field.
But this is the nice little addition. What he can do is he can still draw 2 cards thanks to Celestial, but just 2 face downs.
Whoa.
That's it.
I mean, that can keep you in the game, though. We talked about how powerful back row are in Duel Links. Let's see how Serenity wants to play this one out. Typically, I would link away the Dingirsu, go into another link monster, and then you can then bring back Dingirsu from the graveyard if you have another...
Ooh, what a Ring of Destruction.
Targeted destruction in a trap card. One of the underrated trap cards. It helps you also win the duel as it does inflict damage.
Unfortunately, as we can see here, the Ngirsu protection effect will be used.
And we're going to Pendulum Summon one from the extra deck. What's the options? I'm trying to remember now what they had. It is just the Oath Dragon.
Yeah. And now we can get something back from the graveyard, which is that nice Timebreaker Magician.
And we're going for an Xyz
Yeah, because the
summon.
Ignite is level 6, so that's nice.
Oh, that's really creative.
Yeah, very heads up play. Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal. That's a very unique way of playing this deck, but it makes sense.
This is just the craziest deck I've seen. Whoa!
Oh, wow.
Whoa, okay. All right, let's see it, Serenity. What are we doing here?
Serenity just going in, getting rid of his own field.
Yeah, okay. So we have the next Orcust Link Climb along Girsu.
Wow.
And now we can go into a Link 4 here. Get the skeleton back in the grave. Skeleton can bring back out the Dingirsu. You can clear out
Yeah, you can
the
do so
back
much.
row. And then go for that game-ending push, I suppose, depending on what this next one's going to look like.
Yeah, because to be fair, you can even just use your off dragon, which you did to just force out a back row. Then you can use the other effects to force
Yeah.
out. And there is one of the other aces of the deck, as mentioned.
All right, so Serenity going for a big push right now.
There he is.
Did he just tribute summon?
Wow.
He just hard I was wondering what was going on there. Tribute summoned Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. Wait,
Oh,
that
wow.
was to time.
Unfortunately.
Ryosuke
Wow.
wins to time.
Wow.
Serenity took too long for the turn.
Yeah, that was definitely an unexpected ending.
In what I would say was a pretty much guaranteed winning position.
Wow. I mean, sometimes
that one feels rough.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems as if he was just in such a great spot.
Yep.
He could get that 3-0's whip at the very last moment. Yeah, he just didn't pay enough attention to the time, I guess.
High pressure situations, you know, you're at Worlds for dueling. Sometimes, you know, these types of situations can happen. It's not ideal for players, but a reminder that these are still the best in the world, and the pressure of the moment can get to you. I think he's going to want that one back, but still up in the series. In a comfortable spot overall as we go into the next Legendary Duel.
Absolutely, and that will be huge, as the keyword once again is momentum.
Yeah.
And something like this can actually completely turn up the momentum in a match. Let's see if Ryosuke can take advantage of it, or if he's just gonna once again be on the back foot.
That would have been very entertaining, though, if we had a first round win with a tribute summon Odd Eyes
Yes,
Pendulum Dragon.
I'm in for it. I'm in for it.
To close out the sweep. Not meant to be this time, so Ryosuke does have 2 more opportunities to try and bring this one home as we go back into the Legendary decks. We've now seen Pendulum played from both sides, so those will not be represented in this one, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think back to, again, what I'm expecting. I do think that we could have things like Chaz come out, play the Thunder Dragon. Let's see it as we get into Game 4 between Ryosuke and Serenity.
And yeah,
there it is.
Not gonna be the same deck.
Quit your yapping so you can
Chaz
get to
Princeton
losing.
is represented by Ryosuke. Has 27 cards in deck. Interesting choice.
You're in for it now.
Very powerful deck, though, in the fact that you can, if you haven't seen a lot of the new Armed Dragon support, that's what I'm expecting Ryosuke to be piloting. But here we go. Speedroid represented for the Legendary deck of Serenity.
You mentioned it, it was one of the decks we were expecting to see in action, and it's a great start. This is the skill, which is Clear Wing Acceleration. It does so much for the deck, as it allows you to get some cards and send Speedroids from your deck to the graveyard.
And a really solid opening. This is actually very positive coming in from the side of Serenity. I think Synchro for the 3rd time makes a lot of sense based on what they played in the first 2 duels.
And there it goes, a Synchro summon happening here.
Level 7 Clear Wing
Clearwing Synchro Dragon is the level 7. Now we expect to see the skill, if it is the skill that you typically would run in this deck, which means you can try and Synchro climb a little bit further.
Amazing animation here for the Clearwing.
That's a satisfying one. You still think the Fossil Dino was my favorite. So this allows you, with your skill, Speed Ride Red Eye Dice comes out, a 1-star tuner. We do still have the Den Daiko Duke, though. So we have more plays. Typically, you're happy even if you just get to that 8-star Synchro with this deck. Have a couple back row, but it seems like an ideal opening for Serenity.
As good as it gets, getting that Forbidden Lands. Nice deck card.
I synchro summon.
Okay. We're actually going here into a 4-star.
And it is the Ice Speedroid puzzle. Again, it's something that gives you even more resources because you can use it, as you're seeing here, to advance your plays, but then in the graveyard it gets back a Speedroid.
So this sets up your next turn as well. So it's not only this turn that's going to be scary. Now Ryosuke needs to think, okay, I got to deal with this board, and I got to deal with the board that's going to come out next turn. And we also saw that there was the Chalice down below. So that will be set in the back row. We got the Crystalline Synchro Dragon and the Clearwing on the field. This is a terrifying field for Ryosuke to play through.
That's a crazy opening. I think this could win in both Master Duel and TCG, arguably. And this is just Duel Links.
Now let's see the power of Chaz, though. So watch what the Thunder Dragon deck can do.
Oh, there it is.
Piloting this. So the skill allows you to discard a monster, and then you just basically activate your Armed Dragon or Dark Armed Dragon ability, because now 3 monsters in your graveyard are darks. You can climb up to Armed Dragon Thunder level 10 is typically what you want to go for here. Let's see what they have in hand. They need the right cards in hand to combo perfectly for this.
Yep. First of all, are you happy?
I'm ecstatic. This is, I was saying this earlier, one of my favorite decks to play right now. I think it's a little sleeper underrated, but it is going to be hard to play into this field. It does like to go second, but oftentimes you're not expecting this much interaction to go through. And Serenity just letting them play this out. I would have tried to stop the combo a little bit earlier, but I guess you're fine to hold it until the very end. Oh!
It Forbidden Chalice would be nice, but there is the Forbidden Lance to match it. So yeah, that's not gonna be effective right here.
All right.
Unless there is a second copy, and there is!
Wow. Double Forbidden Chalice from Ryosuke. I think you can play through this now. Okay, so the powerful part about this deck is once you get to here, they need the right card in hand. Well, no, actually, this will search an Armed Dragon Thunder level 7.
Yeah.
You'll discard the 7 for the 7.
There it is, the
or
Dark
they go
Arm.
for the Dark Armed early. Oh, we're going into Dark Armed Dragon now. Okay, clear out the board first. This could be the answer from Ryosuke.
It could be. There is still
Crystal Wing.
the Crystal Wing at the point
but
time.
I actually like this because now you're forcing the Crystal Wing on this.
Ooh, the last card in hand.
We already had the Armed Dragon level 10 white, which is actually an incredible card. It lets you search for the equipped spell. If there was back row, you can try and get through it. But when Armed Dragon level 10 white attacks, you can destroy something on the field. You can actually get through this board.
But he goes into the battle phase, which...
well, you don't need to activate the equip spell now because if it's removed, you actually lose your monster. So it makes sense to hold it. There, you're going to hit damage to a Serenity's face. You have a decent field right now. And 300 life points for Serenity.
A little short, but amazing play. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, let's see if that is enough, because now play is back to Serenity.
And we saw that they added double yo-yo. We have a follow-up from Serenity. I don't know if it was enough from Ryosuke. A incredible turn, a valiant effort, but it might not be enough. Serenity has such a powerful follow-up, and they even have the Takatamborg as well.
Yeah, it seems as if maybe Serenity, after all, unless, once again, he doesn't pay attention to the time.
Yeah.
I guess,
no.
yeah.
Serenity, watch the timer on the screen, please.
Because honestly, yeah.
There's a lot of clicks for this deck, even more than the last one. So that I'm happy you bring that up. It could come down to going fast enough to actually get the win now.
It's tough. It's definitely tough. He needs to play as fast as possible. And I'm sure he now knows. I mean, that's what happened in the previous game. He doesn't want to miss this one out.
Now, part of the difficulty of this deck, too, is the fact that you only have 8 extra deck slots, but we do have the Kite Drake, the secondary win condition often, or the going second card. Also works going third. You can clear the field and do a lot of damage
and this
as
is
well.
Enough. You don't really need to do much else. This is plenty. And this might be...
You only need 1,000 more damage on the field. I think they have it.
Yeah, they totally have it with this Daiko Duke.
There we go. Okay.
Wow.
And Serenity plays through Ryosuke, who played through the almost perfect turn 1 opening. But it was just that. Serenity had an incredible start and played through it expertly. And with one more attack here, we'll put Ryosuke's life points to 0 and take the round.
Great stuff from both, nonetheless, but it is Serenity who is the winner of round 1.
Impressive from Serenity. I mean, that was such a good Speedroid start for the Legendary Duel. You can't ask for too much more than that. You had a great field, and you had the follow-up play. There were like 3 cards in his hand by the time it got back to his turn, and 300 life points left. It came down to the wire.
It was an amazing match for sure, but I gotta give credit to Serenity. Obviously, Area A, North American representative.
Yep.
What a show of dominance. Even in the game he lost, we could say he basically won that one. So
yeah, that was a 4-0.
That's crazy. Like, honestly, what a show of dominance, I gotta say.
Yeah, I liked the deck builds as well, and that Pendulum Orcus deck was all over the place.
That was crazy.
That was a crazy build. I've never seen anything quite like that. Maybe that is something that is being played on the ladder, and I just haven't interacted with it yet. But it was cool to see come out regardless.
Yeah, even the Ignite Spice in there. Like, you know, I mean, he's definitely up there. And even the Legendary deck looked quite impressive, as you would expect from a player of this caliber.
Won both Legendary Duels. We talked about how impactful those can be and how there are good enough Legendary decks that I think you should be taking those ones seriously and building the best that you can.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you do need to play them unless you sweep, as mentioned. And even then, you need to at least win with one Legendary deck, and that is exactly what happened here, which means on the other hand, Ryosuke will start with a 0-1 score, but that's still plenty of duels. They are playing through 6 different matches today, and that's plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's gonna be a lot. Yeah, we're gonna be going through rounds 1 through 3 that are, of course, replays. They were happening earlier while we were covering Master Duel Live, so now we're catching up on what's going on with Duel Links. And next up, we do have our second round that we will be following. Round 2 will have BZ Hakugen Nosiaru from Singapore, and then also versing Kama 3 from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, this is gonna be an exciting one too, and that's the beauty of having access to these replays, because obviously 3 tournaments are happening at the same time while we speak, and that means we can show you guys already round after round after round.
There's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Going on in this building, everybody. It's fun to be around. It's fun to be part of the action. And especially if we can get more matches like that one. I know that one felt a little dominating. It was kind of one-sided, felt like a sweep even if it wasn't in technicality. It was still cool to see the Duel Links meta come out, because I have been theory crafting in my brain. I've been watching what the community sentiment has been on all kinds of YouTube tier lists of like, what are the best decks? What is going to be played? And now we finally get the answer of what the best players have decided they're going to play. So far, very happy with the results.
Yeah, but still, again, we saw a lot of different decisions, and that's the beauty of it, especially when Legendary Duels decks are in the pool. You can choose among so many different options, and I really like that sometimes they go all of the way to choose these decks. And let's see if that will be the case once again for this round 2 that we are about to watch, I guess.
Let's see it again. BZ Hakugan versus Karma 3. as round 2 will be starting here shortly. Both of these players continuing on in the day. It's going to be a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Hopefully they're saving their energy. I can't wait to see what they're actually going to bring to the table here, because I didn't even see all the decks I expected to see represented in that first round. I still think there's more to cover.
Absolutely, there is more, and we did see some Orcus cards, but as mentioned, in a very different deck.
Yes. So now round 2 between BZ Hakugan no Asiru versus Karma 3. Karma 3 now on the red side. BZ on the blue.
Do you realize the magnitude of the jeopardy you've put yourself in?
And we have a Pegasus deck right off the bat. Oh, I love that.
I'm in for that.
Hey, the fans go wild at home right now watching as one of the fan favorite characters, fan favorite when we get the voice lines between the players. Spellbook of Secrets to start here for Karma 3.
That's something we haven't seen yet. With
Not
the
quite.
Varys character to pack it up. I'm a fan of spellbooks. They're
I love
throwbacks.
spellbooks. Oh yeah, absolutely.
It has been exactly 10 years. It was in 2013 that we played with them in the DCG, so I'm out for it.
Is that called Legacy now?
I guess
Is that a
so.
Legacy deck? I
Been
feel
a
like it's been
while.
long enough. Important to note that this is a matchup between 2 players coming in from Asia, Oceania,
Yeah, and
Middle
from the
East,
same
Africa.
region.
Yeah, same region that they
Yep.
qualified through. So I'm wondering if they ever played against each other on the
same.
ladder to get here.
I would guess so, you know.
Yeah.
Ooh, and this is an interesting one. As mentioned, we could see that the deck is this Ursaktik, and yeah, we haven't seen any of it yet.
Yeah.
But this is, we could see one of the not so popular decks once again.
Not one that was on my radar initially coming into the World Championships for Duel Links, but again, there's a reason I'm here and the players are there. We see Karma 3 comfortable with these cards. They synchro summon in a unique way. It's less about actually adding up the levels and more about having the levels differentiate by what the synchro requires. So expecting to see the first one here. And there you have it. Oh, the fearsome Ursaktik Polari. I say fearsome, you know, ironically. It's very adorable.
Absolutely it is.
I special summon a monster.
So the Ursaktik combo going off right now, going first.
Here's what's coming.
And now we are going into a proper synchro, I imagine, here. And there it is.
Yep. Septentrion coming down, and this allows you to negate the effects of face-up monsters without a level, so that's great.
That will be either Xyz monsters, as they are ranked,
Yep.
or Link monsters, as they are a Link rating.
Which, depending on his opponent, can be quite oppressive.
Yeah. Now, the last time around we saw, and this is kind of the weakness of the Ursaktiks, is that they are less powerful against synchro or fusion-based decks. Especially when you look at like Master Duel, TCG, OCG, they're kind of all over the place. Duel Links, sometimes they are represented. I think they were, in my opinion, a little over-represented in that last series. I do think Speedroid is at that top, but let's see what BZ is actually piloting, because Combo 3 is still going for 4. This combo is not even close to being over. Another part of the power of Ursaktik is they just keep extending.
Yeah, it's going, keep going, and yeah, he has a lot he can possibly go
Show us
for.
the second one. Let's go. Yeah!
Yes.
Ursaktik Polari number 2.
That's nice.
This
This is a very interesting deck, because even going second, he can, you know, can push a lot of damage, I guess. And now it even recycles back, and something I want to mention is, let's see. It's a Toon Word. It's the skill that will be activated, which allows him to play Toon Word. Interesting.
And
ooh, and a Kaiju!
Thunder King, the Lightning Strike Kaiju. Incredible answer to the field, and also playing Mech Knights into the proper zone. Oh, this is going to be a little brutal. BZ has an incredible chance here to run away with this one.
This
he's
is
going
great.
for another.
Yeah. He said so he can special summon his own Mech Knight. I gotta give credit to Kama at the same time. He did play around Mech Knights. He played these cards on 3 different zones. So maybe he expected it from the Pegasus, I guess.
Yep, shout out to the OP Tin Dangler, as now we've moved around on the board, the Blue Knight, and we have a full board of Mech Knights here.
Yeah.
Oh, we're still going, and now, I mean, we get to see what BZ's deck can really do as we get a look at the extra deck here.
Yeah, and this is the cute synergy. Obviously, Toon Word doesn't accomplish much, but it actually puts up a card in a column where you want to special summon the Mech Knight for free. So.
And it doesn't require you to have a card in hand to do it, so it is just a guaranteed card on the field.
Yep.
Okay, World Legacy Succession. Ooh. Powerful spell card that can allow you to continue going in, but now Kama 3 has the field spell. They're able to disrupt some of the plays. Let's see how we want to go through
a
this
second
now.
copy of the Kaiju.
Oh, wow. Honestly, though, if this is it, I mean, yeah, we're in battle phase. That seems to be it. I think Kama 3 survived.
Yeah, it seems like the Urstructic face up was enough. Yeah, because he took control of the Mech Knight Link monsters. And now he is back with 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, and full life points. 2 back row to get through. We talked earlier in the day, and we will continue to mention in Duel Links how powerful those trap cards actually are, massively impactful. And I imagine that BZ has some good ones set right now.
Yeah, and here, honestly, it seems like he can do a lot. Tribute summon, actually. Nice.
Ah, okay.
Here I go.
And now we are going for a big...
Another
Oh,
Polari.
Okay, yep, a big Arctic Polari. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep, that's where I was going.
Here I go. I special summon a monster.
These Arctic cards, very unique in how they're able to build up their boards, get big monsters on the field, and either choose one of the extra deck or just stick around. We have a Crusadia Crawler set.
Yeah, that's gonna be the first card that he gets rid of, but now he accesses the Grand Chariot. Let's see if there is a response. No response. He gets rid of the entire field.
Not the most impactful back row set there by BZ. You can have these power cards, but sometimes they're in archetype cards. They were in archetype cards this time around.
Yeah.
Now, can Kama 3 get big enough guys on the field? Because you still need to get through a very large Kaiju.
And he did, so I think this might be
Oh,
it.
true, yeah. All
Yeah.
right, there we go. Kama 3 playing through it and playing it well. The Arctics getting a win here as one more direct attack will do it. No response from BZ right now. Kiteroid, no, it's not there. And the victory goes to Kama 3 for game 1.
Oh no!
Interesting start to this game 2, and I want to say that we saw a completely different start from the previous match. You mentioned it that if you were in their shoes, you would maybe start with your best deck. I think what we've seen here is the opposite thing. They started with some underdog picks, maybe to get those out of the way. What do you think?
Could be, or it could just be a complete different read of the meta than I had coming into this one. Again, I want to reiterate, like, there's a reason I'm here and they're there.
Fair enough.
We do the best prep we can, but at the end of the day, what gets results gets results, and we have to just kind of react the best we can to it. And our Stark deck, we got to start giving respect to that deck, I suppose.
Yeah.
The amount of power they were able to build up there, very impressive in 2 turns in a row. I mean, turn 1, it didn't feel like they wanted to go first necessarily. Like, they could have played through that even if they had gone second.
Yeah, on the other end, though, the Mech Knight deck obviously wants to go second. It did.
It does.
It looked as if it was in a very comfortable spot, but then it just crumbled. It was too much of a good opening. And I think the power of the Ursak deck was that even though the field was strong, it was holding 5 cards. So, like, you know, they have a lot of recursion, and that's tough when you face a deck that you can get rid of the field, but you're going to use cards, especially in Duel Links.
The ability to go for a second follow-up play after the fact. So we're getting ready for game number 2 to start between Kama 3 versus BZ. Kama 3 up 1-0 in this best of 5. 2 more wins and they can get the sweep. We're into the legendary duels next, and we have Aster Phoenix for Kama 3.
Let's duel. Here I go. It's my turn.
Okay, BZ starting it off here. Very powerful to start first with what I presume to be the Speedroid deck. There we go, and it is revealed. We got another Speedroid. Expect to see a lot of this today. I imagine every single duelist will be at least labbing this deck, considering it, if they don't just lock it in.
Yep, and there we see a clear wing Synchro Dragon, most likely coming down, it seems. Yep.
I think we had a little bit of a teaser, or rather a spoiler there.
Yeah.
As we'll get the animation regardless. BZ has a good start. Can we see as good of a start as the last Speedroid deck that we saw? Not the hardest for this deck to just pop off.
There it is.
Yeah! Look at that. Beautiful. It's like a dragon and a jet and a Gundam all put together.
If you find an opportunity, grab it.
All right, and we're summoning out Speedroid Red-Eyed Dice as well with that skill. So now we can choose either go into the 8-star Synchro right away or to continue extending if we have the cards in hand.
The Tuner Monster, Speedroid Fuki Madoshi Piper.
Yep, this is great. Obviously, offers you some recursion. You get back the Piper.
Activates its effect.
Let's see what he gets. Book of
Moon's
Moon.
not bad.
Yeah.
And there it is. Yeah, I
why
mean, it
not?
makes a lot of sense. You might as well just go for that one now.
Great card.
I synchro summon.
And they have the same combo. Okay, so we're going to go into a very powerful board. Book of Moon as your back row. Can shut down a lot of decks. You'll have the double synchros as well.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's what this end field will look like. And then still the follow-up for the next turn.
Yeah, should be something similar to what we had seen in the previous match. And that could get the job done. Like, Book of Moon is very annoying for a lot of different strategies, you know. You can just put face down the tuner if you're facing a synchro strategy, or just use it as a, you know, just one of those cards that has always been there in Yu-Gi-Oh!
And some decks, they do require a normal summon in order to start comboing off. You can just blank that normal summon.
And there it is.
Clip their wings, and it's 2 back
Wow.
rows. So, end phase, they will still get to add something back to hand. Yeah, it's going to be the double yo-yo. Makes a lot of sense there, as they now have a follow-up play, but powerful board, powerful field.
Sick opening, and let's see if Kama Free can fight back. Oh, wow, starting with 3 face downs.
Hey, well, there you go. Sometimes that's the rip.
Yep.
So, Kama 3, let's see if those back row are enough.
Okay, not afraid. It just goes for the double yo-yo.
The Tuner Monster, Speedroid Red-Eyed Dice.
Now I'm trying to think the most intimidating traps to think about. Oh, Paleozoic Canadia.
Interesting choice. I wouldn't be afraid of that, to be fair.
I wouldn't either. I think that you're still in a very comfortable spot
Yeah.
at Feezy. But now there are Mirror Force cards. They're going for it.
Yeah. Ooh,
It's
Crackdown is a nice one, to be fair.
Yeah.
Why not?
It is limited to 3.
Yeah.
And we have the Lance.
Yeah.
Is there a follow-up chain? Another Canadian. Okay, you have to do it just to survive.
Yeah, but
you
that's,
probably chain the Canadian. Oh,
that's kind of underwhelming at this point, yeah.
My trap activates.
Crackdown seemed like it could be quite nice. Obviously, at the same time, we knew that there was a Book of Moon. So worst case scenario, you could just Book of Moon your own guy.
True.
But yeah, this is really nice.
This
honestly,
is solid.
Yeah, the advantage is insane from BZ, and yeah, he might be able to even tie the score up. Yeah.
It could be a big opportunity to do that. But it is important to note, actually, I mean, the Crackdown, I forgot about this interaction. It stays equipped. So you're only protected from the effects of it until the end of the turn. Now it goes over. Maybe the Book of Moon could have been the play there instead.
I think so.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I don't imagine BZ was either. Kama 3 is rewarded for the play.
Come on out. I link summon a monster.
And here we are not using the Book of Moon. Interesting.
Yeah. Still holding it for now. Let's see what they're going to go into. Nightmare Phoenix. All right, we're going to try and hit that Book of Moon.
Yeah, I guess so.
Monster's effect activates.
50-50 here to hit that Book of Moon.
Oh. Okay, so it looks like we got it, and
Yeah.
it will be
I
chained.
activate a quick play spell.
Discarding the Miracle Fusion. That's actually a very powerful card
I
to
activate
commit just
Yeah.
to get
Malicious
this.
effect.
And unfortunately, it seems like he was forced to use it on his own monster, so which really makes you
Oh,
think
yeah.
whether he should have just chained it to the crackdown in the previous turn. But now,
Malicious. Show no
wow,
mercy.
Malicious attacking over the dice.
I mean, yeah, you know what it is.
Yeah.
They're just going to clear the field, and Speedroid off the draw.
My turn.
Not the
This is
best
getting
deck.
fun.
Oh yeah, right.
My
Crackdown's
turn.
still not able to
I
attack,
draw.
so it's
Yeah.
not going to be a
Level
field
7
clear.
Clear Wing Synchro Dragon.
And the face down is the clear wing, which you can just flip here. So still reasonable spot, to be fair.
Good card off the top of the
Yeah.
deck. One of the best you could ask for.
Is that supposed
Yeah.
to scare
Oh,
me?
okay, never mind.
Okay.
Face down card. My
It's another one of those trap cards that it's quite. Ooh, but there is a second Book of
Okay.
Moon face down.
And I mean, you can also say Kama 3 is off the draw too. Clearing Synchro Dragon can start clearing the field. Crackdown's nice because it keeps a big monster on your field,
Yeah.
but you're not able to do much with it.
No.
Might want to link it off later.
And it just got a card for next turn, you know, searching for the deck. And
Yeah.
now,
No mercy.
let's see if he picks up something nice. It is instead the Plasma.
Oh.
I activate the spell card.
And
Okay,
polymerization is huge
Fusion
to
summon
fuse
a
with the
monster.
Plasma and Malicious.
Yeah, we're going to go back into the Destiny Hero Fusion in
Yep.
Dystopia.
Introducing
Has
Destiny
enough
Hero
attack points to
Dystopia.
get over.
Celestial. Show
And
him
now you
your
draw two.
effect.
Oh, yeah.
I activate malicious.
This is
effect.
nice, honestly. Yeah.
Come on, Destiny
Wondering what the
Hero
goal is to get
Malicious.
through this Crystal Wing still.
My only.
And
Okay, yep, now we can actually link off.
summon a
Get rid of that
monster.
crackdown. You can go, I mean, maybe you just go for the Flame Swordsman link
Yeah, I
monster if
think
you're
so.
running that one and this one too. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ferocious Flame Swordsman.
Makes sense.
Here comes Destiny Hero
And
Drill
now
Dart.
we can actually get, oh! Running the Drill Dark, okay.
Second card, Destiny Heroes.
And now you can use the Dystopia, because obviously,
Let's battle.
thanks to the
Go,
Swordsman.
Dystopia! Dystopia blow!
And we're just gonna run into this.
That one stung.
Go, Drill Dark! Pierce 'em!
And we have 3,000 life points left for BZ.
Great.
Clearing that
Yep.
out.
Well played.
And that's the big game-ending push. Kama 3 finds the line to victory.
Great
Yeah.
duel, honestly. It didn't seem like he had that much of a chance with what seemed like an insane opening from the Speedroid deck.
Yeah, the Speedroid decks, that's a loss in the second time we've seen it. The first time we saw it, the field was cracked. I think that crackdown especially put in
Yeah.
a lot of work right there.
Yeah, again, we see at the beginning of the game the excavation, and then they got the Book of Moon. But unfortunately, that was the turning point where they had the 2 Book of Moons and a Forbidden Lens. It was revealed later on. But on the crackdown, they decided to go for the Forbidden Lens because they thought they had enough to just OTK. Maybe they got a little greedy, we could say. We never know.
Yeah.
But in the end, the punish was the second copy of Canadia, and it was enough.
It was enough. The Paleozoics coming in, a heavy kind of back row Destiny Hero deck that opened all the back row. Actually, maybe had a couple of the Destiny Heroes in hand. There were, I believe,
Yeah.
2 cards in hand when they passed that turn. But still, well done in the Legendary Duelist duel, and that means that we got a series on our hands.
Absolutely we do, and now it's back to the standard decks, a lot of different options. Once again, you gotta keep composure, because I feel like in this game, you probably feel like he had it at some point when he attacked, you know. You
Yeah.
have double Book of Moon and Lance, you feel like nothing can happen.
That means that we won't see the Book of Moons later on, unless one of the Book of Moons is in a deck later.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that you would have ran all 3 in the same deck, as you are sharing your pool across all of your decks. So
Yep.
I'm not expecting to see any more of those. We'll see maybe if one is snuck into a later one. But that's one of the power cards, power back row cards in the current format. A lot of people argue the Book of Moon is like the card that you want to run if you're trying to climb that ladder.
Yeah, I mean, 2023 in the TCG, the card has been amazing,
Yep.
and it has won, you know, the European Championship and tournaments across all over the world. Makes sense that it's good even in Duel Links, so I'm not surprised by that.
It's one of those ones, it stands the test of time. As more mechanics have come out, it's gotten better.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It could be arguably one of the best quick spells, but we are here for Game 3.
Kama 3 versus BZ. 2-0 for Kama 3 on the precipice of a sweep.
Once again, a match point from Kama 3. Let's see if he is able to capitalize on it. And we see a new character, nonetheless, from BZ we haven't yet seen today.
Important to note that Kama 3 playing the Speedroid deck, not in the Legendary Duelist slot, but still playing it, and that's two variations. Even in the last match, we saw the pendulum kind of swap between Legendary Duelist and non-Legendary Duelist slot.
And once again, we see how consistent the deck is. Up until now, Speedroid 1-1 from what we've seen. Let's see if it will win this match too. But as mentioned, it's up against Blue Angel, a character we have not seen yet. And it could be in for some surprise decks, we'd see.
Any hint as to what Blue Angel could be piloting? We see a DD Crow.
DD Crow is a nice tech card.
Yeah, I love this card. I think that it is very powerful, and it just stops.
It's shut down, yeah.
Yeah, 3 back row for Kama 3. Loves these back row decks. Just as 2 duels in a row.
Yeah. And here it is. The deck is revealed to be Trickstar from Blue Angel, as no surprise there. And it's a great way to start things off, where you special summon 2 tokens and you have access to your Trickstar links.
Yep. It's a deck that requires a level of finesse. You need to be comfortable with this deck in order to actually pull off the win. It's about little climbs, little pokes, little damages here and there before you're able to go for that big push. And you are still playing into 3 back row. That's going to be kind of terrifying.
And now, this is a great activation. You do give your opponent a card, which I'm not a big fan of, but obviously when they are top decking, we could say. But I guess it's worth it when you get to draw 2. It's still a +1 in a way.
Yep. Okay, so the Trickstar Light Stage will force out one of the back row. Forbidden Chalice used, getting... Oh, okay. So just buffing their own attack.
Makes sense. I like that play. Really adds up play.
Oh, yeah. This is the thing about Trickstar. When you have 4,000 life points, you can actually really insulate yourself against big pushes of your opponent.
Wow, we do go into the battle phase, and we have Corobane. This is huge. Yeah.
Very powerful interaction from your hand, Corobane.
And you get that extra damage in.
Yeah. Now, do they have another follow-up? No, Book of Moon used early from Kama 3 does not want to risk losing right here.
Yeah. Oh, but the Liquor is in hand. That's just a perfect response here.
Yeah, that would have been a game-winning push there if the Book of Moon had not gone off. So there we go. Oh, a second Book of Moon. Okay, every back row is gone. 1 card in hand. Kama 3 will need to make this work with only 2 cards at their disposal.
Yeah, but if there is a deck that can do that with just 2 cards, it's Speedroid, I would say. And it is the double yo-yo, so nice one.
Yeah, you're looking for either that or the Terror Top, and you're happy to get this one too. So they have the 3-star coming out. Takathomborg has hit the field, and we also have the Daiko Duke from the graveyard.
Yeah, so now it's all up to the face downs from BZ.
4-star tuner on the field. Let's see what they can get off the top here. Just give me the Terror Top. And now we go for the Synchro Summon. It's not the best answer that you can possibly have with the Speedroid deck, but it's gonna have to do for Kama 3 right now. The Kite Drake to clear. Is there a response from BZ? They have 2 back row.
It's a really good card here. Is there any response? there is the festival to protect, but that's
nothing
about
else.
it. That's
Well
huge.
done.
That brings my turn to an
Okay,
end.
so BZ has lost the powerful field. They have to get through a 3,000 attack Kite Drake. I was expecting one of those back row to do something. I think that Kama 3 is
Yeah.
very happy that they did not.
But this is still looking promising. You just get the Koro Bane, and that's a way to out it.
Yep.
So I feel like this is still enough. Good effort from
Gonna
Kama
do
3.
1,000 plus 18. That
Yeah,
is
that would be enough.
the game-winning push from BZ. Valiant attempt from Kama 3 to stay in that one, but BZ with the Trick Star deck will pull out the win and deny the sweep. Picking up game 3.
You're pretty great at this.
Solid stuff.
Nice one here. Yeah, absolutely. Nice one. It looked for a moment as if he could have a chance at sweeping, but
Yeah. I mean, that Kite Drake coming out and actually resolving in that
Yeah.
instance, I was like, that was crazy. I
Wow.
definitely thought that was not going to happen. But they did pull it off. They just didn't have enough in the tank to actually close that one out. That
Yeah.
one card in hand wasn't a back row. You needed something that was going to stop the follow-up play.
and in the end, it was the kind of a bluff play that saved him by setting the Trickster Festival. He had
Yeah.
2 copies in the graveyard to protect his Link, which
That's a
gave him
good
the win.
point.
So in the end, well played. You know, sometimes those bluffs can pay
Yeah.
off.
The back row did actually it affect the outcome of the
Yeah.
game, even if not in the way I
Technically.
expected when you see 2 back row at
Exactly.
Duel Links. But I think that shows what I had mentioned is the finesse of the Trickstar player. You need to know how to pilot that deck well, pilot it effectively. And yeah, props to BZ for being able to do that. Still in this series, we have not had a sweep yet,
No.
Marcello. No 3-0s for the
No
Duel
surprise,
Links
though.
World Championships.
Yeah, we have the best players across the entire world,
Oh,
so
yeah.
you don't expect many sweeps to happen, and that's not happening either way. And now we are back into those legendary decks.
We are. And let's do inventory of the legendary decks that we've seen so far. We have maybe another Chaz deck, Armed Dragon. I'm looking for it.
Yes.
We have not seen Pendulum yet this series, I don't believe.
No, we have not. We have definitely some powerful decks. We could see another, maybe Jack Catalyst. I was excited
That
about
was a
that
very
one in
fun
round
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that got through the Pendulum deck.
Yeah.
So I think either of those would be good options too. We'll be starting game 4 soon here,
Yeah.
as I think it's just so fun to see what the best players have decided to actually bring in, because it has been different than my expectations. And that's my favorite part. It's like, I
Yeah.
don't want it to be boring enough that we know what's happening. I want game 4 to deliver, as we have Kama 3 versus BZ getting ready.
Ooh, but it might be a mirror match when they both pick the
Okay.
same
We
character.
all can dual tame,
Yeah.
but only
2
I can
duelists
dual tame like
qualifying
this.
through the same region, playing the same deck in round 4. We got Pendulum versus Pendulum.
I'll dual tame like my dad to flip your frown
Now,
upside
when it comes
down.
down to a mirror
No
match
matter
between
who I
these
face,
decks,
I'll
I'm
keep
trying to
dueling
think
my
which one
duel.
I would favor.
Duel.
I almost feel like I'd want to go
Here I go.
second, maybe make a big
It's my
push.
turn.
I totally agree
I'm
with you,
counting
yeah.
on you.
Yeah.
But
I
on the
summon a
same
monster.
time, if you're able to OTK, obviously that's nice.
I
If you're
activate
not,
my monster's
then
effect.
they're gonna get back at you with all they've got. So,
Yeah. Pendulum has great kind of turn 3 if you don't take them out right away. But it can depend on what they're able to
Yeah.
open with.
Me at the top of my
And now we
game.
see once again, obviously, the Raging Pendulum skill. So consistent.
I activate a pendulum effect.
And with the Wisdom Eye Magician, you can search your deck for yet again the Oath Dragon.
Pendulum, carve the
There it
arc of
is.
victory. My monsters are
Now,
ready to
we're going to
swing
go for the
into
Pendulum
action.
Summon.
Pendulum summon.
This seems like a fairly tame turn
Yeah,
so far.
not the best.
If you're going first Pendulum, you know you're against Pendulum, I think that you do want to go for an overlay. I don't like the idea of just walling up with monsters only. But let's see what they actually decide to do here.
I special summon a monster.
We have a 6-star and a 4-star on field. And we got Santa Claus.
The Spice.
Build the overlay network.
And yeah, they can make a rank
Rank 6. Santa Claus is a very fun card in this deck because the rank 6 package you can go into for Beatrice, as well as just being able to get over annoying cards that your opponent might have.
Are we gonna see another Orcus Pendulum deck? Or maybe... Yeah! Wow!
Oh!
I'm counting on
Well,
you.
all right then.
I special
Here we
summon a
go.
monster.
I'm in
Orcus
for it.
Pendulum. I am loving these. It's not what I expected, but it is very satisfying to watch, piloted by players that know the ins and outs of this deck, of how they want to pilot it. We are going into the Link 2. We have Galatea hitting the board. Galatea can then get a Speller Trap from the deck by putting the Harpoorer back into the deck.
I activate my monster
Or we can wait to do that for now. We can just keep going more into the deck.
I know what to do. I special summon a monster.
Once again, as you mentioned, we have seen players using different targets for the Galatea. Sometimes they go for the Babel, sometimes they go for the Droshu.
Oh,
And that's it. Yeah, he's gonna go for the Droshu. Yeah.
so now we're gonna Link summon again. Link 3, or Link 2, I suppose. It's not guaranteed Link 3, but it does look to be the Longirsu coming out, as those are the proper arrows. And there it is, Longirsu, the Orcus Orchestrator. You can get more of your banished World Chalices and Orcus back into the deck, or we can just go straight into the Dingirsu.
Yep. Offering you protection. And yeah, gonna put it in defense. It seems like this will be it.
I flip over my set card.
Okay.
I activate a spell
You're gonna be
card.
sending something from the hand to the graveyard, I'm
From my
assuming here.
hand?
No, he just
Oh,
gets rid of
okay.
the Dingirsu, yeah.
Yeah, actually, not bad, because Dingirsu now can, with the skeleton, you can bring it back and have interruption on
Yeah.
your opponent's turn.
Yeah, because you can use the Beatrice to send the skeleton right
Yeah.
here.
And Orchestrated Babel allows your Orcus monsters to activate as quick effects,
I set the
so now they can
pendulum scale.
interact with the opponent in great
Now's
ways.
my
Yeah.
chance.
I honestly like this mix. I think
activate
it's a
my
very
monster's effect.
fun deck, yeah?
Yeah.
It works really
Beatrice
well.
is a very powerful card in Duel
Yeah.
Links.
Sure you want to do that? I activate my monster's
Ooh,
effect.
and this is a
I'm
touch card,
counting
yeah?
on you. I summon a monster.
Okay, well that can really mess with the Pendulum deck.
Yeah.
I set the pendulum scale.
Wisdom Eye Magician comes out,
Ladies
and
And
we are
there
going
it
for
is.
it.
The skill activated.
So this allows them to get into their deck. They can set up their extra deck with more Pendulum monsters. It really is the reason that the Pendulum deck is so powerful. Not only the fact that you have Pendulum zones, but it just gives you everything that you want as the Pendulum player. Just the Skull Cravat Joker on field. Let's see what else they want to go for now.
Yeah,
We haven't seen a rank 7 yet. Okay, now we have the Dingirsu coming back.
Yeah, because I think he forced it out with the Oath Dragon, probably targeting the Babel, I'm assuming. And let's see. Yeah.
Yep.
I activate my monster's
Now
effect.
Dingirsu's effect will activate.
I pendulum
And-
summon a
oh,
monster.
okay.
Wow, he gets rid of
Not
Joker.
going for the scales.
Interesting.
All right, well, that means that a Pendulum Summon will happen. They're only going to get the one. It's just Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon. And we get that summoning animation one more time. Bam. Odd Eyes versus the world, as Kama 3 will need this to go all the way.
Okay. But we special summon some more from the end, thanks to the Pendulum Summon. And that is the Coin Dragon,
Oh,
which
they
was
did
added.
have them, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon has some friends then, I suppose. You're feeling a little bit better with this field state now. Wow, they actually have a lot out here.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a huge synchro.
Okay. Let's see where they decide to go here. Kama 3.
I think it should be the
There
Trishula,
we
yeah.
go.
Yep.
Trishula Zero Dragon of the Ice Barrier running this variant of the deck. Very powerful card.
That could be it, honestly. Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kama 3 has it. 1 hit, 2 hits, and 3 duels won. Kama 3
He does.
takes the series.
what an ending.
Solid performance from Kama 3. Felt in control for most of the duels. That one that was lost, still didn't feel like they were out of it by any stretch. So impressive performance.
Absolutely. I mean, it looked as if this Pendulum Orcus deck seemed impressive.
Yeah.
But in the end, wow, even if he put up that field, he got OTK'd, you know?
Yeah, the Orcust has been presented differently than I expected.
Yeah.
And it has not been performing to the level that I
No.
expected either. So clearly the players that have done the prep to get to this point have also done the prep to know what is actually going to be strong in this current meta for Duel Links World Championship. And Kama 3, I also want to give shout-outs, of course, to Serenity, who was playing in the last match. I think both of them demonstrated where you can actually go with this current meta, apart from just what people are playing strictly on the ladder.
Absolutely, we have seen a lot of different decks, but I want to give shoutouts to both. It was still a very fun match to witness, and although in the end it was a 3-1 score, the one game was nice. I love to see, you know, the Trickster deck in action with the Blue Angel character and the skill. That was fun.
That was a fun deck. I'm happy that that one also got
Yeah,
the victory there in a very unique way too. Like fighting through the Kite Drake sometimes can be terrifying. But it was in a fun interaction that they were actually able to pick that one up with. And I think that overall the performance of the players have been making me even more excited because now we're going to go into round 3. These were pre-recorded, so we are catching up on some of the games, but we will have more matches ahead of us here.
Absolutely, we have a lot of different ones. This one, just as a reminder, was a match that we witnessed between 2 players from the same region, Area E, so Asia, Oceania, Middle East, and Africa. But right now, I think we're jumping into quite the different matchup, right?
This one is going to be one that maybe you and I have a little bit more stake in. I don't know if we're going to be able to stay friends, as we'll be watching V Bellafiore qualifying through North America versus Dipsilon qualifying through Europe. So
yeah, Area A against Area C, I guess.
All right, you know, may the best region win here,
absolutely,
Marcello.
Absolutely. We'll see how that goes. And yeah, it will be the first player from Area C Europe that we see in action here for Duel
That's a
Links.
good point. Yeah, we haven't really gotten to see any of the European players yet.
No.
And
Absolutely.
We'll
and
see what their read of the meta is, if it's going to be the same as everyone else.
Yeah, Dipsilon, so a player that qualified, as mentioned, in Area C, is from Germany, which is a very strong region across all formats, I gotta say. It was the most impressive region when it came to the TCG, with 4 players qualifying for the World Championship this year. So let's jump right into game 1.
Let's get into it. Dipsilon taking on V Bellafiore.
There it goes, and we already see some interesting characters here.
So Astro Phoenix so far, from my recollection at least, has been relegated to the Legendary Duelist slot. Unless I'm wrong, I think this might be the first time we're seeing him in the proper deck slot. But either way, it has shown the impressive ability to pilot the Destiny Heroes and make some very scary boards.
And this is also the first time that we see Yusei in action with this Upbound Illuminates the Future skill, which is obviously a synchron deck. And that's going to be an interesting one nonetheless.
Seen a lot of synchro representation in the Duel Links World Championship so far. One of my favorite summoning mechanics, so I'm pumped for this.
Yes,
I love this stuff. And it is unique that they are pulling out the Synchrons here. We've seen now Synchrons and also the Resonators, but it's paired with the Ursarctics.
Wow, what an interesting deck. Once again, the Ursarctic. And that's definitely something we didn't expect.
Yeah. This is the second time we're seeing Ursarctic cards represented, and it looks like we're going for a Synchro 8 with our 1-star tuner, and again, maybe spoilers on the screen, but I have a hankering for what this could be, and it's the ace card coming out, Stardust Dragon.
Let's see this animation for it.
This one's good. I love this. Stardust Dragon is a classic card, one of my favorites, played the most Yu-Gi-Oh! When this card was probably the most relevant, and that's partly why Duel Links is so fun. Still very relevant card, still very powerful card.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those cards that has the most, if not the most, different rarities and versions in the game, so I love it. Yeah.
Have you seen the Ghost Rare?
Absolutely,
it's a beautiful card.
absolutely. And there it is, your
The Terrifying.
terrifying
The one, the
Polari.
only.
Activate my
Polari.
monster's effect.
Polari.
Yeah, he's just a little guy, you know?
Yeah,
Just a little pal.
but don't underestimate him.
Yeah, you can't, because he is still fearsome, and he only grows bigger. He's the smallest bear, but he gets at everybody else. As now, let's see what Dipsilon wants to extend into. Megatanus does come out onto the field next, and we are going for the next synchro.
Yeah, I
Here we
do
go.
like this synergy.
I end my turn.
I mean, the Stardust gives you protection against maybe the cards that could be scary for the Ursarctic deck.
Yeah, destruction protection does feel good. Septentrion also makes it really difficult to play, you know, a lot of the extra deck monsters. You do need to go into Xyz or Lynx to get through it.
And now we get to see once again Astro Phoenix. As you mentioned, the first time there is not a legendary deck. But
Yeah. And I realized misquoting there. Of course, you cannot play the Xyz or the Lynx into that. So actually, this might be a decent matchup here for B Bellafiore, because you are going to be going for more fusions. And we have
There it is.
polymerization. So yeah, we're going to see the first one here.
Fusion summon a monster.
ooh, and I think we used the one from N as well. Yeah.
Oh. Vision Hero Trinity.
That's a big one. This can attack 3 times.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's nothing to stop this from attacking that I'm seeing. Although, now that I see... Okay, yeah, I do think Dipsilon might have some answers
Yeah.
here.
Megatanus gonna be used with the Big Dipper.
Okay. I special summon a monster.
We're going to get out another monster onto the field now. Big body
You're not the
to
only one
protect
full of
life points.
surprises. I activate my monster's effect.
And
Yeah,
boom, there we
the
go.
face down, but there is a Miracle Fusion from the end.
And learn.
This could be a scary one.
Summon a monster.
Yeah, let's see what V Bellafiore actually wants to go into here. It will be Elemental Hero Sunrise.
Yeah, which can get another Miracle Fusion potentially. But
Unless you're only running the one. Sometimes the deck lists will be piloting fewer of those. And here we go. We're going in just for a little bit of damage. Is this it?
yeah, and unless those face downs are amazing, it seems like the opening from Dipson was just too great for Vincent.
Mock Synchron. Oh, that's a
Wow.
fun one.
Synchro summon a monster.
And we're going to Synchro Summon higher now. You realize that the Ursarctic cards will not be doing much to the Destiny Heroes or the Hero Fusion deck in general. So we're going to go for the Kite Drake instead. Wind Machine type tuner, and it clears the field.
Here you try that.
But there is a warning point coming down.
My trap.
This will stop the Kite Drake. It cannot attack, its effects are negated, and now it is just kind of stuck on the field. Can't be used for Fusion, Synchro, Xyz, or Link.
Ooh.
But we got the Black Rose Dragon out now, and the Red Dragon Archfiend with that skill.
Up here, Black Rose Dragon.
Okay,
My friend, very soul.
Dipsilon's gonna go for a push here to try and clear out some of the monsters. One card in hand yet. I don't know if that's gonna turn into much more though.
Yeah, this is a very unique skill that can be used by sending all monsters you control to the graveyard, and basically you set 2 random Signer Dragons. So we could say he got probably a good one and a decent one, but as we can see here,
Oh!
expensible die.
Okay. So you will survive this turn unless that card in Dipsilon's hand does something big.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna go in. So a little bit of damage. V
Yeah.
Bellafiore should get a response though.
He's gonna stay in this and get another turn, most likely.
Black Rose Flare.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that Dipsilon would be running the deck that from the hand would get that damage in.
And now there is a chance
I activate
for
my monster's effect.
Bellafiore.
Let's see what you can do. I end my
Okay,
turn.
what can Destiny Heroes do on the crackback?
I mean, 3 cards are plenty, to be fair. This
Yeah, true.
field is not too scary.
Malicious's effect.
And because you have the multiple maliciouses, you still can extend more Not Dry and Malicious is big
Here comes
for this deck. You are running a
Drill
decent
Dark.
number of cards. And we have the Drill Dark.
Come on out. I link
Now
summon a
finally,
monster.
without their Arctic pretty much locking him out of Link summons, he can access them. And that's gonna be nice here.
And we're into the Ferocious Flame Swordsman. It's not going to be enough on its own.
Time to battle. Go.
Yeah, but you can crush it and bring back from the graveyard the fusion.
True.
Yep.
I'm just giving
I
you
wasn't
a
even
hint.
thinking about that.
My
Creative
Fusion
thinking.
effect activates.
Marcello was watching it, V Bellafiore was thinking it, and we will see Vision Hero Trinity hit the board yet again.
Trinity, show your stuff.
It won't be able to get through the Red Dragon Archfiend.
No, because unfortunately it was not fusion summoned.
So that's your move.
But at least he stays in this. He's
Yeah.
trying his best.
I won't let you win this.
This is the, I would say, the most interaction we've seen so far.
Yeah.
This is a back and forth duel. Neither player has made the game-ending push yet.
Yeah. And this is an interesting choice because the Red Dragon Archfiend would actually destroy his own card. But
Face down card. My trap.
nice
Canada
Canada.
will set, so that will keep Vision Hero alive.
This is giving me a chance now.
My
Yeah,
fate
this is huge.
My turn. I draw.
Via Bellafiore, well, they get more back row, more traps to interact, or more fusion spells. Okay, we're still rocking it with just Vision Hero Trinity, but it is enough to clear the Red Dragon Archfiend now. So now, I mean, the tempo has switched back to V Bellafiore, who's starting to control the duel again.
My turn. I draw.
Let's see this draw. He really needs to access some of this. Wow, nothing.
That is a rough turn from Dipsilon. This could be enough for V Bellafiore to really make a big push. Oh, it's just another
No.
set and attack.
This has really taken a weird turn.
Yeah.
With like a step back in pace.
I won't let you win this duel.
One more draw from Yusei and Dipsilon. Let's see.
I activate a continuous
And we're
spell.
back to the Arctic engine.
Yes.
I activate my monster.
Radiation coming out.
Okay. That's not bad.
I special summon a monster.
Now, how many cards are they going to draw here? That's the test of
I activate a
Arctics.
continuous spell.
And we're going to get a card to hand from the Radiation. And Expendable
Ooh,
Die.
that's a nice one, yeah.
Now, you could destroy the continuous spell. Yeah, okay. So we are going to do that. We have, I assume, a back row that will stop this. It's another Canadian. You can chain the Canadian Graveyard, get a monster on field, and set that monster on your opponent's field. Which, ironically, the Canadian Grave Summoning can actually clear.
Absolutely.
My trap activates.
That's a nice interaction. A card that
I
we could say is a similar version to the Book of Moon, which
Yeah.
we mentioned is so good. But in this case, arguably better with a 1200 attack.
This is the best duel we've had so far today, Marcello. We are in for a
Yes.
treat, as it is still not over. Unlikely V Bellafiore gets a lethal push here. Yeah, we're just normal summoning and attacking with Drill Dark. We will get some piercing damage.
The only thing is 700 life points and a 1600 attack monster.
Ah, that's a good
left.
point. That could be tough.
It's go time. My turn.
Monster Startic would be enough here. And what's the top deck?
Okay,
A
another Radiation.
I activate
Oh, wow. Yeah,
This is big.
this is a big one.
I special summon a monster. I activate my monster's effect.
Unless there is a miracle, this
I
could be it.
activate a continuous spell.
Okay, we get to draw. This draw could be the decider.
and that,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, we got
I
it.
activate
We got
my
it, we got
monster's
it.
effect.
Arctic's ability to get themselves on the
Special
board
summon a monster.
cannot be underestimated. They got big attack power, and with only a 1600 attack Destinier on the field, you got to imagine that this game is over.
He doesn't really need to do much at this point. He can just attack, but instead he's
Oh.
going for the Polaris once again. Polaris.
I activate
Okay.
a field spell.
Well, let's see what the end goal here is. They will still get to draw more cards. Your Arctics are incredible at
Yeah.
just getting through their deck. Down to 7 cards. And we do take the Drill Dark, which also, once returned, gets that piercing. I think this is honestly the safer play, because now you're taking to the defense position monster basically guareteeing it. Dipsilon looks to be taking the first duel in this best of 5, and that one went the distance.
As you mentioned, the most back and forth we have seen all day. All day, I gotta say. And yeah, that's a great way to start things off. I mean, makes sense. We are in round 3.
That was down to the wire. I feel bad I was using the whole seat. I only needed the edge of it in that one. It was, what, like 10 turns apiece? It felt like at the end. Maybe 10 total. But still, when we have the lightning fast rounds that we've had so far, breath of fresh air, honestly, to get this slower, grindy game. Every card counts. Everything's interacting with everything. And it really was down to the skill expression and outplaying the opponent, getting that final push.
Absolutely. It seems as if it could go either way. We have had multiple pushes from both sides. And in the end, kind of a flex, I want to say, from the deck. Attacking and winning with his own opponent monsters with the piercing damage.
Field spell can be quite terrifying, being able to take away your monsters from your own field. And the Arctics now, another win.
Another win. Chew for chew. Chew for chew.
Unique build this time around, as it was our Arctics mixed with a little bit of Synchron, a little bit of Stardust. I mean, hey, I love the creativity coming out from these duelists.
We mentioned it was the first time we saw the Yusei character being used. We didn't see Arctic coming as the deck for it, but it works.
Game 2 underway. Who's able to take this one around as we have Dipsilon up against V Bellafiore.
Now we switch to those legendary decks, and it seems as we might add a mirror match with the same character being picked in Varys.
There are plenty who despise me.
Legendary duel this time around. Dipsilon, in the longest duel that we've had so far, did take the first win. Now they're going second here, as we're expecting most likely Rocket mirror matchup.
And that's it. So we start things off with the Rocket.
Now we saw the power of the Rocket deck earlier today. Its ability to synchro climb.
But once again, depending on the build, sometimes going second might even be better when you can access the pushes, as we have seen with the Scarlight and the Void Ogre. So let's see.
I think Void Ogre can be a very powerful card to go for early on with this deck, but we're actually overlaying into Evil Swarm Nightmare.
I like it. You see your opponent character, you're expecting a mirror match.
True.
And this is, you know, the mind game, I guess.
Seems to be a bit of a meta read here from V Bellafiore.
For sure.
One of the more powerful turn ones that you can have here. Very scary Xyz monster.
It's basically a Book of Moon with legs, we could say. And that's a pretty annoying one to deal with.
Yeah, pretty sure there's a sword on that, too. And a
That's
cape.
true.
There's a lot going on with that Book of Moon.
Yeah.
He might even have a book in the art. We can't even tell.
Possibly.
The back of the belt. All right, but it is that mirror matchup. So, how well can Dipsilon play into this interruption?
I mean, the great thing is that it can set any amount of monsters you get, and this is exactly what we are gonna see here. The Evil Swarm Nightmare being activated, and that's it. It seems like that was enough to stop him.
Ooh, triple back row though. That's kind of terrifying. We do still have an attack. Magna Rocket Dragon is very strong with the double boot sector launches.
Ooh, and it gets rid of the Nightmare.
Oh.
Interesting.
Okay. It's already served the purpose.
Sure.
I suppose, maybe not though. One of those back row could be the quick launch. But we'll have to wait and see.
And the advantage is definitely on Dipsilon's side in terms of just row card advantage. But boot sector launch, second effect can be activated here, which is pretty nice.
Not the as common one, but it is still very powerful. You need to respect it for what it can do. And now, okay, this time we are going for the Synchro Summon.
Might be the Void Ogre if he wants to just set a card before.
Could be.
Let's see.
No, not. Void Dragon would make sense. Yeah, no cards in hand.
In defense. Interesting.
activates
Huh.
during this end
I
phase.
almost wonder if that was a
The tutor monster,
misclick.
Rocket Tracer.
Either way, they are just walling up. They
I
can
end my
play
turn.
into some of that back row.
It's your turn.
Compared to the previous
I'll
duels, this
decimate
is
you
a
from
very
existence.
slow one,
It's
very
my
control
turn.
focused
Witness a
between
duel
both
that
of these
transcends
duelists.
The limits of the mind.
And now we get to see the border launch activated.
Rocket Dragon.
Get that Link 2 in the graveyard.
Yeah.
I manifest my circuit.
Let's see what this circuit manifests into, Dipsilon. We are going for a Link summon. Link 2 monster in the Rocket deck. We have an imagination of what it is, and the
Yep.
Booster Dragon
Link
has
2
hit the field.
Booster Dragon. Boot sector launches effect activates.
Hey, and now guess who controls more monsters?
Ha!
Ooh,
use
but
the
that's a
card
huge
I
one
set.
in the Ice Dragon
Yeah, oh,
prison.
yeah.
Activate a trigger.
Wow.
Okay.
Amazing card,
I'll
obviously
use the
amazing in the
Oh,
mirror. Nice.
Necrofusion Chain.
But
The
now,
layers in this
I
duel
activate my
cannot be
monster's
understated. The patience of
I'll
both of
use
these
the-
players,
Oh!
but the Void Ogre Dragon is
I
still on the
activate
field,
the
and we have
Yeah.
the Fiendish Chain to answer the Void Dragon.
This is a crazy chain link, yeah.
I'll use
Oh,
Wow.
it's still going. Every card on the field is getting flipped over. We are playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Chain 6, that's amazing.
the
Yeah.
war and anger merge into the
Oh,
source
this
of
is
all
beautiful.
rage.
What a turn.
Everything's negating everything. I don't even know where we're going to end up. I think we just end up with net neutral. Nothing was really accomplished because everything was flipped, and Borreload Furious Dragon will hit the
Borreload
field.
Furious Dragon.
This is huge. And what a crazy play from Dipson.
Metal Rocket Dragon.
This can get through that Void Ogre. You pop your own Metal
Activate
Rocket.
Booster Dragon's effect.
Booster Dragon can continue
Metal
the
Rocket
plays.
was targeted by a Link monster's effect.
Oh,
I activate my quick.
we have
launch.
a quick
Ooh.
launch still.
It destroys everything in the column, though.
Yeah.
Magna Rocket Dragon.
That's crazy. He's
So
gonna
we're
clear.
just going to get this out, and that is a very,
Wow.
very valuable rocket right there. We still have the Furious Dragon. We're going for the boot sector launch. V Bellafiore will have nothing on the field.
Yeah.
Metal Rocket Dragon's
That's
effect
honestly
activates during this
beautifully
end
played
phase.
by
The
Dipsilon.
Tutor monster. Rocket
Wow.
Tracer.
We just went to end phase.
I end my
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay,
It's
we're
your
not
turn.
even giving them an
My
activation.
turn.
We're giving them
I
nothing.
activate
What do you
my
have? V Bellafiore. We're using the skill.
One more throw, and yeah, it's only a face down, though.
Yeah, I think this one is done and dusted. The fusion
is.
can clear out that back row. We have another float here as Silver Rocket Dragon now comes out, and Dipsilon. Very patient play. A chain 6 interaction between
Crazy
these
match.
two duelists. And an impressive field state will make the game-ending push and take 2 in a row.
It's not over yet.
Beautiful Yu-Gi-Oh! Played here in this
Absolutely.
best of 5. This is my favorite match of the day, Marcello.
I gotta say it the same. This seems to be the match that keeps on giving, and what a show off, honestly. It's crazy, yeah?
The Dipsilon's patience.
Yeah.
Fiore as well. Both of these duelists are so patient, putting monsters in defense mode when I would have been like, no, attack, I'm going in there with that Void Ogre Dragon. But they say, no, we're going to wait it out. I'm going to play to the back row versus back row interactions. And it just happened to be that Dipsilon had more of the answers in that instance.
That chain is amazing. It's not a chain that's supposed to be on Duelists, I feel
Right?
like. It's like,
I've never seen
yeah,
anything
chain
like that.
6 is absolutely amazing. And yeah, what a match we're witnessing this one. And honestly, it doesn't even feel that fair to Bellafiore that is down 2-0.
Yeah,
Like,
it
seems-
doesn't feel like V Bellafiore's been misplaying
No.
or playing poorly.
Absolutely not. Has been that close of a match, but we are jumping right back into it.
Can
with-
V Bellafiore bounce back? Or will Dipsilon make it a quick 3-0? Game 3 underway.
Very well.
All right,
I
V
accept your
Bellafiore.
challenge. Rage.
Let's see
Quit
it.
your yapping so you
We
can get
have
to
the
losing.
presumably
Duel.
Speedroid deck. Every
Here
time I
go.
see this character locked in,
my
I
turn.
assume this from
From my
Dipsilon, but V
hand,
Bellafiore
I
will
activate a
go
continuous
first.
spell.
And what a start. Automata pickup. Really good opener
From
for
my
this deck.
hand, I activate a spell card.
Onomatopoeia as well. This deck can draw through
Yep.
many cards.
It's a deck we have not seen today yet,
summon a
but
monster.
definitely a Gaga deck that is really interesting.
I activate my monster's effect.
I remember this deck being even more prevalent before the latest limited
I
list,
activate my
as you were
monster's
able to
effect.
go also into a pretty
know what to
solid
do.
Orcust combo.
I special summon a
I'm not
monster.
expecting that this time around, but the deck still has
activate
garnered
my
a lot of
monster's
respect for what it is actually able
Come
to
out.
pull off here.
I Xyz summon a monster.
We will be Xyz summoning. The deck's able to cheat out a lot of very unique Xyz monsters. Let's see what V Bellafiore wants to go into this time around. It's going to be the Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal.
I activate my
Now, do we
monster's
go
effect.
into an
The Orcust. Yeah.
It is.
Yes!
Okay, so we are getting the Orcust
I activated
Gaga
a crit
deck. I
spell.
didn't know if we would actually get this. I felt like it wasn't as powerful once you don't have access
I
to
special
Nightmare
summon a
Mermaid, but
monster.
hey, we're still in it. We're still going for it.
I activate my monster's effect. All right.
So, we're
I
going to get an
special
Orcust
summon
package
a
out now.
monster.
We can end with a Beatrice and a,
I know what
I
to
would
do.
guess, Dingirsu. We'll
Create
see
the
what V
ultimate
Bellafiore
circuit.
has in mind.
I set my
Or you can
monsters
still
in
keep the
linked
Dingirsu in the
arrows.
graveyard and then go
Link
for
the circuit.
a simple skeleton
Yeah,
combo
exactly.
on your opponent's turn. That seems to be where most people build their decks. I can't imagine variation, but so far it appears that the duelists have been in agreement as to what the best way to play Orcust is,
Yeah.
and that is the
I
combo we've been
activate
seeing
my
most.
monster's effect.
Yeah, although up until now it was always in Pendulum,
I
so
activate my
this is
skill.
a nice new thing.
Anything
I
that can get to
activate my
Beatrice can also
monster's
get into
effect.
Orcust.
Yeah.
And
I know
I think
what to
that
I
duelists have
special
been
summon a
experimenting a
monster.
lot with what the best way to get there is. This is just one of the
I
ways.
activate my monster's
And
effect.
Raid Raptors
Alright.
as
I
well.
special summon a monster.
Interesting
Well,
mix
this
here.
is a fun one.
Yeah.
I Xyz summon a
And now we
monster.
see an XYZ, yeah.
Let's see what they go into. Rank 4. And what's it gonna be? It's
No,
the Evil
once
Swarm
again.
Nightmare again. I love this card. I love that it has such representation
I
here.
Xyz summon a monster.
And
And
now we're
again.
gonna go into the Dingirsu with Galatea.
That's great. And once again, if we assume, as you mentioned, that we are up against the Speedroid, the Nightmare is amazing.
I activate
So-
my monster's effect.
Okay.
That brings my turn to an end. Here I
Solid
go.
opening. The
It's
Dingirsu
my
protects
turn.
the
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Draw.
So we're going for the
activate
Nightmare
my
Lock
monster's
instead of an
effect.
interaction where the Galatea sets the Babylon field spell from the deck. Again, we don't even know if they're playing that package. Maybe this is the purpose. We'll have to wait and see. But either way, Dipsilon will have to play through a very tough
Terrortop's
board.
effect activates. I'll play this. I activate my monster's effect.
Okay, that's going to get set.
From my hand,
Makes sense.
we
Wow.
have-
This is a huge chalice, yeah.
Chalice is big here. Will shut down Nightmare.
Speedroid, Take, Tomboy.
And Dingirsu on field is much less intimidating than Dingirsu in the graveyard often.
Yeah, totally
I
agree.
activate my monster's effect.
But yeah, this chalice was
I'll play
really
this.
clutch here.
I activate my
Without it, I
monster's
think
effect.
the edge was definitely on
Giving up is a
Bellafiore.
thing that I just don't do.
Beatrice sending the Tackle Crusader to the graveyard.
I banish Den Den Daiko Duke from
Gets
the
a Book of
graveyard.
Moon-like effect, setting a monster.
The tutor
But
monster.
Speedroids,
Spooky Medusa
very
Viper.
powerful at playing through this kind of interruption. And the biggest one was the Evil Swarm Nightmare. Now that that's down, they can just keep going. That's huge. Lance off the top.
Use your wings to whip up a whirlwind of destruction. I synchro summon.
There he goes, once again, the ace for the deck. Yep.
Now, important to note that Dingirsu does not target, so Clearwing Synchro Dragon is not going to be enough of an end board. It will look incredible in the animation, but Dipsilon will still be thinking and processing, what more can I do after this initial play? They have 2 cards in hand. We know, that, I believe that was either a Terror Top, I forget what was set, but either way, it's just one of the monsters that would go into a Synchro. Now we have the effect, and we're going into the Synchro 8. Okay.
Yeah. 2 main options here, usually.
Kite Drake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah, makes sense. But at the same time, the Dingirsu is there. So let's see.
You could negate the effects of all cards, but I think you would...
Yeah,
it
it
is,
does.
okay. We haven't normal summoned yet? Oh, wow, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the Terror Drop
Well,
is
that's
good.
fun.
Yeah. Turns out, Terror Top is a good card.
Yeah. Oh, great card, I would say.
Yeah.
So, the Kite Drake has negated everything. Now, the Dingirsu cannot use the protection. They can just start hitting through these monsters. Chanbara is not bad.
No, it's actually pretty nice here.
And a back row. Yeah, we know that that is, I believe, the Forbidden Chalice. Is that what we saw added? It was a forbidden card. And we're going to gain the attack. We're going to hit over
Yeah,
both
he's gonna
of these.
clear everything, you know.
He has a Forbidden Chalice set. And not a lot of follow-up from V Bellafiore. You have the Dingirsu in Graveyard. You can use an Orca Symbol Skeleton to try and get through a little bit of this field. We're going to go for the Harp Horde. I assume get to that skeleton. Let's see.
Yep.
There it is.
Still close. Ooh, and that's a
That's big.
huge pickup. Yeah.
Really big pickup.
This is now looking doable from Vincent. I mean, the Orcus deck just has so much recursion to it. So.
Yeah. That's the strongest part about this, why I expect to see so much of it here at the World Championships. And hit for Chanbara.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting.
Not the Kite Drake. Or even the Forbidden Chalice. So
Yeah.
he's going to be going for another play here then. He must have answers to the other threats.
Totally agree.
I activate my monster's effect.
I'm also wondering whether they're actually a Chavez.
I
'Cause
special summon a monster.
would you not use it then on the Dingirsu? Like if you are afraid that they get rid of it? I guess.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the use... Wait, yeah, it doesn't target.
I set my monsters
Interesting
in the
calls.
Link
So
arrow.
let's see.
Link the circuit.
But now
Link summon.
he's gonna finally commit to a Link Summon. Could just be once again the Galatea.
Yeah,
Or
a lot of times you run 2 Galatea, so it wouldn't surprise me if that is the decision here.
Yeah.
There it is. Galatea, the Orcust, Automaton,
I
has
activate
not
my
used the
monster's
effect to
effect.
search for a smaller trap
no,
yet.
not yet.
Do they play
I'm
the
setting
Babel?
a card.
Oh,
He just sets the second
Oh,
one.
okay.
Okay,
I know
interesting.
what to do. I summon
so
a
it's kind of
monster.
just a turbo deck here trying to get through.
Yeah, maybe he's not even using the Babel then. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I link summon a
Wouldn't be
monster.
surprised based on this point.
Yeah, I guess-
Presumably long Gearsu here.
Both make sense.
Oh! The arrows are pointing different directions.
It is the
Unicorn!
Nice.
I activate my
So
monster's
this should
effect.
get out the Chalice.
Time for battle.
No, it's definitely
Oh,
not
right, yeah,
Chalice
okay,
then,
okay.
I guess.
Yeah, yeah, it must have
Yeah.
been a different one. I don't remember exactly which one it was.
Yeah, because he did activate the Chalice, right? Earlier on.
I thought he had grabbed
Yeah.
another one, but you know what? Well, I'm sure we'll find out here soon. Dipsilon is still alive, still in this game right now.
Ooh.
Although, is he?
And some eat coming from the
Yeah, wow.
AI, you know?
It's my turn.
Playmakers,
I'm
Getting into this right now.
Ruthless, yeah.
setting a
Oh,
card. As long as the
Dipsilon.
duel isn't over, I can still
Not
win.
having the best follow-up, just trying to survive at this point. I think V Bellafiore will make this an
Oof.
interesting series.
It's never that easy.
We've yet to have a sweep so far.
I draw.
Will we
I'll flip
avoid
over
that
the
the
card that I set.
entire day
I
in
activate
Duel
a
Links?
spell card.
V Bellafiore has played an
I
incredible
activate my
series so
monster's
far,
effect.
even though they're down 2-0.
Come
It's
out.
not for a lack of
special
skill.
summon a monster.
We've seen patience. We've seen skill expression from
I
V
activate
Bellafiore.
my monster's effect.
Dingirsu's going to try and get through. Oh, Book of Moon.
A Book of Moon that was not chained. I mean, at the same time, Vincent could have just sent another card to the graveyard if that was the case. So
Yeah.
probably he didn't bother because you know this was
Okay,
over.
I guess so. Dipsilon suffers the defeat. V Bellafiore with the victory.
And back in it, back in it.
Back in it, not a sweep.
No.
No 3-0s today, Marcello.
No, absolutely deserved. We mentioned it. It would have been too rough on him.
Yeah, it didn't feel, based on how the first two duels went, it did not feel like
No.
this was deserving of a 3-0. No shade at all to
No.
Dipsilon, but the skill of these two duelists feels very close.
Yeah, they are both amazing players. They were really impressed by this matchup right here.
Yep.
And once again, now it's not going to be a sweep, and we're going to go back to those legendary decks.
Yeah, so Legendary Deck round 2.
Yep.
We've seen all of our series end on this one, though.
That's
V
true.
Bellafiore make the reverse sweep happen. We haven't gotten to that point yet, or even to that fifth
Let's see
duel.
if you're jinxing it for Team Europe, I guess. Or, yeah, if that will be
Oh,
the case.
yeah, this is the matchup.
Yeah, we got caught up in the moment, but we're still there. We're
I
still
just
there.
love the duels, honestly.
Absolute same,
Yeah,
to be fair. That was a great matchup, yeah. Great match for sure. And yeah, once again, we have seen a lot of different decks, though. So I'm definitely curious to see what these legendary decks remaining are.
Yeah, let's do inventory of the cards that we've seen. Reminder that the players can only play the max cards across all their decks. So if they have shown the 3 Book of Moons, we will not see the Book of Moons in the later decks. What are the big power cards left? I mean, I feel like we've seen all the Forbidden cards. We've seen the Book of Moons.
Yeah,
Maybe things like Compulsory Evacuation Device could still come out. I know we haven't seen as much of that, but that is still a fairly popular card.
Absolutely, maybe the Ice Dragon Prison even more, but it seems like we are ready for Game 4.
V Bellafiore has bounced back with a victory. Dipsilon still 1 win away from taking the series as we are into Game 4.
And it seems like it will be a pendulum mirror match.
Again! Second match in a row that both duelists have decided to have this character represented in their 4th duel, the second legendary one.
Put on a show you'll never forget. Duel. Here I go.
It's definitely an interesting one where we have seen the player going second. Oh, and we see the Orcus mix-up.
Okay, so we saw this in some previous rounds, the Pendulum plus Orcus combo. You can get into the Beatrice, you can get into the Orcus package, but if you just open the Orcus package, that also works. Like, that's actually, I imagine, even more ideal.
I set the pendulum scale.
Totally.
Now, they're going to use the skill Raging Pendulum. We've seen this a few times. If you're just joining us and you're not aware of what it does, just sets up your extra deck, sets up your hand, sets up everything the Pendulum deck wants to do. And it seems like V Bellafiore is off to the races right now with an ideal start.
Yeah. I gotta say I like this Orcus inclusion. Like, Pendulum Call is an amazing card, but it's technically, you know, reinforcement of the army, I guess better one, but it's still not an advantage card. But when you pair it up with the Orcus cards, it can turn into a +1 quite easily.
Yeah.
And I like
Send
that
an
a lot.
Orcus to the graveyard so that you get to use that Orcus card in the graveyard now to get you more advantage. Dice Pendulum Dragon will come out from the extra deck. What comes out from the hand now? That is always the mark of how strong your opening is for this deck. We have a level 4 monster.
Wisdom Eye obviously does not work when you go for Pendulum Call because you cannot destroy your scales.
Yeah. A little bit of disenergy. We call it balance, though.
Are we gonna see yet again the Evil's War Nightmare this time around too?
I mean, why not? It's been working so far. It fits well against a lot of the meta, but Abyss Dweller instead. If you assume your opponent is also on the Orcus deck, I actually really like this.
Yeah? I think that's a pretty heads-up play, but at the same time, if they are not, that's completely useless. Yeah.
And I think one of the powers of the Pendulum deck is you can pivot, and you don't have to go into the same place every time.
No.
Oftentimes you can. I mean, you're running the Rebellion Dragon anyway, so I mean, you could just go into that, go for a big push here. Let's see what their end board looks like, though. This is, I think, of another reason why they set their monsters in defense mode often. They don't want to get hit big with an attack mode monster.
Yeah, but this is very nice with the Babel to get back that Dingirsu.
Okay.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, so we're going to go probably into Long Girsu here. Trying to get the Galatea in the graveyard. Maybe Single Skeleton to bring it back. Or a different Link 3. Decode Talker. And maybe a little... Okay, so they can still get something back into that zone.
I know what to do.
So we're just going to try and Decode Talker wall up here. Not a bad board.
Yeah.
And you can still go into further plays. Yeah, so
you should go into the
very
Girsu, I guess, to just get back the skeleton from Vanish.
Yeah, and now the Forbidden cards are going to be a little less powerful here to try and get through. Although we have seen a lot of those, so I don't even know if they're going to be played and represented here in Dipsilon's deck. But wow, what an opening! Vibella mastering this deck.
Here I go. It's my
Interesting,
turn.
though. Yeah.
Look at this field.
Now's my chance. I activate
And it could have
my
been the
monster
exact
attack.
same field, just with
Yeah.
not
I don't
it-
know.
Monster.
Ooh, and only a set.
No.
No way.
Dipsilon might just be
I draw.
accepting that
I
there is
activate
no
Pendulum
chance
effect.
because I cannot imagine a world where that face-down monster will prevent
Yeah.
Vibella Fiore from winning this one. This could be the first Game 5 that we're going into all day. The Duel Links World Championships has been tight, but this could be the precipice of a reverse sweep for Vibella Fiore. The United States representative, everything to attack mode, hit him!
Here goes.
Yep.
My monster attack.
I said it, that you were gonna jinx it. Oh, but no, actually, there is a surprise here, I guess.
It's
but
not
with
enough.
Yeah, it's not enough.
Yeah, okay, we're just gonna go in. And Dipsilon, unless you have a Kite Drake, or not Kite Drake, Kite Roid in hand, we haven't seen any of those yet.
Yeah, not at all.
It's in. Vibella Fiore! Looking for the reverse sweep will tie up the series.
Absolutely, you said it. First Game 5 that we are gonna
Woo.
see here. What a match! This
What
is
a
amazing.
beautiful opening.
Yeah.
The Abyss Dweller, again, I mean, we've seen so many
Clutch.
of the Nightmares coming out that we just kind of, or I just assumed, oh, it's going to be the same, Book of Moon, anything the opponent special summons. But if they're on the Orcus deck, and it's still an
Makes
if,
sense.
but if they are, which seems to be the way everyone's playing the Pendulum
Yeah.
deck, you just completely shut that down with that Abyss Dweller. There's not a lot that they can do.
I like it, I like it. It's, yeah, mind games at its finest. It worked out. And as you mentioned, for the first time, we're heading into Game 5.
Yes.
And we might see that first reverse sweep from Vibella Fiore.
The first two duels were so close. Go back to
Yeah.
that Duel 1 if you haven't watched it.
Yeah, that was...
Chain Link 6 between all the
Crazy
cards
stuff.
set, and we felt that a 3-0 would not have given this series justice.
No,
Well, now
absolutely.
we gave this series justice.
Yeah.
We're going into that Game 5.
Absolutely, there was not a better series to get into the Game 5 up until now. So we want to see who will be that advances with this undefeated record. That's going to be amazing. Yeah.
I think this is the best gameplay we've seen all day for Duel Links, and I could not wait or hope for a better ending. One more game, the dream, as Dipsilon and Vibella Fiore will go into Game 5.
Quit your yapping
No
so
more
you
legendary
can get to
duelists.
losing. This
We're
duel won't be
into the
easy.
final
I must duel at my
decks.
very
We have
best to
not
win.
seen
Duel.
the 5th decks from anyone, and this is where the deck building chops really comes back into
Oof.
play.
And
Not a great
Dipsilon-
start for
Ah.
Dipsilon.
I draw.
Only a face down, we might see that reverse, and there is a
Oh!
Cosmic.
Huge!
Wow.
Vibella Fiore has an open field. I'm imagining this is a Speedroid deck, and it was a Needle Stealing. That
my
could have
God.
stopped everything.
This could be over in
Yeah.
just a blink of an eye. Wow.
Not hard for Speedroid to set up 4,000 damage in one turn when there's nothing to play into.
Activates.
Oh my. Just a face down and a Cosmic into the Terror Trap. This is amazing stuff from Vibella Fiore.
Okay, let's see it, Vibella Fiore. This is your victory lap.
The tuner
You were down, but you were not out.
Daiko
2 games behind Dipsilon. You needed to sweep 3.
whip up a whirlwind of
Can you
destruction.
pull it off right here, right now? Dipsilon did not have the opening he was hoping for unless there's something waiting in this hand.
Yeah. It seems like this might be over.
Level
Just needs one more monster.
Synchro Dragon.
And Speedroids can get many more than just that.
Yeah, he can get so many. Awesome. This is just off the Terror Trap special summon. You can still do so much. Yeah, normal summon anyone. And this is already so much damage. Yeah,
Yeah, we're gonna
enough.
Clear Wing Acceleration to skill
Yeah.
will get them into that level 8 synchro.
Away for the monster
This is
force
enough
by
with
raw
just the
power.
level 8 synchro.
I synchro
So
summon.
again, unless there is some...
We haven't seen any Kite-Roids.
yeah.
That is maybe something that a deck 5 would have. If we're really going into the pool of cards,
Take
there's a
enough.
chance.
Level 8 Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon.
But then, I mean, even then, you have the Crystal Wing,
Yeah,
so
you
it
can
doesn't
negate
matter,
it.
right?
You can negate it.
The tuner
This
monster.
game appears to be over. V Bellafiore stuck in it, and it was the closest match we've had, the best match that we've
I
had.
agree.
A whirlwind of destruction.
We're going through the classic combo, we're going through the motions, but it feels certain. Unless we're missing something, unless V Bellafiore is missing something.
Maybe the clock. That's the only thing
Ah.
I can get to him. But yeah, this is plenty of damage for him. Well executioned.
Two
Yeah.
back row.
Clear Wing
If it doesn't end here, I can't imagine a world where it's not still a victory. One attack goes through, the second is declared. Dipsilon, do you have anything?
Attack Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon.
That
Crystal Cataclysmic
doesn't seem to
Strike.
be the
It-
case.
That's
It's not.
it! V Bellafiore with the reverse sweep will pick up 3 in a row and claim the victory.
Such power. Yeah, I'm on a roll.
Beautiful game.
What a match. What a match
Beautiful.
this was. And the reverse sweep, I guess it had to happen at some point.
Yep.
And congrats to both, honestly.
That's some Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
Right there, Marcello. That is what everyone wants to see at
Yeah.
the World Championships.
Absolutely.
V Bellafiore could have given up. Could have said, I've lost 2. It's looking dicey. That Chain Link 6 was insane.
Yeah.
But stuck in it, head in the game, 3 games in a row, and got the win.
Yeah, it was honestly the match of the dreams. We've seen it all. We've seen high-level technical gameplay. We've seen, as you mentioned,
Yep.
on Chain 6. We've seen
That was
back and
insane.
forths, top decks. And finally, unfortunately, I want to say, an ending with just a brick and a Cosmic
Yeah.
Cyclone. So that was just too much. And unfortunately for him, it is V Bellafiore who instead reverse sweeps and advances, moving on. Great stuff.
Yeah, heart
Gotta
does
give
go out to
credit.
Dipsilon there. I'm happy you bring
Absolutely.
that up. That was a brick. Setting Needle Sealing Pass is probably not what the deck is designed to
Yeah,
do.
absolutely.
And you weren't able to play out what you were trying to pull with your 5th deck. But, I mean, arguably, maybe there's that conversation, too, of how do you build a 5th deck when
Yeah.
you've already used up the pool of all the other cards? The fact we got a Speedroid deck
Yeah, as
for
the
the 5th deck from V Bellafiore is honestly also impressive. He went through so many other strategies to even get there.
Absolutely, and still, regardless, there is a long way to go. And
Yes.
after all we have seen, I would be shocked if we didn't see Dipsilon and V Bellafiore not make it to the semifinals later
Yeah.
on. So maybe we'll just see them again.
They both did well earlier on in the day, and again, those were replays that we were watching,
Yeah.
so maybe we can catch up on how the rest of their day has
Absolutely.
gone. We will have the semifinals for Duel Links to close out the day, but before that, we will have more Match Duel coming up. But, I mean, props to everybody. Those are some really fun matches, and I love the meta that we have in Duel Links. These
Yeah.
Orcus splashes in all these different decks are so fun.
So many different decks, so many different characters and skills. Even just in these first 3 rounds that we went through,
Yep.
there was so much action going on, and you can really see that innovative deck building came in. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a big factor because the Master Duel format's fun. There's 6 decks.
Yeah.
This one is 5 decks between one person, and they can only use so many cards across all those 5 decks. I had so many theories in my mind of where the meta would go, And I'm so happy I was wrong because it means
Yeah.
I get to learn from the players that are actually building these decks and at
Absolutely.
this level of play.
It's great to be surprised, and we can say we got a lot of surprises in these
Yep.
first few matches. What was your favorite, I guess, out of all of them?
I mean, it has to be that Chain Link 6.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that doesn't happen in Duel Links,
No,
everybody.
it does not.
The fact that we had a Void Dragon to try and blanket back row. I don't even remember. There were like 2 Forbidden cards, a Book of Moon,
Yeah.
a
Fiendish
Fiendish Chain,
and then yeah, Lance Child, yeah.
and
it
the
was
Rocket cards coming
crazy.
in too, like the
Ogre,
Traces.
Void Ogre, yeah, it was
Yeah.
like madness overall. I gotta agree with that.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
doesn't occur.
Otherwise, just seeing all the Beatrice combos, I think are cool. It was awesome to see a Gaga gut deck come in and get a
Yes.
win. That turn was crazy.
Okay, you didn't pick your fearsome Polari?
Oh, wait, you're right. You're
The
right.
boy.
You're right.
The boy.
Armed Dragon Thunder.
Oh yeah, that's
Armed
true.
Dragon Thunder is
That's true.
actually the
That's
best
true.
one. That's my favorite moment now, I think, going forward. So, did you have a favorite outside of the Chain
No,
Link 6?
absolutely. As I mentioned, I just enjoy watching a lot of that, and the Polari was just an
Yeah.
amazing card to see. But regardless, we have a lot more going on for today.
We do. Master Duel Round 3 is coming up next. We'll be taking a short break, though, before we get into that. So make sure you stick around, everybody. We'll be right back after this.
Three, two, one. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Go. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2023 WCS, where we are getting back into Master Duel Round 3. If you're a Master Duel fan, this is what you've been waiting for, because this is the round that will determine who's going into that semifinals. Once again, I'm Kangas, and I'm joined by the one and only Marcello. Oh, mic on, friend. There you go.
Sorry about it. Yeah. Thank you a lot. And as I was saying, you mentioned it, it's the last round for determining who will advance to the semifinals to crown that champion tomorrow on Sunday at Tokyo Bitside.
A big moment for everybody here at the event, and the final really chance. We're going to be saying goodbye to many teams after this round, because then it will go into just that single elimination bracket from that point forward, and we will have the semifinals right afterwards. So we're going through this, everybody. We got round 3. There'll be a short break, and then we're into the semifinals match. It's going to be very fun. So with that said, let's take a look at actually the results from the rounds so far. I believe that we actually do have that, so we want to show off how the rounds have played out, because we did miss round 2. We were covering Duel Links at that time. So Marcello, as we look at this slide here, what are the big thoughts coming to your mind right away? Any surprises, teams that you expected to be doing better, maybe worse?
Yeah, as we can see here, actually, it looks like it's very on par. So it will depend, at least for Group A, everything is up to round 3, because every single team is on 1 win and 1 loss. So that's actually really exciting, looking forward to the last remaining round.
Look at that, Sindang Pro is coming back. It was a tight series against Area to the Future. We watched that in round 1. Round 2, 8-1.
Absolutely, that's crazy, but still it will all come down for them to round 3. While Group B is quite different, we could see a team, coming, Snipe Hunters, which is guaranteed, I believe, a spot in the semifinals, having won both of their matches. The only team out of the 8 teams who has done that. So that's a great start.
North America, both of their teams are in the top 2, and a reminder that the top 2 will be making it into that semifinals right after this. But it's possible for teams to catch up, though. You can make big swings. I don't think any team, from my quick math here, is 100% at. There is a very small chance that Bogan Japan could get like a crazy 9-0 and actually end with higher number of wins individually.
Yeah, it depends on the matchups remaining, but in general, I would guarantee, as I mentioned, to Snipe. But they really gotta,
yeah, a number of team wins.
I guess
would
it's the
factor
only
in.
one, yeah. But outside of that, there is a lot to play for, and we might see some tiebreakers as well. I'm excited for that. If that
would be
happens,
fun.
it's tough that it happens
Yeah.
because they need to be on the same number of wins in a lot of different things. But
Yep.
that's an option.
Number of wins for the team, number of individual wins, and then it would be number of team captain.
Yeah,
wins
exactly.
from
The
that
leaders,
point.
yeah. And I mean, regardless, it seems like. I mean, we are defending. I guess Area E, Europe, plus others. Of course, we have at least a representative from Oceania, which is doing pretty well at the moment. So
Yeah.
we'll see how that goes. But regardless, as you mentioned, this is the most important match to determine that semi-final spot.
That is important to factor in, and we're getting in to our next series, Lil Pengu versus PRRJ. The winner of this will be advancing into that semi-finals. They are tied right now.
Absolutely, and this will be the match between the one and only team from area Latin America, which is PRRJ, against Lil Pengu, which is one of the two teams from area North America. So an interesting one nonetheless.
And as we're taking a look here, we got Tianto versus Jude Yu-Gi-Oh! Highlighted on the screen right now.
Yeah, it seems like we are in for what looks like a mirror match of tier elements in the first game.
Ash for the Maxi, that's big. That shuts down so many plays here. Interesting set. Yeah, we got a lot of same cards chaining against each other.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those matchups that's really down to technical play. We mentioned how it was amazing to see a Chain Link 6 in Duel Links. Here we could get up to a Chain Link 12 maybe in this specific matchup, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you factor in the Ishizu cards, when the tier elements really get rolling, it can get kind of insane.
Absolutely.
What they're able to do. And if they're running Bestials in hand as well, that just adds another layer to it. We have the Kit Kalos finally hitting the field for Tianto.
But the Kelbeck is a perfect response, putting it back into the extra deck. And now let's see if Tianto can find a way to fight back. As mentioned, both teams had to fight hard to get here, obviously, and they are playing against the best of the best across the world. When it comes to Lil Pengu's team, it's very interesting because compared to other players who have had great of success in previous events, when it comes to Tianto, which is the leader, he has no previous experience in any official tournament.
Really?
And he made it to the World Championship. That's raw talent, if you ask me. Yeah?
I think the bigger BM is that when asked what's your reaction to people around you for participating, to your participating in the 2023 finals, he says, sorry? So I think really leaning into that, you know, sorry, maybe not sorry, should have been followed. Sorry, but not sorry that I'm here.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter that maybe I don't have the same history as every other player participating, but did still earn the spot. Still playing right now as Foolish Burial also hits the field.
Yeah, nice, nice card. It's one of those cards where you are obviously not going to include it between your share cards, but it's a card that you want to play in a lot of different decks. So.
Also want to give a shout out to Tianto. When asked what does he want most right now, said muscle.
I can relate.
Singular.
Yeah.
Singular muscle.
Singular muscle.
Yeah. That's a man after my heart right there. Tianto, love you, man. Let's see what you can build here as Kit Close will hit the field again. Surprise. She's back.
Yep. And now could be paired with a card like Zaliek, which will be amazing to play during his opponent's turn. That could be one of those face downs. We'll find out. But here comes a deck option with the Branded in Ice Spirit in the deck. I like it.
I do love this card. Ooh, that was a construct that just hit the graveyard. Okay, a little more insight into what Jude is playing. We've seen a couple different variations of these, Tier Lament / Ishizu builds. And that is a fun one, seeing some of these Shadals come in here. Beast is a pretty good card to pitch. That's generally the one we see. We'll have to wait and see if that's what Jude is actually playing to pair with that Fusion, but either way, it has been the one that we've seen so far. As the other duels are going on, we do see some Bestial, presumably Dragon Links from Table C hitting the field.
Yep.
We see some Sprite cards in Table B. A lot of the usual suspects, as these were the decks that we kind of assumed would be represented in the World Championships for Master Duel. They are powerful on the ladder, and when we factor in all the deck building aspects, makes sense. Tearlament Trap card hitting the field now to the Blazing Cartesia.
But now we see the Blazing Cartesia again, another tech card. It could be used right here to play around the meta noise. But no,
Okay.
it will resolve. Interesting. You can see, obviously, as the leader is looking at his probably his teammates as well, whether they can discuss some potential plays at the moment.
That's the biggest part for me, is the fact that the players communicate with each other during the duels. I wonder how much they're helping each other out, or if that's mostly just them saying like, it's a tier matchup again. And then, how's your game going? Well, I got Sprite. Cool.
Yeah,
talk to you after your combo.
Fair enough, but that's still usable info. Because again, you know you're not going to play against the same deck, and that can really lead into really good decisions, especially when choosing the deck to play for game 2.
That is a good point. If you're going first, imagine that you're a duelist and both of your teammates are going second. Now, they will see what their opponent's playing. They can tell you, okay, the guy you're against is not on this deck, and then you can make your decisions on your turn 1 correctly. Makes a lot of sense. Let's catch up on the combo that we've been seeing here so far, though. Jude is playing pretty deep into these Ishizu cards.
Yeah, I mean, this Keldo that was used with the Branded in Ice Spirits is obviously really nice in the mirror match, being able to shuffle back any Tearlament from the graveyard. And it seems like it will be a close one nonetheless, depending on what these 5 cards were from the Kid Kalos.
There's been a lot of set back row, even set monsters now.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this could be a slower duel.
Ooh.
Oftentimes in the tier Ishizu mirror match, they can be slower, grindy games, and we are hitting those high chain links like you were alluding to. This one going up to 3 so far.
Absolutely, and it seems like those mills were actually pretty nice. Yeah, now it's back to Teyantu, who is considering his option and whether he wants to respond. He has both his own copy of Keldo and Mudora in the graveyard.
Yeah. If you loved playing this in the TCG, you're going to love watching this right now. I know there's a few prominent community members that are probably cheering right now, and how well these decks can actually interact with each other in the mirror matchup.
Absolutely.
Pretty deep Tearlament's spell trap.
Yeah, so now he gets to the meta noise once again with the Heartbeat, recovering it from the graveyard. And that would be nice for next turn. We see a lot of Book of Moon-like effects in this tournament across all formats, yeah.
It's a powerful effect.
Yeah.
Shuts down a lot of plays. And
But
now we have the Rhinoheart.
Rhinoheart is nice. And yeah, what's better is that once he put his opponent monster face down, now the potential tier element trap cards are completely useless because you don't control a tier element.
True.
So those face downs could be completely useless from Jude.
That's a good point.
Who doesn't look that happy. I don't know if it's this smiling, yeah, you know? It's maybe a sarcastic one or just waiting.
He's grinning occasionally. Oh, there's the smile.
Yeah.
There's the smile. He's smiling as Kaleidoheart hits the field. That's generally not the reaction I have.
I would agree. I would agree. But now, yeah, one card is shuffled back, which was one of those face down, and we just go to the battle phase.
One of my favorite soundtracks to duel alongside as well. Love this one. Makes everything feel more epic. Let's see how Jude can try and get out of this position. Doesn't look like it will be an OTK right now. No life points have been taken. It's going to be still this kind of slow, grindy game.
But
Okay,
this
2
is
back row set.
really nice control.
Now we have
Right,
information. It's Tearlament's counter trap set, right?
He has the meta noise again, the
Yeah.
Book of Moon-like effect. So, oh, and we see a danger. So another piece of information here.
Okay, Nessie looks to be hitting the field here. One of the, more popular pairings when tier limit cards first released, and we do see the Crime Chain.
Doesn't want to take any risk whatsoever. Probably has something useful. Oh no, not quite. To discard. It was the Bestial Druids were. But yeah, that's about it. And face
Oh no.
from Jude.
Yeah, Jude. Yeah, that's not the smile of a duelist who's happy with the board state. That's a smile of a duelist trying to keep the spirits alive right now because the little Pengu's representative Tiantu has a very commanding field state right now. Let's see what this top deck is. Whether it's something either they're going to use right now, maybe a back row to set down. Either way, I think Tiantu should feel very comfortable with how this game has been going so far.
Absolutely, and now he picks up a card. He could even use the Meta Noise offensively if he feels like that's an option, or he could just take it slow once again and not risk anything, I guess.
And no duel has ended yet.
Yep.
In this meta, a little surprising to me. Often I expect to see at least one deck be able to assemble a big push,
Yes.
but all three tables are still going right now.
And we are seeing the offensive Meta Noise I was talking about. I do like it because it both triggers the Kaleido and allows you to just push more, potentially winning right here, right now.
Tiantu might have the victory line calculated and in sight. Let's see how they intend to do it. As they'll try and get through the board of Jude to start things off. They do still need to assemble a lot of damage on the board on top of clearing out all these threats. So we're going into the kit close.
Yeah, cleared every single face down from Jude, and now he gets another Reinhardt.
Yeah, hasn't normal summoned this turn, I don't believe.
Nope,
so
absolutely not.
can just go into another Rhino Heart here. Kit close will still go for even more here.
Yeah, it just gets to mill 5 first and then send any tier limit from deck to graveyard.
Now let's track the tier elements that have been used so far. Have any of the hard once per turns been used yet?
Only the Avnis, I believe.
Yeah, so
yeah.
there's a lot of big things that you could send to
Yeah.
the graveyard here.
We're not going to see this Kelbeck being activated because you really don't want to put Jude back into the game. But yeah, we do see the Shireen sent by Reinhardt and Merle even. So yeah,
Oh,
this
wow.
is
Yeah, those are some good ones.
yeah, plenty of gas. The 2 remaining names, so...
Yeah, I
That's-
mean, that's perfect. I think Tiantu could have it right here. What are the odds Jude has a Nibiru in hand? Huh? You know, just wait.
I mean, now it doesn't matter anymore because
Yeah,
the
sure.
Rule Kalos comes down. But yeah, that
Good
would have been
point.
fun. We haven't seen any Nibiru yet.
I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, I also like
Mud
it a lot.
Dragon. Love it.
And this is not quite enough.
Not a big push, yeah. Well, we knew that.
Yeah,
It's taken down.
500.
Big damage to the face. Jude will be battered, will be bruised, but will not be out yet. And even Jude is kind of reacting there.
Yeah.
You can see on the screen, like, I'm in. Okay, I get another
Yeah.
turn.
But here we can see an Abyss Dweller even, which is just so strong.
Oh, yeah. You know, we have a saying in my home state of Minnesota, and that's
Okay.
it's called oofta. This feels like an oofta moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can feel it. I
Yeah,
can feel
that's
it.
an oofta face right there, too. Let's see if Jude has anything left. Lightning storm off the top. Let's see it.
Wow, and just cause.
Oh!
Just
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Just because, why not? We eat them with the Maxi. Yeah.
Come on, Jude. Let's see it. Sharon comes down straight into battle phase,
Yeah.
and they're ended on your terms. I like that, Jude. But that is a win for
Ooh.
Tiantu. And it looks like another duel goes over to Lil Pengu
And
as Lestafisa takes the win.
yeah, and this time around, though, in table C, it seems like it's Team Red that has the advantage. But we see these Flowanderies against what seems like a Dragon Link deck, maybe.
Oh, yeah, and I
Yeah.
spoke too soon. I got excited with the graphics, but no, there are still 2 duels going on right now. You are right, though. Dragon Link, that's a Baron on the field as well. big, dominant board state from Reich Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
But Victor Lee, it looks like the Flandreese deck.
Interesting choice, I would say.
It is. It feels like one of those ones that would be a second choice deck for
Yeah.
me if I was bringing 2 decks, because it's so unique. You can run a lot of unique cards that you're not really taking from the pool of other available decks.
Yeah, and usually it could line up decently against Dragon Link, especially if you are maining, you know, the shifters. But it seems like
it's gonna work here.
this is over as well. So the score might be 1-2-1, and table B will decide
There we
who
go.
gets the advantage here.
Well done, right,
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! 1-1. PRRJ and Lil Pengu are tied right now, but Lestafisa
Ooh.
is in the lead here. This also looks like it could have been a mirror match, depending on what Zeta was playing.
Could be, and it seems like it's Team Blue, Lil Pengu, that has the advantage, though.
Yeah. I think that, that was even
Yeah, I
on
was
Zeta's
afraid,
turn.
yeah.
I was like, oh, whose turn is it?
Yeah.
That is brutal.
Yeah, that's seems way too much for the Team PRRJ to stay in this, and Gamma Burst, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you got the Herald. There's nothing in Zeta's hand, unless there's some crazy stuff in the graveyard that can make the difference. Here's the damage step, the Gamma Burst, and it looks like Lil Pengu will go up 2-1 in the first game of this pivotal series.
Yes.
Reminder that the winner will go on to the semifinals. A lot of pressure riding on the shoulders of these duelists.
Yes, this is the last round before the cut to the semifinals.
Yep.
They cannot afford to lose, but they are gonna try to win as many games as possible and lose as few as possible, because that might come into play when it goes to the tiebreakers. But for now, as you mentioned, Team Blue has the advantage, 2-1 lead at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a matchup where we've seen a lot of different decks already from what we've seen in the previous Master Duel segments that we've had. For example, Flow Wonder is not something we've seen yet.
Cool look for a deck. Interesting to see it come out first round.
Yeah.
I would have expected that to be more of a second game instead of a first game, because when I think of Flandreese, I think of it as kind of an answer to a specific strategy, a specific deck. But, I mean, we didn't get to see much of that duel. It was on the screen in the bottom, but we weren't paying as much attention to it. Wondering how things played out there, because Flandreese still can do a lot of cool things.
Absolutely. And now, as mentioned, though, this is still a best of 5. We could say they are the first best of 9, we could say, but the first to win 5 games across these duels will be the one who advances to the semifinals, and a lot of different decks with these duels now who can switch decks. They can keep the same. It will be down to that. Regardless, we have seen the leader of Team Blue winning in Game 1.
We did, yeah, and let's take some time, because we will have a short break here while we're waiting for the players to get ready for the next game. So while we're waiting for the players to prepare, let's talk about the players. We have some information about them. We want to highlight them, because one of these teams we will see in the semifinals. We haven't seen either of them on stream yet. Do you want to start with Team PRRJ, or do you want to start with Team Lil Pengu?
Let's do PRRJ,
All right,
just because they lost the first series,
True.
we could say. So
We got to give
give them
the
some
fans.
vibes. Yeah. So obviously it all gone with the leader, which is unfortunately the one we saw losing round 1, and is Jude Yu-Gi-Oh! But he's first of all from Brazil, and he has a background in TCG as well, which funny enough though, I think the most interesting answer he has got is what card he would like to be if he was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card, because his answer was...
Whoa, wow.
Have you
I
read
just
that?
got to that
Yeah.
answer. I was very enraptured by the one above it, but
Exactly.
do you want to tell the people at home?
Yeah, so guys, imagine a Yu-Gi-Oh! Card and what you would like to be if
Yeah.
you had the chance.
Physicality, you know,
I mean, we did
maybe
hear,
power level of it. There's a lot of cool cards.
I mean, his opponent answered that his dream would be muscle. We could say that
Okay.
on a similar line, what the Jude Yu-Gi-Oh! Went for. Ojama Yellow. That's the card he wants to become.
I think many people would agree. That's the
Absolutely.
ideal physical form to take if you could
That's
choose any.
That's the peak.
That's
yeah,
peak.
Peak
You may not
Yu-Gi-Oh!
like it, but it is peak Yu-Gi-Oh! performance.
Absolutely, you cannot deny it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's definitely an interesting
the eyes.
answers. Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
does it for me. You know?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. let's get into that.
All right. Well, how about one of the other answers? Unless did you want to go more into the Ojaba Yellow?
No, absolutely. We can talk about, I mean, even his teammates, because obviously you do need a teammates. And
Yes.
the one who took it home and won, the only one out of his teammates, was actually Reich Yu-Gi-Oh!
True.
Another player with an interesting, background in Yu-Gi-Oh! And a deck that was popular in the TCG, which was Spiral, so that's the deck he went for. It's a deck that was popular, back in 2017, actually, and it's one of those decks which hasn't really come up in Master Duel, but it was there sometimes. Yeah.
I am a little bit happy it hasn't.
okay.
As
Some
the
shade.
Spiral can kind of go crazy when it's at full power, as I'm sure
agree.
many people remember. Thankfully, I was not actually playing during that time, but I've heard the ghost stories.
No. It was always good period for me at least. I had some success with the deck, I gotta admit. But yeah, when it comes to the last member, though, it was the one that we saw losing the last of the games, Zeta.
Yeah.
So Zeta, again, another of those players with a background.
First time playing with a team, has played at different cups before, but
Exactly.
now the team game is a very different experience.
Yeah, but that experience still comes into fruition when we have played in other World Championships. You know what that can feel like.
The pressure doesn't hit you as hard. You've been through those reps before, presumably. I mean, still every duelist will be different, but yeah.
And I like his answer on, one of his favorite mottos. It is that he likes to see the glass half full. So he's a positive guy, and maybe that helps in a
Glass
team
half full,
environment.
we're 1 and 2, which means we'll go 2 and 1 next round.
Exactly.
There we go.
Or we'll go 3-0. Maybe that's
Hey,
even better. You
well.
know? That's even better, arguably.
Also, I mean, even back to what Jude was saying before, just happy to represent the region, the only Latin American team to qualify through that
That's
region.
impressive.
All Brazilian players, and Brazilian fans, I know Brazilian fans, they go crazy. And I imagine
It's
there's
a very passionate community.
many fans rooting for this team. They're hoping for that glass half full themselves, and maybe just cheered as you gave the 3-0
Yeah,
potential.
absolutely. I can tell you, even the name goes back to some, TCG, again, Brazilian communities. So they have a lot of support coming back from home. But we also can talk about who took the first series, and that was the Team Blue, Lil Pengu.
It was?
So, Lil Pengu is one of the 2 teams representing area North America. So
we're only going to be watching the one this round, but keep in mind that the other matches going on right now will also decide if the second North American representative makes it in. There's a chance both of the North American teams are competing right now to make that semifinals. That would be huge for the region. I know that, speaking of fandom, big fan base cheering on these players coming in here.
Absolutely.
So as we highlight Lil Pengu, Tiantu, the team captain for the team, we saw them playing there, picking up that first win. In pretty
convincing
fashion. Yeah, in the mirror matchup, felt very comfortable.
Absolutely, and he's also one of those very confident duelists. When we interviewed him, I like that he said, "Duel is life."
Duel is
like
life, baby.
Duel is life. I agree with that. So, but of course, it never comes down to just luck. He says that he put in a lot of work to get here, and it makes sense.
And that can be said for every single player. I don't think anybody in these halls walking at this center we can look and say, oh, they don't deserve it, right? I mean, every single one of them is representing the best of their regions, and it shows in the gameplay itself. I want to give a shout out, though. Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime series, Duel Monsters, the classic.
The classic.
The OGs. I just recently watched through the Duelist Kingdom arc.
Yeah.
Very, very fun. I've been opening the 25th anniversary packs as well, like while watching them. It's like, this is so fun.
Yeah, it is. It is a throwback, nonetheless. But as the team leader, he got the chance of choosing 2 other members from the same region to help him out getting that World Championship title. And we can say that at least one of them for now has accomplished that in Game 1. And we have seen one of his teammates being Lesty Fisa. Again, a player with a TCG background. Not a surprise anymore, I would say.
The first deck he ever built was a Yadalock Turbo. All right, never mind. Never mind. Maybe the rest of the players can carry this team, but I don't know if I can cheer for that.
Fair enough, but I just want to highlight his response to what previous accomplishment you have in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah?
His answer was too many to list. So that's great. I love it.
That's a pretty good answer.
Yeah, that's a pretty good answer.
It's a pretty good answer, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
Do you think he'll be running a Yada deck right now?
maybe,
You can play it. Yeah.
Maybe as a secondary deck.
Yeah,
maybe, you know, yes, why not? So, I mean, obviously that's gonna be a great one, and he showed some success. He's actually Canadian, so he's also representative of that region, we could say, from North America.
Yep.
But then we have the
Two
last,
Canadian players, yeah.
absolutely, another Canadian member in the team, Victor Lee.
Victor Lee showing up here. His favorite's the GX series. Wow. I love the information we get on these players.
I
You
love it
learn
as
so
well.
much about
Yeah.
them. I feel like you can make certain judgments about a person based on if they like Duel Monsters or GX more. And then shout outs to the 5Ds and beyond.
Yeah,
fans
a lot.
as well.
There are a lot of.
Honestly, the real ones. Yeah.
Absolutely. But again, once again, Lil Pengu team, Victor Lee, has a background in TCG, has a lot of YCS level top cut finishes, missing that win. And what he said was that, yeah, you know, he's trying to go for that win and close out this adventure of 10 plus years of Yu-Gi-Oh! With that clutch win at the World Championship. And obviously, that can happen. Still, only potentially a couple of games away from making it at least to the semifinals.
If they can sweep here,
Yeah,
then
that's
that
over.
gets them in. I don't know if we've seen a sweep, or definitely not on stream. We haven't seen a sweep. We didn't get to watch round 2. There were a few series in round 2 that I think there were even one, maybe 2 of them that were like 8-1, 7-2. So
Yeah.
maybe sweeps happen in those, but tough to pull off. Do you think we see a Fluanda Rees played in this next one?
I mean, it was Victor Lee, indeed,
It was, yeah?
who was playing it. So maybe he will stick with it. He's the only one that lost, so I'm not sure if he wants to stick with the same deck. But to be fair, we don't know obviously the deck list, but we know that Dimension Shifter is a popular card usually in the deck.
It is, yeah. And
And
it's another one of those ones that doesn't really take away from your teammates' decks,
exactly.
right? Like, it's a fairly unique interruption
Yeah,
that you
I
can
would
play.
say so. Maybe just Exo Sister if that's it, but
Yeah.
pretty much only those decks are using it. And I don't think the matchup against Dragon Link is that bad. So maybe it was just unlucky. We didn't see the whole game, obviously. Maybe it just bricked. And, you know, the Flowandery's deck, I feel like struggles with consistency.
You know what I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't seen yet? I
Hit
haven't
me
seen
with
any Runic cards.
That's true.
Does that surprise you? I had
does.
expectations that Runic would at least be represented.
I agree.
But the fact that we haven't seen any is interesting. to
I
me.
agree. Maybe we'll see more in this
Yeah.
upcoming games.
Doesn't mean that we won't see it now, right? Because they could change up their decks currently.
Absolutely, but I do agree Runic is a force to be reckoned. We could play it in a lot of different ways, all the way from Naturia Runic, Sprite Runic decks, or even the infamous Runic Stun decks.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Fur Hire. I was getting really excited.
No. I just wanna see some, you know, Amano. So some cards, you know, locking your opponent and then decking out, not with Maxi.
True. I forgot that's even how the day started, was
exactly.
a deck out through a Maxi. That was incredible. But that is another way to play the Runic cards. You know what? On second thought, maybe it's good we haven't seen Runic yet.
maybe.
Maybe it's best for us and everybody at home.
I know that now that you mentioned it, literally the first game is gonna be.
I probably just jinxed us. There's a good chance. I'm sorry, everybody, if that is the case. But I think the coolest one is Runic Sprite. I love that combo. I think it's a really cool kind of combination of the two cards. I'm also a big Sprite player myself.
Yeah,
so,
I love it.
Yeah.
But again, we'll have to see, because we saw, I think, Sprite decks already. So I'm doubting we're gonna see the Runic versions.
True.
Yeah, so that's probably off the table. But
Let's see what they bring today, though, because we are ready to get into it. Little Pengu versus PRRJ for Game 2. Reminders 1-2 on the scoreboard right now. PRJJ picked up 1 win off of Reich. Little Pengu, they had 2 victors, and if they sweep this, they are in the semifinals.
Let's take a look at which. Okay, so we are gonna see Reich Yu-Gi-Oh! Going first with a Sword Soul deck. Yeah.
That is fun, and in effect, Valor says you don't get to have any. Moye is canceled.
That's a great way to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a normal summon. But we do have Emergence. Now, typically, Sword Soul would be paired with Tenyi cards. I'm not sure what Reich Yu-Gi-Oh! Is going to be playing or how deep they are. This is a solid follow-up here, because now you can at least continue on into a play. Let's see if Lestafisa has a second form of interruption.
By the way, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty positive that we might have missed on Lestafisa and Victor Lee being, you know, brothers. I just realized it now looking at the comments. Yeah.
Oh,
so
look
they
at
got
that.
invited. Yeah, because you know, from the camera they looked with the same surname. Now I just realized it, and I just read the comment on here now saying that. So that's beautiful. That the leader decided to invite
Wow.
them over, and they are both Canadians. Yeah, so obviously, and that's a great story. Imagine being able to play alongside it for the World Championship. That's a great story,
gotta be a
nonetheless.
Dream come true. We were even, you know, mentioning that, joking about that. What if there were like twins or triplets who could make a run with a team? Well, hey,
Yeah.
I guess we kind of got that.
Maybe.
All right, Reich, though, is having a decent follow-up after the Effect Veiler.
Yeah.
They are still getting to a pretty solid field state. Not the best for Sword Soul, but you're not complaining.
I
if
think
able
you're
to get
happy.
here. Yeah.
Like, Effect Vader, like, Sword Soul is one of those decks that I feel like either has a lot of options or like a single play, and an Effect Vader can stop you. Wow.
Oh, we did have Infinite Impermanence, though. Essentially the same effect as Effect Veiler. You're able to stop the Shishao. All right, now we will link into, I would assume, Monk of the Tenyi coming in here. Continuing some Tenyi plays. And there it hits the field. Sword Soul is one of my favorite decks to watch a good pilot play, because the difference between an average Sword Soul player and the best Sword Soul player is kind of astonishing. I know a lot of people might laugh at that sentiment because the combos oftentimes feel like they go into the same place, but it's knowing when to pivot and when to hold back, when to, you know, not go for the standard play that everyone knows, the line that everyone agrees is optimal, but to say, no, in this instance, I need to do something different. Right now, ending with a Monk, and now the follow-up from Lestafisa is Deep Sea Diva.
Nice
Very powerful
one,
normal summon.
Yeah, but the
There it
blackout
is.
comes down. Reminds me of the good old Icarus attack, kind of
Yeah.
like ours, you know?
It's Icarus attack for the modern map,
Exactly.
you know?
I agree, yeah.
Yeah. Icarus attack in 2021? 2022?
Yeah,
When-
something
when-
along that line. Yeah, I
remember.
was thinking about it as well, yeah.
Uh,
But that's about it. So, Lestafisa just passed the
Wow.
back.
Not ideal. And, yeah, Reich is feeling fantastic about that one. Has another Langwan and can go into a 10-star synchro. Now, if you're going first, there's usually one clear option, and they are going into the bear, and I was wondering if they were going to pivot to a different 10-star synchro now that they know that they have an open board state, but this also has a negate. Everything's going face. Can Lestafisa do anything? I think this might just be the end of this one.
Quick one seems like it. Yes!
Well done, Reich. Keeping PRRJ in this. Another win for the Latin American
Yeah, for now,
representatives.
the score is even, but yet is again Flowanderies, which seems once again in a tough spot against the first Labyrinth deck we see.
Yeah, we haven't
day.
seen Labyrinth on stream yet. I was surprised by that. I highly expected Labyrinth to be represented. And we do see the first Labyrinth now. And we're just tribute summoning Cyframe Gear. Wow. Or Cyframe Driver.
Yeah. Unfortunately here could be enough.
We gotta stop cursing Victor Lee here. Every time we come to Victor Lee,
Yeah, poor Victor
it's
Lee.
just, it's, well, okay, alive for now. This is not,
Yeah, not enough. But
is there anything else?
a big welcome. Imagine winning with a driver. You know, just a tribute summon.
I mean, yeah, sometimes that happens. That's the old summon skull tactic right there. Now, presumably, this could just be the end of the game. It doesn't seem like Victor Lee, based on this board state, has anything going for them. And Team PRRJ are still in it. Glass half full. One more attack, and they can close this one out.
Yeah, seems like it. Not much that can save him. It doesn't seem he's that happy about that.
What's that face down? It's nothing.
Yep.
Victor Lee goes down again. Fluon de Rees.
Wow.
Yet to pick up a win on this stream, and that is 2 wins for Team PRRJ. They are back in this.
But Teyantu once again trying to keep his team alive with a very impressive field. Yeah, it seems like it could be in a good spot, but we see a change.
Whoa!
Wow.
Exo Sisters being played by Zeta right now.
Very
and a respectable board from Teyantu.
Yeah, it's a good matchup. Oh, wow. We are getting the snow right here.
Okay. Interesting to do this.
Yeah.
Now, it is, I'm trying to see what turn player it is right now. It's main phase 1 still.
Yeah. It's from Zeta.
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, this is obviously a very good matchup for the Extra Sister deck, but when you go second, it can be tough. So
yeah, and maybe the idea here is use the snow now before the Exo Sisters get out, where then they can start, you know, interacting with your Graveyard Reborn effects.
It's obviously really nice to have the Rulkalos, because that's a way you can stop the Marta, which is the arguably the best card in the deck for the deck.
I mean, it's kind of what made the deck relevant.
Yeah.
Before that card, Exo Sisters were just a rogue deck. Now they're like, ooh, they can actually do a lot of things.
And now we get to see these free meals. Eating is really important. Let's see. Okay, at least an R-bit to get back a crime. That's nice. Ooh, and the Avnus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's the one you want to hit.
Yep.
Sending those serial ones to the graveyard just feels so good on your opponent's turn.
Visit was insanely important, yeah. Because as you mentioned, once the Extra Sister come down, you can't really rely on those anymore.
And now we got a Kaleido Heart on the board. Ooh.
This is tough, unless there is, you know, some kind of crazy tech cards, like an evenly matched in the main deck. That would be obviously the case for like maybe a secondary deck, but
I could imagine Exo Sisters playing that.
Let's see. But for now, we see the Marta. As mentioned, that can be negated. I mean, I would expect that.
That would be the obvious choice.
Yeah.
But is Teyantu an obvious duelist?
No, he's not.
Letting it come out, not intimidated.
Oh, but because he's under Max C and we didn't see that. Now that makes more sense, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, this changes
And
a
we
lot.
have the sprint still with the Time Thief, Redoer, having materials. Yeah, you did not need to negate that.
Yeah.
This is a just brutal field state that Zeta has to play into.
With the Maxi on, this seems like an
Now we
upfield battle.
negate, yep. Then send a tier limit card from your hand or face up field to the graveyard. Let's see if they have something in hand to pitch. Okay, yeah.
Just gonna get maybe a Saliek if he has it. No, it doesn't seem like it. Probably out of traps. Yeah.
And you can see Zeta.
Yeah, he's
paying
thinking
attention right
about
now,
it.
yeah.
And he goes for the Arment.
Oh.
This is a card that we have not seen often in the Exo Sister deck, I feel like. Interesting.
I see it as a one-of in some builds. So it doesn't surprise me too much, but it is not the most popular one to run. as PRRJ, the team, did fantastic. Reich and Jude picking up their wins. You see at the bottom table, B and C are red victories. The Latin American representatives and the Brazilians, to be specific, are very happy with how things have turned out so far. Zeta still playing their best in this presumably doomed situation. Like, you're under Maxi, there's so much that you have to get through, and you're playing Exo Sisters. Not necessarily known to be the deck to chew through this kind of board. That's a feel coming out.
Yeah, this will have a nice effect, but it seems very tough at the moment. The win condition is obviously the Zeus, because could be a nice one.
That could be big.
Because the Asofiel, basically no players can activate card effects in the graveyard. So if you then Zeus, it's actually a very nice way to clear off the field.
But I mean, there's going to be 5, then 6, and then a draw 7 cards in Deontu's hand.
I know.
Ooh. No normal summon had been committed yet.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
we have the meta noise.
Yeah, that's really strong here.
Oh.
Oh, but we do use it on the Magistus.
Okay.
I mean, he's not able to use the Rhino art because...
I wonder how many cards are left in Deontu's deck.
Yeah.
Maybe there was an angle where Zeno was looking to pull off the draw, force them to draw through Maxi, but it will. Oh. Yeah,
he just passed back.
No Zeus.
And there is a Magnemut coming down. This seems like it might be Teyantu keeping his team with a 3-3 score.
I think it's one of those instances where the shared card pool makes it very difficult. If you didn't pick Zeus to be one of your shared cards, I'm guessing Zeus is in a different deck, not this Exo Sister deck. That's the presumption. Maybe it was used earlier, but it seemed like, you know, that was turn 2, so.
That's fair enough. And now he only has to play around the set face down Vadis that he knows about, so which doesn't seem that scary. I agree.
Hitting.
Yeah, just swings.
This won't be, unless you have another Bestial, I suppose. Let's see what their decision is now. We're hitting.
Now he attacks. Leaves his opponent. Yeah, he's forcing out that. Makes sense. This is totally fine for you. You don't need to do anything. They're gonna get shuffled back regardless.
Yeah.
So you're happy with this. They are literally on 2 cards when you're gonna pass late, and
let's see if there's any back row as well, just to add insult to injury here. As Zeta is in a doomsday scenario. Not for the team, though. It is okay to let this duel slide. The team will be tied up 3-3 because of the performances of Jude and Reich.
Could make a dark, I guess. A few options available to him.
There it is.
Yeah.
Good call. You should be a player. You're good at this. And the wow, Yu-Gi-Oh! You love to see it. Deontu has victory staring him in the eyes.
And again, this is the importance of the leader. Sometimes we just gotta keep in there and keep his team with some chances of advancing to the semi-finals. And face. This is it. We are going soon enough to the last set of duels.
Crazy so far. It has been neck and neck. The winner of this series will go on to the semifinals, but it is not determined yet. We are tied at 3-3 duels to each team. Latin America and North America going head-to-head right now.
Absolutely.
In a very close series.
It's as close as it gets to be expected. This is the most important match that they have to advance to the semi-finals, and it's gonna be definitely a tough one. nonetheless.
I wonder what's going on with the other series, too.
Yeah, same. I want to know what's going on over
Yeah.
there. We need to find out. As you mentioned, there is a chance that actually, technically, we don't know one of the matchups, but we could have a lot of representatives from both Europe and North America. I gotta say, surprisingly,
Yeah.
giving credits to the,
Yes.
you know, both the Japan area and the Asia area, which usually are dominating these World Championships.
Oftentimes,
Yeah.
I think it's a testament to how the different formats can attract
Absolutely.
different players, attract different metas. And Master Duel, this is the first World
First
Championship
ever.
for it, so bucking the trend, you know?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I agree. But we don't want to jinx it. Regardless, as mentioned, we are gonna see more, but now 3-3.
Yes, 3-3, high pressure moments.
Absolutely.
When we look at the experience of these teams, are you hard favoring either of them as like they have that experience to draw from? They've been in these moments, these situations before? Because oftentimes the misplays happen in moments like this where the pressure is so high and your tournament lives are on the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Obviously, the experience can pay off, but I feel like now it will all come down to choosing one of the two decks. That's the most important decision.
Yeah.
Like, this is literally the last deck you choose for one of the team. You know, that decision you can think about it for a year straight. I would
Three
say.
of these players,
Yeah.
this is their last decision
Last
they're making
deck.
at the World
Yeah.
Championships.
And I gotta say there are some huge differences, because if on the one hand Teyantu is the player who is the only one undefeated, so 2-0 in this series yet, on the other hand we could say that the Flowandries deck is not performing well.
I mean, I think we keep cursing them because every time we go to
I
look at the
agree.
Fluanderese
Fair
deck,
enough.
they just get hit.
Yeah.
But it's always like one Fluanderese on the board and then no back row,
Yeah.
nothing else going for it. And I think there's a reason why I expect that to be a second option for a deck and not a first option.
I
think
agree.
it does depend on matchup, and maybe they just felt that they were happy with the matchup into any of their opponents. Maybe it's time to move on to something else. Do you have a strong opinion on it?
I mean, we don't know what the second deck is. That's the thing.
True.
We have no clue what that could be. So I wouldn't know what to tell you. Maybe the second deck is even, you know, crazier.
Yeah.
So I mean, or maybe, I mean, this is the last round. Maybe Flowandries has been working out for him in the previous ones. And if that's the case, I do think that you shouldn't take those bias into consideration. Sometimes it's just,
Yeah.
you know, you bricked or whatever. And yeah.
Yeah, Fluanderese players should be pretty, used to that happening.
Yeah.
As it is one of the break your decks.
At the same time, though, we got to see both of his opponent decks, because he was playing
Yes.
Dragon Link and then Labyrinth. So I gotta say, if you take both into consideration, maybe you should switch, depending on what the other deck is, because Flowandries doesn't match up well against Labyrinth. It's like a very bad matchup.
Yeah, not the thing that Fluanderese
No.
is designed
Absolutely. And even against Dragon Link, you can have if they play a Shifter, but it's semi-limited. And
Yep.
if you don't get Shifter, I also don't think it's the best matchup. It's close, but just because of the possibility of playing against Labyrinth, I would suggest just switching over.
to stop. Yeah, and I don't know offhand which opponent they had in the first round. So I don't know, because by order of
Yeah.
operations, we could eliminate, determine who they're playing against if we knew who the first round opponent was.
Of course.
But I'm not exactly sure offhand. So, I mean, obviously the players will know. They'll make their decision.
Yeah.
We'll see what Victor Lee wants to do. From our perspective, it feels like we're cursing him every time. we go
I
to
mean,
check
fair
out.
enough. I mean, it's the,
The
it's
Fluanderese
the
games.
commentator curse.
Yeah,
that
it happens
It
occasionally.
happens. But we haven't seen Runix, so we're not completely
What if
cursed.
that's Victor Lee's
Okay,
second
never
deck?
mind,
It's
yeah, exactly.
Fluanderese and then
And Runic
Runic
stun,
Milk.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Maybe that could be the case. But yeah, regardless, I mean, we'll be able to show you guys later on throughout the day how the rest of the matches have been going for, and hopefully we'll figure out whether who is advancing to the semifinals. And
Reminder that after this, we will have the semifinals.
Exactly.
So this will determine the first two, as teams have already been locked in from each group. But then we'll catch up on what happened on the other stream, too. to determine what the bracket looks like
Absolutely.
for that semifinals.
Because that's the main difference in these 3 World Championships for both Master Duel and Duel Links. The semifinals are gonna be played today, and tomorrow the players will advance to Tokyo Big Side to play the finals, while the TCG and OCG tournament, the semifinals will play tomorrow.
Yes.
So that's a big difference, but for us, we already will know at the end of today who the finalists are.
And then the finalists will get to have an entire evening and morning to prep, to communicate as a team, to say, okay, what deck do we think gives us the best chance to go for in that first round? Because they're going to know what their opponent's playing by that point.
Exactly.
Going into the tournament, there's a lot of unknowns. It's like, ooh, you kind of got to read your opponent, know what's going on. By this point, I'm sure the players are talking to each other, communicating.
Oh,
so
and we get some
here.
updates on the results, and it seems like To The Future actually won the last round, guaranteeing the spot, it seems like, in the semifinals, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right there.
So the last spot will be between Sindang Pros and Team 7. So they are playing it out for the second spot. While when it comes to our group, as we mentioned, the remaining matches are still underway. So we don't know what's happening, but obviously it seems like Snipe Hunter will make it. So most likely what's going to happen is To The Future is off to the semifinals. Snipe Hunters is off to the semifinals. And the last remainings are the one we are witnessing on stream with you guys. And the remainings is the one between Sindang Pros and Team 7. So that is the 2 remaining matches to find out the last 2 semifinalists.
Congratulations To The Future.
Yeah,
they had a very tight I mean, we watched that first round. Very close match. Then they lose their second, and an 8-1.
Wow. Wow. 8-1 is unbelievable.
Oh, that doesn't feel good for Snape Snatch. 2-1-8s. That's okay. They'll have better tournaments going forward.
Absolutely. While when it comes, you know, to the other side, as mentioned, it's gonna be a close one. So regardless, we have an Area A, which is Japan, an Area E, which is Europe plus others, and we are gonna have the one between us. It could be 2 Area C North American teams.
Yeah,
you know?
true.
So regardless,
I mean, we'll have to see what happens between Team 7 and the Sindang Pros here.
I think it would be cool even, but I don't want to jinx anybody, to even have 4 different areas in the semifinals.
When I think of a World Championships, that's what I want as well. You know, cast your bias completely aside. That, I think, is the coolest narratives going forward.
That could be really cool for us.
Yeah.
And that's the same. I mean, in the group stages, they were divided in 4 different areas. So, could make sense that we see 4 different areas once again in Top Cut. So
interesting to see. We haven't seen a 3-0 yet. Maybe the Snipe Hunters are able to pull that off here, as they will be going against Bogan Japan, and that would also mean that we would have not only a 3-0 but an 0-3 between teams.
At the same time, I mean, they are probably playing this last round quite relaxed. They are the only team that got to a 2-0 start, which pretty much locked in their spot, and that can make a huge difference. You know, when you can play just around where you're chill, still you want to make, you know, a good impression. You want to be the first, the only team at 3-0, just sending a message to the rest.
Then you're the boogeyman of the semifinals and the finals. Nobody wants to have to play against you at that point, and you will arguably be favorites going in. I mean, if we wanted to paint that picture, you start thinking, I mean, consistency across all these different series. At that point, I feel like you'd have to give it to them.
Yeah, regardless, I think you could also use it in a niche way, where maybe if you have less experience with your secondary deck, you might use it to, you know, practice even your secondary deck. You can do a lot of stuff when you have, you know, so you can get crazy with it, I guess. But regardless, congratulations to the 2 teams that already locked in their spot in the semifinals. We'll most likely see more of them later on, but now we should focus on the last remaining
Latin America
matches
versus North America, tied at 3-3. The players are getting ready to hop in soon, so let's refocus up on this match ahead of us. It's going to come down to the wire. And we've already given some of our thoughts as to maybe the experience and the comfort of the players, maybe pivoting the decks. Have you been in a similar moment? Have you? Because I know you are a previous player, or I guess current player still. You're joining us for casting right now. Have you done the teams before? And what's it like to be on a team in these high pressure moments?
No, to be fair, it's probably the only experience in Yu-Gi-Oh that I lack because I've never had the chance to have a team event. So that
Let's
would be
sign up
fun.
for the next one together. How about that?
Sure.
You, me.
Sure.
Oh, that's a dagger to the
Sure,
heart,
no.
but it's okay.
No,
It's
I'm
okay,
joking.
and I'll continue. But
I'm
please,
joking.
from the player perspective, I'd still love to hear
I
your
feel like
thoughts.
one of us gets a little advantage.
Yeah, I
over
just
the
gotta
other.
get some
But-
tissues over here.
No,
Got something in my eye.
I'm joking. That would be fun, but no. Regardless, I think it's gonna be an exciting one, and I think I wanna hear your opinion on who's got the edge from what we have seen now. Just
I don't
give me
know.
a team.
I don't know. My bias wants to say the North American representatives, but also I know that that's going to jinx them. So then I want to say the Latin American representatives, but I don't want to counter jinx and then curse them.
Interesting.
So I don't want to
Mind
speak
games.
on the topic. I feel like
Perfect.
it's going to
Fair
add
enough.
too much power.
Fair
The
enough.
power of a broadcaster needs to be respected.
I agree.
First
I agree.
and foremost.
We should never, let them how much power we got, really. So, but no. Thank you guys. First of all, yeah.
Yeah, I think momentum, when we talk about that,
Yes.
confidence should be riding pretty high for the Latin American representatives.
I agree.
And we saw, especially, I put a lot of stock into the faces and the attitudes of the players, and they looked in high spirits. Even Zeta, who was like playing into a terrible field state, was still chuckling, was still like it's communicating with the teammates.
Yeah.
And
I mean-
I do put a lot of stock into that, just having the right mindset
Absolutely.
going into a match.
It's that toda joia, the Brazilian
Yeah.
attitude. So you like to see that. But regardless, as mentioned, one more set of games remaining to find out who will advance to the semifinals. It seems as if our players are pretty much ready.
Let's get into it. Lil Pengu versus PRRJ. North America versus Latin America, tied up at 3-3. The winner here will advance to the semifinals.
Here they are. You can see them hyping up themselves. And let's take a look at what will go through. But we see...
We get Victor Lee first. Okay, we're not
Nice.
cursing the Fluandaries
No.
by joining later. We get to see it from the beginning.
And we see the live twin package from Zeta, but an infinite impermanence. He really needs a Sprite card, and he gets it. Sprite starter, amazing start here from Zeta.
The live twins as level 2s pair great with the sprites. I've seen a few different builds for the live twins, but I think this is the best one to run them with. And even with that infinite impermanence, they can still keep playing the game. Honestly, it feels good to get the infinite impermanence out early, because it's like, oh, sweet, well, now I can just kind of go off with the rest of my cards.
Absolutely, it's definitely a risky one, but you take it. So here, my question is, do you think Victor stick with the Fluandaries deck?
I don't know.
No clue, yeah.
Yeah, and even as Fluandaries, I guess, oh, wait a minute, we have another infinite impermanence.
But I don't think I like that too much. Like, I mean, you have to use it, but now you can just go into gigantic, and you get so much advantage with your opponent only being on, 4 cards at the beginning of their turn.
As Fluandaries, maybe. We don't know if it's the Fluandaries
Yeah.
yet, but... Ooh.
I guess you need to assume it if you're Zeta, though.
I probably would.
Yeah. Like,
but
you have no clue what the other deck is, right? You shouldn't probably make a board for Fluandaries.
yeah.
I
So
mean-
what would that board look like? If we are looking at a traditional sprite, not knowing exactly what Zeta's on, but a
So-
traditional sprite deck, what's your end goal?
So usually you can, it depends if you're playing the Malphite package. If not, obviously Red and Carrot are the priorities alongside the Sprite Elf to protect them. But in this case, okay, we're gonna see a Sprite Jet. I was about to say you could get to the other Elf of the Live Twin, so you can
True.
set up your Lila and Kiss Kill to, that's what pretty much the deck does. But let's take a look at, the choice is to get another Sprite starter. Okay, so you want to prioritize these, either Carrot or Red, which I think makes me believe that Zeta is preparing for Fluandaries.
I would assume the red, you've already seen 2 infinite impermanence. If there's another form of interaction, statistically, it's gonna be a monster. So I feel like red would be the safer option here if they want to. We go for the elf to start things off. Elf will use its effect to go into the graveyard.
Yes.
Grab that Sprite Jet back.
At the same time, the only issue is that sometimes Flowanderies can play around red with like their chain links.
I suppose, yeah.
While, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, because you already used starter, so you can flip starter it right here if you want during the draw phase. Let's see. Yeah. That's exactly what's going to happen.
So you're thinking probably Carrot then to try and interrupt some of the Flounderies?
I think it's a tough decision. You can see. You can just look at Zeta. He's like really debating this. I think this again is one of those decisions where you're going to think about it for a year. Because like...
Yeah, I mean, these moments, it is the Carrot, but these moments can make or break championship runs.
In the end, went for the safest route. But this could get punished if there is a Robina. I still think this is correct, but I can see this going wrong as well.
And if Victor Lee is still on Flounderies, we haven't seen anything out of Extravagance.
That's a great reward, though. You always want to negate this with the carry. I assume so, at least. Yeah.
And there it is.
Yeah. So you're pretty happy about this carrot. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. Victor Lee, do you have a follow-up?
I mean, this
spell card to activate now. Was this a bait to get the carrot, and now you have another play?
Let's see. But this should be Flowanderies at this point. I think Extravagance is a card that you could play in the deck.
Classic card for
and
them.
There
and there it is. Okay. Eaglin coming out.
Ooh.
And the Ash. Oh, heartbreak for Victor Lee, as the normal summon is pretty crucial here.
This could be at 0-3 for the Flowanderies deck and Victor. I mean,
Zeta also has a back row too. That could be a Smashers. Could be a lot of things.
Yeah, could be a lot of different things. And if you, you can't afford to, just pass here.
Yeah.
The advantage is gonna go through the roof. So yeah.
I'm just trying to rack my brain. What else could Flowanderies even have to really try and turn this around? You've already used a lot of cards to interrupt your opponent, and we are passing.
So now he's gonna use the elf, so we are still gonna be in the main phase for that. But yeah, it seems really tough. As mentioned, now he gets some follow-up for the next turn.
Yeah. And knowing the Sprite deck, you can assemble enough damage here to make a big push, especially if you're running the Gamma Burst. Part of the reason why I love that Gamma Burst, it's just so easy to get that big push. And Victor Lee's going to need to have something left in the hand to try and interact with this. Looking at his face right now, furrowed brow.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy, and he just passed back, I believe. Let's see.
Well, we're in a battle phase.
Okay.
What are we doing in battle phase here, Victor? We're thinking. We're processing. Contemplating even.
Main fissure and end
and
phase.
ending our turn.
Unfortunate, and this seems like it could be a very easy game 3 for Zeta.
Yeah, I don't see a world where they don't just close it out right here. You got the carrot, you can get to the red. There's nothing Victor Lee should have in hand that will stop you for the push. And you just have, the red from earlier.
And at the same time, what I can tell you from just briefly looking at the other matches, it seems like Team Red is dominating across all 3.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just noticing that now. The Dragon Link deck is doing well. The Tearlament deck is doing well.
Yeah.
And this Sprite deck has the Gamma Burst. Look at those attack powers. The game-ending push from Zeta. If there's nothing from Victor Lee, this game is over, and I cannot imagine anything saving Victor's life here. A well-earned victory from Zeta. Will take the victory over Victor Lee and put PRRJ in a fantastic position to qualify for the semifinals.
2 match points now for PRRJ in what looked like what could be already over.
Oh, that's not what you want to see when you hop right into another match. Super polymerization.
Getting rid of Astapelia for a Mad Dragon. Interesting here.
It is currently Lestafissa's turn. This is turn 3. So they did survive a push from Jude. As we're looking at table A, is that a game-ending push down there? I think that is.
Yeah.
Table A,
Yeah, and this
victory
might be over.
to
This might just be over.
PRRJ.
Yeah.
They qualify for the semifinals
Yes.
with 5 wins over North America's representative. Well earned from Latin America.
Absolutely well played. The great match to end things off here in the rounds to qualify for the semifinals. In the end, yet another region qualifying as we went through some of the matches.
That would have been a 3-0.
Yes.
Like, all 3 of those game states
Yes.
were winning for PRRJ. And I think ending there, I was talking about momentum, I was talking about the
Exactly.
energy that they were bringing into the match, their mentality. They were having fun with that one. They
Yeah.
felt really good about their openers. And, I mean, it's cool to see the only Latin American representative making the
it.
semifinals.
Absolutely.
A deep run from them.
Yeah.
We'll see how far they can go. Finals is in sight.
They fell behind in the first set of games, but
Yeah.
they came back, and you gotta feel obviously bad for Victor, most of all, going on a 0-3 record score with his flow under his deck. But congratulations for sure to Team PRRJ, which is gonna join 2 other teams that are already locked in, which
Yep.
are Team to the Future from Area Japan, and alongside it, Team Snipe Hunters from Area Europe plus others. So these are 3 of the 4 semifinalists locked in already.
And we'll have to wait to see what's happening in the other group to determine the final semifinalist, the last semifinalist, I should say. And I believe that the seeding then will put the second place from one group against the first place from the other. So we should get cross-group play in the semifinals. We'll confirm that once
Regardless,
we have the
the cool thing is that we will have 4 different areas, regardless, because the last match decider was the one between Sindang Pros and Team 7.
True.
So we could have either the last part going to Region Asia or Area North America.
Yeah.
So we'll see, but regardless, it's cool that we're going to have
It
4
is.
different regions, 4 different areas, once again battling out in the semifinals.
Singden Pros versus Team 7 will be a pivotal one. Cool either way, though, no matter who wins.
Yeah.
For the global scale of the World
Absolutely.
Championships, it's not like one region is dominating.
No.
There is a conversation yet to be determined as who is the best.
Absolutely, and yeah, it's the beauty and I would say the uniqueness of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel format as well, which is not unique, it's the same across the whole world.
It
which
is,
makes,
yeah.
you know, it's the only one that's actually closer. Obviously, Duel Links is the same, but like Master Duel is much closer to the TCG OCG formats of the past, but it's very unique because it's very similar to the format for the World Championship at the TCG, where basically it's a mix of the TCG and OCG Forbidden Unlimited lists. And it's great, as you mentioned, to see players from all over the world still not showing what region is better yet.
I think it shows that the competition is so much closer when it is one determined meta being played. And also we're stretching the limits of deck building on top of that because of the shared pool.
Absolutely.
Because of the inability to just play the best decks for every single player. We're not getting 3 mirror matches in a row.
Yeah.
It's like, no. You need to have players that can pilot different strategies to great effect and build those decks well, too.
And I love that. It has been really, really honestly enjoyable to watch all of these different decks playing it out. But out of the ones we have seen yet, I guess we can go back and talk just a little bit about the teams that we know now have qualified. Because obviously, To the Future were the first ever team we witnessed with that incredible, we could say, Tasuku lock out with the Maxi. That was incredible.
Forcing your opponent to lose by drawing them out with Maxi, and then did Tsuko, he went 3-0, right?
Yeah.
In that series.
That was impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is really an incredible duelist. The duelist who qualified with the most points in the entire world, which was not just first place in Area Japan, but in the entire world. That's how good he is. And he is in the semifinals alongside, let's not forget, of course, Sea Archer, but former 2019 OCG TCG World Champion, So 2 matches
Yup.
away from becoming a 2-time world champion in different categories. That's insane.
That's very impressive as well. I think that, you know, Tsuku picked very good teammates
Yes,
to
we could
play
say, we
alongside.
could say that. We could say that. But on the other side, obviously, we have a team that we have not seen on stream yet,
Yeah.
which is the one from Area Europe plus others. That's Team Snipe Hunters. Maybe we can just
Josh,
take a look.
Quanto,
Yeah.
Think, and Emery. I'm sad we haven't gotten a chance to see them, but we should be able to highlight them hopefully in the semifinals, which will
Absolutely,
be very
for
fun.
sure. But
Yeah.
I think they are absolutely in a good spot.
With that said, we will be sending it to a short break here before we do get ready for the
Yes.
semifinals itself. So we'll know who's represented once we come back and set up the semifinals. So make sure you don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break and be right back after this.
3, 2, 1. 2, 1. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! WCS. Once again, I'm Kangas, and I'll be walking you through the action, joined by Marcello, as the semifinals for Master Duel are right around the corner.
Absolutely, we went through already a lot of exciting matches throughout the day, and we are down to the last 4 teams standings to find out who will advance to Tokyo. Big sight for the finals tomorrow.
But before we get into the semifinals themselves, we want to look back at the results of the tournament as a whole and remind everyone of how we got to where we are right now. There were 2 groups in the Master Duel format, and only the top 2 teams from each group advance to the semifinals. We will have from Group A, and out of Area A, Japan, to the future, joined by the North American representatives in Team 7. Marcello, what about Group B?
Absolutely, Big B was an exciting one, nonetheless, with 2 different areas advancing with a total of 4 different ones. And what we seen was Team Snipe Hunters being the first one to go 2-0 and the only one to go 2-0 and advancing, losing the last round, unfortunately for them. But it did not matter. And the other team is the one we witnessed in the last round, Team PRRJ from Area D, Latin America, the Brazilian team, going up against
Important to note, though, because of that the Brazilian team actually take first out of the group because of the overall number of wins being that second factor. And that means that it's going to be a North American versus Latin American rematch in the semifinals. Team 7 might have the chance to avenge their fallen comrades against PRJ.
Absolutely, and surprisingly though, 2 of the teams we have seen in action yet, but 2 of the teams who made it we did not see in action, which are Team 7 and Team Snipe Hunters. Both of them made, of course, by incredible duelists with a lot of TCG background, and it will be, as mentioned, 4 different regions, 4 different areas in the top 4. And here they are. So as we can see, the first one to the future, the Area Japan team against the Team Europe and others, Snipe Hunters.
Snipe Hunters will go up against to the future PRRJ from Latin America will go up against Team 7 from North America. A battle of the continents here. One representative from the Americas will make the finals. Very exciting there for both of these regions. And then we will be following in the semifinals match on stream To the Future versus Snipe Hunters. It's just the way that the stream works, formatting, that we have to make decisions as to which ones we follow. I am happy we do get to see Snipe Hunters play because we have not seen them yet. And also, we haven't seen To the Future since the first round, so we get to see what form they're going to be coming in. It's been a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are they tired? Are they going to be playing just as well? And can Tasuku deck out an opponent 2 times?
That's fair enough, absolutely. And that was obviously the highlight, the very first game we have seen today. And now we are going to go through the last match, as mentioned, of Master Duel for the day, which is going to be this exciting one. It's important to mention, Snipe Hunters was the only team to go 2-0, as mentioned. But in the last round, they lost to the other Area Japan team. So maybe here, once again, they are against the Japanese team.
That's a good point.
You know?
Maybe that's their kryptonite. You never know.
It could be.
It will be Team To the Future with Tasuku, Sea Archer, and Makyu. Now, we talked about them a little bit. To reiterate, Makyu, was it 2019?
Yeah. Absolutely, OTC TCG World Champion. And that's just an incredible achievement. 2 matches away from potentially becoming a 2-time champion. In 2 different categories.
Categories, 2 different metas, 2 different formats, whatever you want to say it. It's impressive either way. And Tasuku, despite the fact Makyu is a world champion in the past, Tasuku is actually the one that impressed me the most from this team. The team captain coming in 3-0 in that round 1. Excited to see their journey going forward. Team Snipe Hunters has Josh, Quantalthink, and Emery. Now, as a European representative, do you have any insight into this team and any expectations for what they might be bringing to the match?
Absolutely. I can tell you I'm not surprised that they made it to the semifinals. They are a force to be reckoned with. Absolutely, And it's important to mention, I think, that at the end, obviously, 2 teams qualified from Europe. and Josh was the second place, but Quantum Think was the third place in points. So in the end, they just decided to invite, you know,
Super
whoever
team.
was gonna get there.
Yeah.
But they are definitely both deserving of the spot. They were second and third best player in Master Duel in the European plus others regions. While Emre also is a close friend of Josh, and we'll be able to go more into their backgrounds as the team and as the match advances.
And carrying the torch of Europe, because Snape Snatch did not have a good showing. They went 1-8 in 2 of their rounds, having the lowest amount of individual duels won out of any team represented.
Absolutely.
So I think Snipe Hunters, they're carrying not only, they're the last remaining European representative, but they want to show that the region can go further than what the technically, you know, top team from them made it. Let's see what happens as we're getting in to the first semifinals. Snipe Hunters versus To The Future.
Here they are, and we are probably witnessing the match between the leader of Team Snipe Hunters, which will be Josh, against we'll see Team To The Future, and that's it. It is the first runic deck that we see all day.
We have talked about this, as we see up at, I believe that's table A, correct?
Absolutely, yes. And we see the Ash Blossom come down on the Maxi from Josh.
And there's also a Naturia on board, so it looks like Runic Naturia could be the deck that Josh is piloting. Now, talk to me about Josh. I know he's got a little bit of history from the region in not only Master Duel, but also in, you know, YCS's other events.
Yeah, absolutely. He is already a multiple-time World Championship appearances for the TCG. So, but he's also a 3-time YCS champion. So he has a lot of history in the TCG, of course. And you cannot really take him away from him. He did make it to the TCG World Championship playoff at the European Championship, but he didn't make it. So he's coming here for instead the Master Duel 1, but he's in the semifinals. So.
And yeah, I mean, shows that he has what it takes. He's currently playing the first Runic that we've seen on stream. There's been a lot of interruption coming in from his opponent, Tasuku. This is the team captains versus each other right now. Tasuku, again, kind of made that reputation for himself in that first duel we saw at the beginning of the day, decking out an opponent through a Maxi. So Josh knows that he's against a tricky opponent.
Absolutely, and as you can tell from the icon, Tasuku as a gold icon, and not only one, he's a 3-time gold icon on Master Duel, which is an insane achievement. So, as you can see here, this is an opening that's pretty standard for the Naturia Runic deck. You can access a lot of different options potentially with this, and we can assume that they might know what they're up against, you know?
Yeah. So when you're looking at the Naturia Runic deck, what's the style of this deck, and what does Tasuku need to be worried about as we see the board, the field get built here?
As you can see, Baron, probably a face-down Runic spell it could be if you expect it.
No field spell.
But yeah, because it stopped it from adding it, and also it should be important to remember that there are some restrictions, obviously, when it comes to the Runic cards on Master Duel. But we see the Exo-Sister deck, not the Punk. Wow.
Yeah, so Tasuku was playing Punk. I believe it was Punk Bestials that were in the deck present, if I'm remembering correctly. But either way, it is swapped up this round, adding the Stella to hand. Okay, so I'm assuming Martha. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Martha's probably already in hand then.
He's now gonna be up to. Oof, there is a Maxi.
We're maxing. Yeah, go into your extra deck monsters. Give Josh the cards because Baron can just stop the final board or whatever the big Exo-Sister that comes out is.
And this is huge. Obviously, with the Baron on the field, you can stop any potential out to the Maxi, which means the card gonna resolve regardless. And this is tough for Tasuku.
Yeah. So we go for the Martha off of the Stella. I wonder if there's another Martha in hand then. But okay, so this can force out the Baron. You need to get through Baron at some point. Mole Cricket will now trigger in the graveyard of Josh.
Yep.
Not a bad opening for Josh. I mean, it didn't look crazy, but that Maxi in hand actually does really change the perspective.
I think Maxi really saved the day. And both players opened it, but Josh had the Ash Blossom for it.
Yep.
Let's see here, because obviously the Baron can potentially negate this Mika Elis.
I don't know if you actually need to. Okay, we are doing it. I think that means that Josh reads that the Martha is not in hand for Tasuku.
The thing is, as you can see here, he can still use the second effect of Michaelis, so at least, you know, he gets rid of the Baron.
Yeah. Negated, destroyed.
And let's
Does Tasuku have a follow-up?
Let's see if you're right and he has a second Martha. He could just pass because under Maxi, you know, that would be a lot. I think he did pass. Yep.
Okay. Now, what can Josh get done here? 7,200 life points left remaining for Tasuku.
At the same time, he has activated a runic spell in the previous turn, so that means he doesn't have access to a battle phase for this turn.
But you gotta keep track of that. Okay, a fountain off the top, or off the Maxi potentially. Either way, he gets it.
Yeah.
Now this field spell is nutty. This gets you lots of cards. Once you get your quick play spells into rotation in the graveyard. Maxi again for Tasuku. Oh, we're just drawing every Maxi in this matchup, and we're chaining the Slumber. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Trying to minimize the effectiveness of that Maxi.
Yeah, this way if you special summon, the other runic spell does not resolve, so Maxi doesn't generate any card advantage.
Yep. And we're going for the Mole Cricket too.
Yeah, might as well chain it now, so that the Maxi again doesn't generate any card advantage at all.
Smart moves from Josh here. We're getting everything onto the board. I mean, you might even be willing to pass against Exo Sister.
But now you draw 3 cards. That's a huge
Oh,
part.
true. And a lot of the cards that you are drawing into are presumably quick play spells. You can now interact with your opponent either by setting them or just keeping them in hand with that field spell.
Wow, and even, the Sacred Tree on top. This is starting to feel like an upfield battle for Tasuku here.
The first look at Runic, and it is looking pretty. Josh having a fantastic start to this one. And Tasuku is just running out of resources. Not the best position for Exo Sister. But as we look at the bottom here, I think we have a lethal push on table B. There we have it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first duel is won by Team 2 The Future.
Yeah, table B to the Future is the winner, 1-0. From how things look in this table A, we might be down to what happens on table C, to be fair. But for now, as you can see, 6 cards in the end from Josh.
That's so many cards.
Yeah. Who needs a battle phase? You
right?
know?
Yeah. And when you can just drown your opponent in advantage, we're even just going to drop the Sunflower.
Yeah.
Probably set a back row, maybe a couple more. Either way, this is going to be Exo Sister with 2 cards against Runic with 8.
Now you just keep your battle phase and play is back to Tasuku, who needs a miracle to pull this one off. Although this matchup is not necessarily that bad, to be fair, but the opening was just the Max Siege. The Max Siege just did it, we could say.
The fact that neither Maxi really paid off for Tasuku is really rough.
Yeah.
As now we're just popping the Naturia Blessing right away.
Yeah, gonna use it to special summon back this Camellia.
I'm looking at the current counter. Is this during Tasuku's end phase? Did they just draw and pass? It says end phase there, and now these quick plays are coming out.
Yeah.
Wow, so Tasuku got nothing in that hand. This is brutal.
Yeah, he's probably trying to just get some additional information from his opponent's deck, might as well, but it seems like this one should be over soon enough. I'm looking at the same time what's happening on table C, and I see a very promising tier element field on to the Future side against Exo Sister from Emre, I think.
Yeah, the Coral Dragon here now. Josh just trying to assemble a powerful board maybe go for a game-winning push right now. But like you said, you are giving more information to your opponent as to what you are playing, but not enough to close out the game here.
Yeah.
It looks like Tezuka will get another turn.
Just pushing some damage, keeping that advantage. Why not? 1500 left for Tasuku. Without a second Baron, of course, in phase 2. Now he's gonna use the Runic spell.
I will say, maybe. Now, I don't want to jinx him, but Exosister with 3 cards is much better than Exosister with 2. I can say that definitively.
Fair enough, yeah.
It doesn't mean enough for Tezuka. Unlikely, but you never know. Do you believe in miracles? We'll find out shortly.
Exactly.
Table C, to catch up on what's happening in the smaller box on the bottom of the screen. Slow play coming in here from Snipe Hunter's representative there. Looks like Emery is playing in that one.
Yeah. And now we see the Scarlight, which could be a cool one. We have seen it a lot of times, but in Duel Links today.
Yeah,
not really
actually.
much to do. Yeah.
Hey, look at that. This is getting representation everywhere.
Exactly.
Do you think anybody in the TCG or OCG is playing it?
That could be.
Yeah.
You never know. That could be fun.
Check the Dragon Link decks.
Exactly, yeah. And now we see number 60, Dugares. Very interesting card. A lot of different effects.
Do you think we're going for the draw here?
Usually, but you could also go for a special summon potentially, but obviously, yeah, that's what he's going for. The Sunflower is really annoying, and now he's just trying to win the game here. That's 1500.
Oh, well, there you have it. Okay, that's the push that they needed. So a victory from Josh.
Yeah, very good.
1-1 right now. Let's see what's happening here in Table C.
And now, as you can see, he quickly focuses. Oh, but yeah, as you can see, he focuses on his teammate match.
Emery going up against Makiu.
Let's see what's going on here. We see like a Merly is activated when it's main phase 1 for Emre.
Michaelis is on the board.
Yeah.
But there are tier elements in the graveyard that are activating their effects.
But yeah, that's gonna get banished by the Michaelis, so this doesn't seem too bad. At the same time, 4 cards in hand. Maybe a Maxi was there from, you know, Makiu could be the
Emery
case.
was taking a long time with the decisions as well, so maybe there was a formula going on. Do I play into the Maxi? Because typically when you see this kind of hand with this kind of board, that is the state that Emery finds themselves in.
But as you can see here, he can get help from his teammates, and he will go for this Alice.
Okay, it's on the field, and we don't see a draw, so no Maxi. All right.
No Maxi.
Emery can play into this board. Can they actually crack the field, though?
He's gonna get a search, first of all, with this Michaelis into the Returnia. Nice option for next turn. And now he goes to the battle phase.
Get the elf and set a back row. Probably all that they have.
Yeah.
This is only turn 2, so that means that it was Makiu with turn 1 to set up the field.
Oh, and Redoer was there. That's huge, actually. Yeah. The last face down from Emre is the most important thing right now.
We know the Returnia.
Yeah.
Maybe Makiu knows the other one. We're not sure as we've joined in on this.
And let's see here, because if he picks up a trap with the Redoer, that also could be a huge one.
Yeah, there's a decent number of traps. It's a monster, though.
Monster.
So you can dodge effects now. But it's not game over here. Emre can hold on. It will be tough, though. And a fall into Valbez normal summon. That is rough for Emre. Makiu with a very strong card right now.
We kind of forgot for a moment that he's playing the branded engine in the tier limit deck, and that's quite unique to Makiu. You can see here Emre not looking too happy, but he's gonna be forced to use this Returnia. Yeah, he's gonna use it on the Albas. And yeah, you can just use the Rule Colors to negate it. Is there a response from Emre? No!
No! That other back row will not interact with this chain.
And that's huge. We can see a Mirror Jade here. Or, yeah, let's see.
I'm expecting the Mirror Jade to come out. It would make the most sense given the target that you're going with. And there we have it. Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, has hit the field.
This could be over when he goes and activate them early. You can then use the Mirror Jade to get rid of the last monster from Emre. Or just play it safe and keep it there. But this is, yeah, a lot. Only one card remaining that can save him. No response at the moment.
I don't see Emre taking this one. It looks like an early lead for To The Future. Representing Japan. They had a solid performance in the first round. Taking first seed in their group. And off to the races here in the semi-finals against the only representative from Europe remaining.
And as expected, let's see, there is nothing chained by Emre, which means this is close to being over right here, right now.
2 attacks is all it takes, and they have more than enough damage on the field. Makyu will take the win, and To The Future will go up 2-1 against Snipe Hunters.
Great end to this set of game ones, as mentioned, and it is only the team leader, Josh, who managed to win his game.
Playing the Runic deck, which we were just saying before we went into the break before the semifinals, like, we haven't seen any Runic yet. I wonder when we're going to. Well, we just had to watch the team that we hadn't seen on stream yet, I suppose.
Makes sense, makes sense.
And Josh, the team captain, does keep them in the conversation. It was not a sweep. And there is still a chance that they can come back. We did see comebacks already on the day.
But that was definitely a dominant show. And when we can get more into details, it doesn't surprise me that if we are seeing a Runic player today in the Master Duel tournament, it is Joshua. He won a YCS throughout this season playing Runic Sprite. So he has experience with the Runic version, I would say. And yeah, the Runic Naturia deck is definitely an interesting pick. One of the maybe wants to flew under the radar, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to play Runic. I think this is probably one of the more popular ones when you're thinking of like, okay, what's actually going to counter a lot of the meta right now. But let's take some time to actually talk about all of Snipe Hunters, because we haven't had them on stream yet. So while we're waiting for the second game, the players have some time to talk, figure out what's going on, what decks they want to play, which means that we get to talk about the players now, highlight some of their stories. So when we look about Snipe Hunters, who do you want to highlight first? We got 3 players to talk about.
I mean, we can start from the leader, which we have already talked a little bit about it. So Josh, obviously, one of the most memorable, I guess, experienced TCG players that we have from Germany, of course, and as mentioned, he has a lot of experience at the World Championship because his first appearance goes all the way back to 2012, so over 10 years ago. But when he was really young, and surprisingly enough, because he made it 3 more times instead of that, that was his only top cut appearance. And now he has his second, although in Master Duel we could say. So good stuff from him, but of course a very accomplished player. 3-time YCS winner.
Great content as well. If you haven't, go check out some of his content.
He's a content creator as well, and overall has a lot of experience on it. But as we have already mentioned, he decided as the first of his team members to get the guy that just briefly by 1,000 DP points got behind him, so which is Quantal. So we can obviously talk about him. He's the only other member in the team. Quantal Think, which we could say has completely opposite experience. He has never played a physical TCG tournament, but he's almost 24/7 on Master Duel, you know?
Wait, never, like, even at locals
in
or just
person,
at YCS levels?
No, just on the higher level.
Wow, that's crazy. He does say his favorite Yu-Gi-Oh card is Rescue Rabbit.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Because from my understanding, I took a short break, maybe a long break, right as Rescue Rabbit came out. From what I hear, people weren't always a fan of that deck. Is this a good answer or a bad answer?
I think it's a good answer.
You think it's a good answer?
I'm a fan of all the rescue cards, I gotta say. So Rescue Cat all the way from the OG.
That was my generation when I was playing the most to
yeah.
go into tournaments. You know, classic double air Bellum.
But definitely, same.
Yeah.
I mean, we did talk to our colleague over the TCG Billy Break, which was one of the creators, we could say, of that deck. So that's fun to you know, reminisce some of those good old times. But yeah, Quantal, as mentioned, amazing Master Duel focused players, but he's obviously had a really good run this year, competing a lot over the platforms, having different wins, having a gold icon as well throughout the season. But it's also time to mention what we witnessed in the last game, which is the last team members, Emre.
Yes, and actually, I was looking at the wrong one. Emre's the one that listed Rescue Rabbit as their favorite card, so I just wanted to clarify that.
That's less of a surprise to me because I've known Emre for 10+ years, I think, as a TCG player as well. And I remember he played Rescue Rabbit like all the time. Back in the day, even in Evil's Worm, which doesn't surprise me that he said if he could become a Yu-Gi-Oh card, if we could become Evil's Worm Ophion. Interesting choice, I could say.
Interesting one. I mean, I want to go back, if we're talking about that prompt then. That's one of my favorite prompts because you really get to know about the players.
Exactly.
Josh,
Yeah.
if you could turn into any Yu-Gi-Oh card, listed Ronin Toden.
I can see that.
I mean, at least he's like cool looking. Like the pose is kind of neat.
He's a Ronin.
It's no Ojama Yellow, but
yeah, exactly. But who are we? Yeah.
Close second.
Close second nonetheless. But yeah, Emre, of course, also someone who shouldn't be taken for granted. He is one of those players who, similarly to you, as you mentioned, took a break from a few years, but this year he came back and he has been on a roll. I think he topped at least 3 different TCG, you know, YCS level or national events. So he is on a very good season, and he is known also for playing trap-heavy decks, we could say. So it doesn't surprise me that we saw him with Exo-Sister here in Game 1.
Good trap deck. Do you think Labyrinth might be the other one?
I'm not sure, but if I had to put a guess, it would be either that or maybe Flow Wanderers. You know, he's for those kind of decks. He's for controlling heavy trap decks.
I feel like a lot of returning players oftentimes kind of gear and kind of gravitate towards the slower control decks as opposed to the big combo decks.
I agree. And I mean, I understand it. I can see why. I mean,
it makes you feel like you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
Absolutely.
At least the Yu-Gi-Oh that you grew up on.
Maybe something similar to what, as mentioned, like maybe to this Evil's Worm deck. The Exo-Sister is somewhat reminiscent. It's still an XYZ deck. They're pretty similar.
Basically.
I can see that. Same, exact same. But yeah, obviously we should. Even though we talked about them plenty today, the Japanese team just should be mentioned once again to the future.
They are up in the series right now. So if we haven't seen it yet on stream, but if they sweep, if all 3 members get a win now, they will be in the finals because it's just first team that gets 5 total wins across all the players.
For now, the rules are the same as what we have witnessed all day. So, you know, best of 9 right now, as you mentioned. They are leading 2-1. Let's see if you're powerful enough to jinx it with that 3-0.
Oh, you're hoping it. Yeah. As,
I mean, I never
watched the last European team here. They did. How much of that do we feel was the performance of the players struggling versus the matchups versus the opening hands? We didn't get to see all of it throughout, but I'm not sure where I stand on it.
So I think there was a lot to talk about. So when it comes to the Josh matchup, which is the one obviously we have seen the most, it was a show of dominance of what is probably a favorable matchup.
Okay.
It's on the other end, though, I think Emre probably was unlucky because Emre picked the right deck. We don't know the second decks for him, but his matchup is technically a favorable one because he was playing Exo-Sister against Tier Element. But what we saw is that he lost the coin flip. He got second and against a very strong opening from his opponent.
Yeah, Time Thief Redoer. Sprite Elf.
Rule Kalos. And probably some a few back rows and 4 cards in hand.
Hard to play through that.
But what I mean is that it still got the right decision. So I'm very interested in seeing what he's going to do now. Is he going to stick with the same deck? Does he expect his opponent to stick with Tier Elements? Or is that going to change?
And does anybody else on the team have a counter to the tier limit deck? Or are they just going to hope that they can get, you know, whatever they're most comfortable on or whatever their best deck is? Because if we think about a team trying to have a second deck or even a primary deck counter the tier limit, which so far seems to be the most popular deck that we've seen, that and Sprite, I would argue.
I would say so.
I mean, do they have another option to go to, or are we going to see something like that Runic deck?
It's interesting because for now what we've seen is the Naturia Runic deck, which has a pretty bad matchup against tier limit, I would say. And on the other hand, Quantal Think, we have seen him in game 1 playing his own tier limit deck. So that at the worst would be a mirror match. So for now, that's what we know.
Yeah.
So probably not.
Strap in, everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a tier limit.
But I mean, there are still plenty of decks on the other sides because obviously we have seen other decks being played. What I'm mostly looking forward to is Tasuku going back on his Punk. He really surprised me with the decision of switching over.
Do you feel like the Punk could have actually played through the Runic deck though?
Better.
I
think he would have had. I mean, to be fair, the Maxi was there, so maybe
the double Maxi.
Double Maxi. So yeah, Maxi was the card that pretty much cost him the game, and obviously that. I don't know, but to be fair, we could have seen a deck out.
Wait, true.
Wait.
Yeah, wait a minute.
What am I saying?
Come on, Josh. What are you doing?
Come on. Yeah, usually you see the Runic deck decking out. No. Tasuku is the one who decks out people. Yeah,
that would have been justice for that first round.
Yes.
Do you remember who Tasuku was against in that first round? I'm trying to remember the matchup.
He was up against Indang Pros.
I think it was Gimlet?
Gimlet, yeah, pretty sure it was
justice for Gimlet. That could have been, but
absolutely
not meant to be this time.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to hop into the next game, though. It will be backs against the wall for the last European representatives going up against the last Japanese representatives, as everybody in the semifinals will be representing a different region. The first ever World Championships for Master Duel is delivering so far. Can to the future give us the first on-stream sweep and make quick work of their opponents, locking in that final spot.
Or are we going to the set of game threes? We'll find out quite soon with the remaining set of matches here as we go into game 2.
I'm not going to ask you your opinion on it because I know that you don't want to jinx it either.
Absolutely not. This time around,
a lot of riding, a lot of regional pride on this one.
I'll exchange the favor.
See, that's why we're not watching the other stream. I'm happy about it. But here we go. Into game number 2. To the future, up to 1 against Snipe Hunters. Winner goes on to the grand finals and has a chance at being crowned the first ever Master Duel World Champions. History would be made, and it will be tomorrow. Both of these teams fighting for their chance to represent their region in that match.
A normal summon Maxi from the to the future side. I mean, that can only mean Sprite to me.
So we're watching C Archer right now. Yeah, it should be Sprite. Yeah. And he got the called by for the enemy's Maxi.
Yeah, called by for the Maxi, but a normal summon Maxi is crazy.
This is not an optimal start for Sprite, though. This isn't Jet. This isn't Blue.
Yeah. I mean, this can still get you to the Gigantic.
It can.
But definitely, I agree with you. It's not the optimal opening.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as good. And I mean, there's an argument. Do you even go for the Gigantic, or would you just, if you were playing the Melfi package, which I'm not sure, I don't remember if Sea Archer was, do you just go for a different play here? Let's see what the decision is.
I think what he was thinking here, depending on the version of Sprite, was either Gigantic or maybe the Sprint, but we see the Impermanence, which is huge.
Emre, solid start, capitalizing on Sea Archer's rough start.
Yeah.
Normal summon's been used. The first Sprite special summon has been used, and Gigantic Sprite is negated. What more does Sea Archer have in hand? It didn't seem like much based on the normal summon Maxi into the Pixie. That's like a desperation. Hey, I just need to get into something.
No, absolutely. Ooh, and we see a switch.
Labyrinth.
So we were right. The secondary deck from Emre is indeed Labyrinth, and this is a crazy opening.
Yeah, they get the big Welcome Labyrinth set, and with just a Gigantic Sprite, Labyrinth has so much recursion, so much ability to just grind out your opponent, and they have an ideal start right now. Big Welcome Labyrinth will get them into the engine. But Ashe is huge!
Yeah, this Ashe is so strong. I was about to say the remaining cards must have been, you know, cards like Ashe, maybe another Maxi. And yeah, there is just a couple of face downs. Makes sense. Some trap cards from the Labyrinth deck.
I have never in my life seen a gigantic sprite survive a turn. You do everything you can to clear that monster and not give your opponent the ability to use it again. But it looks like they're going to keep it.
Yeah, no response. There is not a second Ash in the end. And now we get to see this big, which is actually really nice, because once you resolve this, you can banish the big welcome from the graveyard to get rid of the gigantic.
True, that's actually a good point. And we have Lovely
this is insane.
to hit something from the hand too.
So what you said is still right. We still haven't seen a gigantic
Okay, you know what?
surviving.
Whew, I'm happy that it's never happened in the world still.
Exactly.
At least in my
Word.
lens
Yeah.
of the world. Yes.
Okay. Let's see if there is anything coming down, but it doesn't seem like it.
All
Yeah.
right, there we go. Get
And
that out of here. We'll rip something from the hand. And that means one card for Sprite unless it's a starter.
Yeah, this could be a
There's
quick
really
one.
nothing.
Yeah, could be a quick one. He gets back the Chandelier and he destroys. Ooh, what was the crossout?
Nobleman. Or crossout designator, I suppose.
Yeah, and it seems like that's it. Battle phase, main phase 2, end phase.
We call that
that's
the
it.
battle phase of Spite right there.
Yeah.
As now the turn will go back to Emre. The Labyrinth deck has engine set up,
Yeah,
and the
this
Sprite
is-
deck has stalled.
This is really, really strong. What you can do is you can just get back some trap cards with the Lovely, and yeah, with a big welcome. This is
another one.
nasty. Yeah.
Yeah, this duel is going to be over quick unless C Archer can just get the miracle draw. I don't even know if a Sprite starter will be enough at this point. Once Labyrinth gets going and once you fall behind tempo, it is almost impossible to come back against this deck.
Absolutely it is. And yeah, we are just gonna see this
Okay.
Vader, which only avoids, you know, another trap, but this is too much.
Yeah, I mean, like, that was leaving the hand anyway.
Yeah.
With Lovely on the field. At least you would imagine it would not be long.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Labyrinth, surprisingly to me today. I felt like it was one of the best decks going into the event.
Yeah, I had high expectations for it. But as we also saw with the Duel Links meta, my read of what players would be leaning towards was not necessarily correct. I am happy to see Labyrinth represented, though. I do still think it has what it takes to compete at this level.
Absolutely.
And there's the field spell, too.
Yeah.
So
This, I mean, Emre is in a comfortable spot. It will just make the most out of what he has, but yeah.
let me tell you, it does not get easier
No.
for C Archer right now. It will only get harder.
I mean, in the draw phase, you can just get rid of the last card with the Lovely, and that's it. So, very, very convincing game by Emre. And I'm pretty sure this will be over in just a bunch of seconds.
Even if it's starter, you have the Labyrinth. You can pop whatever is summoned as well. C Archer is out of options and out of time as Emre looks to take a swift win with Labyrinth. Not always does Labyrinth end this quickly. Sometimes it is a much grindier game, but just had a really solid opening. So while this is happening on screen, I want to focus on table A and C briefly because I just saw Sky Striker summoned on table A, something that we haven't really seen, but you did mention might be one of those secondary option decks.
And I think that's what Quanto think probably from, went for. And I'm really excited to see some of that in action. Like, we haven't seen it all day.
Yeah.
It is one of those decks where you usually want to go second and maybe play cards like evenly matched, you know?
Oh, it was the Sprite starter. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best card you could draw. I don't think it's going to matter because, everything's set up for Labyrinth already. One turn too late. If they had it last turn before Labyrinth was out, maybe.
Yeah, this doesn't
maybe
do
there's a
anything.
chance, but unfortunately, this duel is over.
Absolutely. This is over, so it is Emre who ties the score now to 2-2 at least. And we are gonna take soon a look to table A or C.
It's all over but the crying. See how long Emre makes this one last. At table A, it's Exo Sister versus Sky Striker.
Interesting.
I would love to take a look at that one, but table C is also looking like it's heating up right now.
Yeah, it's Dragon Link, so that's also seemed to be quite an exciting matchup.
Yep.
It's probably Dragon Link against the branded tier deck from
It
before.
does look like, as yeah, here we have it, the attack from Emre, well done. Bouncing back with Labyrinth, picking up another win for Snipe Hunters.
Yes.
Europe staying in this one. And here we go, Exo Sister versus Sky Striker in the semifinals
Wow.
of the first ever Master Duel World Championships.
Who could have guessed it? And what a throwback here with this Eagle booster protecting this Kagari. Feels like we're back in 2018 with this kind of format.
True. All right, now, oh, we have a Returnia set. Royal Rare, beautiful looking
Yeah,
card.
that's a nice one. Again, Tasuku, 2 for 2 going with Exo Sister instead of his Punk deck.
Interesting.
Hopefully,
Maybe just
yeah.
realized that, you know, against the opponents, this would work out better. I don't know if they read that Quanto would pull out the Sky Striker, though.
Probably not.
From our perspective, we're not sure how much the players are communicating and, you know, learning what each other's primary and secondary decks are. So it's all just guessing from our perspective of how deep do the mind games go.
And this doesn't seem like it's a very comfortable position for Quantal regardless, with 5 cards in hand from Tasuku.
We might have a big push down here on table C
Yeah,
as well.
I see a...
There's an Axis Code Talker that
Axis
just
Code.
hit the field. And a
We
Chaos
might have a
Ruler coming
game.
out as well. So that one might be
Yeah, that might be game.
swinging heavily in favor of Snipe Hunters because it is red side getting the big push right now. But let's see at the current game here because Exo Sister is about to pop off. That is a Martha in hand. We're on turn 3. There's an open board for Quantal Think. How big of a board can Exo Sisters get? Not always known for having a huge lethal push, but that's another Ellis in hand.
That's a nice one, but as mentioned, I think table C might be over. I'm seeing Josh attacking for game. Yes.
Direct attack.
That's
Boom.
over.
Table C goes to Snipe Hunters. Even if Tasuku can pick up the win here, it will be a tied series in this semifinals match.
And you can see though, Quantal shaking his head. Maybe he's just told his opponents he's not in a good spot. And wow, we see a battle phase even. I thought this was this is over. Actually, as quick as it gets.
Wow.
It's exactly the reverse. So 2-1 again, and now 2-1 for Team Snipe Hunters. It gets as good as it possibly can be. 3-3.
It is neck and neck, the first semifinals.
Makes sense.
And it's 3-3 right now. We're going to the game determinative, to the series determinative, to the finals appearance determinative. Game 3. Whoever takes this next one will be in the first ever finals.
Insane matchup. As you just mentioned, we have one more set of games remaining to determine who will advance to the World Championship. For the remaining team, that will be the last game that they play for the World Championship 2023.
Talk about pressure.
Yes.
The only way this could be higher pressure is if it was finals.
Absolutely.
But it's the fact that it's to get you to finals,
Yeah.
the second highest potential pressure situation you can be in. All of these players need to bring their absolute A game to this next match. And also, really hope that they built their decks well enough to give them a good draw.
Absolutely, but here we can go through some of the highlights that we just witnessed.
Yeah.
So we had the exact opposite thing. The only thing that stayed the same was Josh winning. So his leader is really carrying his team right now. He's 2-0.
Yeah.
While on the opposite side, though, we were kind of skeptic about Tasuku and his Exo Sister deck. He proved us wrong. He won with it against Quantal in the end. And at the same time, he was the one who stick with Exo Sisters. While Quantal revealed
Sky Strikers. Yeah, let's talk about Sky Strikers.
Yes, I want to get into that.
Because you hinted at it earlier in the day when I was talking about potential decks to play. What do you play Sky Strikers into? Like, what is your ideal matchup if you're piloting what you would play for this deck? Because we didn't see every card that's in the deck, but if you're building it, what are you hoping to match up against? What are you trying to snipe?
So I think it's probably really good against Labyrinth and decks such as that set up a lot of cards that you can get rid of, because the way that you can build it, you go second and you can play a lot of cards like Evenly Matched, Feather Duster, Lightning Storm. It is true that they can set up you know, a virus, an epidemic virus, But
That would be
how,
terrifying.
how do they know that you're playing Sky Striker? That's the thing, you know?
True.
If you catch them off guard, like against a lot of after the decks, it's completely useless, so
Yeah.
they wouldn't risk it.
Yeah.
So I think that works. At the same time, though, Quantal went from what is probably the most standard deck, Tier Elements, and switched over to Sky Striker. So
That's bold. I mean, again, Tier Elements has been the highest priority deck alongside Sprite, so the willingness to switch off of one of those decks to Sky Striker is a pretty bold move.
at the same time, he knew what he was up against because he knew now all of the decks from Tasuku, because he knows the Punk deck was there, and now we know that the other option was the Exo Sister. So he might have felt like Sky Striker was well positioned against both.
And now the final opponent for Tasuku will have to decide, what deck do I want to play into either of those. Either guess which one Tasuku is going to play or pick one that you feel comfortable will be good into both of them. Do you think that there's a deck that can beat both Exo Sister and Punk? Bestial, again, he was kind of mostly Punk deck, but he had other things in it.
The thing is, now he's going to be up against Emre. So basically, it's going to be either an Exo Sister mirror match, we could say, which could be exciting, or it's gonna be Labyrinth, you know, so another matchup where I don't know how the Punk deck is positioned against those, I would say. So at the same time, you really don't want to play Exo Sister against Labyrinth, so maybe I could see Tasuku going for his Punk signature deck in the very last duel.
I feel like I would run the Punk, but again, there's a reason I'm here and they're there. We'll wait and see what their decision actually is.
Yeah.
But it feels like that would be the one that makes the more sense.
Absolutely. But when it comes to the other matchups, also Josh's secondary deck was revealed. So he has as options the Naturia Runic deck or the Dragon Link deck. And this time around, it will be interesting to see what he decides to bring to the table. And he's going to be up against Sea Archer, I believe. And that means that he's going to be up against either, for now we have seen only Sprite, I believe. Yeah, that's about it.
I think so.
I don't remember a secondary deck.
And it's really bold to pull out a secondary deck when you're the Sprite player for the team, because Sprite, like, I feel like if you're the one piloting Sprite, you're expected to play the Sprite deck, which is why I'm also kind of surprised that the Tier Elements made the switch, because I feel like it's a bigger risk to switch off of just the power decks in the format right now.
I agree, and especially now, as mentioned, one last game. You really don't want to take this one the wrong way. You really don't want to make a mistake when choosing the deck. I think our players will spend their minutes really discussing this one through.
And this is why I was so excited about this format. I was having conversations about people leading into the World Championships, and I was surprised how many people were like, I wish it was just open and you could play whatever deck you wanted to play. I was like, but this is where you really show the extra level of skill, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not only a game about how well do you pilot the one deck. That is a big part of it. But I love the factor of how do you build the deck? What decisions go into that? Limit the options you have and see what the best players can do.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you. I think it just gets into another new dynamic completely. We haven't ever seen, as mentioned, this is the first ever Master Duel World Championship, but it's also the first ever 3v3 World Championship in any category, so I love it. And now we are just gonna see a point in where the mind games gets interesting, and maybe you could take it even a step too far when you try to outplay, mind game your opponent, you know? Like the Sky Striker deck, for example. Maybe it's one of those things where you think you need to outplay your opponent to the point where you end up playing a deck that maybe is just weaker than the rest.
Quantal Think is like playing 4D chess, deciding which deck to go. Meanwhile, you know, Maki's just flipping a coin, like, all right, well, we're going to go with heads.
Why not? Why not? Let's just take it,
Not that, you know, a world champion would flip the coin, but now, you know, you never know what the decision-making is for the players. And you can play yourself in your thinking.
We have seen the opposite thing. So while each of the... That's interesting, I just realized it. While each of the European representative switched deck after game one. They all did switch. The Japanese representative, they all kept the same deck. That's a very interesting interaction there. Yeah. So that's, you know, very different play styles.
Okay.
Let's
so,
see what happens
So
now.
what happens now? Do we see everyone from Europe switch again?
Exactly.
And the Japanese representatives
Just
say
keep
the
going,
same?
yeah, you know? I
Well,
mean,
then it would probably be a replay of the first round. So maybe it's now the Japanese representatives who need to
exactly.
switch.
And you know where it goes
Oh,
there.
wait a minute.
That's what happens.
Oh, there's a lot of layers to this.
Yeah.
I'm too tired. We've been talking about too much Yu-Gi-Oh! For me to process that.
Yeah, it's
Speaking of, they've been playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! So that fatigue needs to be setting in now. I mean, if you've been to locals and you've played 5 games, imagine how many duels they've been playing at this pressure. The human element needs to be discussed as well because that fatigue can affect gameplay.
Absolutely, and this is quite the unique scenario as well, because as you mentioned, players, and especially our amazing players, are used to being under pressure, but usually in the other tournaments, at the end of day 1, you will get obviously very fatigued, but the match, yes, it would be important, but it could still be a match where maybe you can afford to lose it and just start again in day 2.
Yeah.
Here, it's the opposite. The final match is the most important match of the day.
This is the semifinals.
This is literally all or nothing.
Yeah.
So this is where you can really tell the difference. And if players even focused on, you know, their mental health or their physical health, just drinking, staying, you know, in the place.
Make sure to stay hydrated, everybody at home.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure even the viewers might be stressed right now. It's like, oh, what's going to happen?
Yeah, you really don't want to miss this one out. I mean, we have been here all day, and this is what we are here for. We want to find out who will advance. Yeah.
This is the World Championships for Yu-Gi-Oh! The biggest event, and it's back for the first time in 4 years. It's been a long time since we've been able to come together. I know I feel honored to be participating in this. I know you are happy to be back here. I'm sure the players are happy to be back and to solidify who is the best at Master Duel, because that has not been decided yet.
Absolutely. And it doesn't get much better than this. As we mentioned, we have had a lot of different regions, a lot of different areas, and it's only fitting that in the semifinals we get 4 different regions, 4 different areas fighting one against each other to find out what the best one is. Yeah. And I'm not sure right now if I would have to pick between the 2 teams. They literally had completely different ideas, completely different decks, but I don't think any of them has the advantage going into this game 3.
You know what I'm going to do? Even if it might jinx the
right.
European representatives, so sorry. But remember what happened in the last round?
Yeah.
The team that took that second game, they had the momentum, they had the mindset, they had the energy, and they brought that into the second one, and they swept that. So
I know.
I don't want to give you high expectations, everyone at home, the European fans watching right now, but your representatives are tied against the #1 seed coming out from the opposite group and have a chance of making that finals.
Absolutely. And I feel like we have seen that not just in the previous round. We have seen that a lot throughout the day, where the players who just lost in the first round but then managed to come back has kept that momentum going.
It gets you back alert.
The
It gets you that
kicks in.
energy when we talk about the fatigue of a long day of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes that injection of energy is what you need. And I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to the cameras and how they look in the game. Not just the decisions being made, but the energy shown, the energy present, because I put a lot of stock in that. Let's see if it can carry them to a victory here as the determinate match is about to begin. To the Future versus Snipe Hunters. The winner goes to finals. The winner represents the region.
The winner gets to bring its own regions, the team's region, to the finals. Tokyo Big Side tomorrow. But here we see some openings. And we are probably going to focus on table C this time around. I see a Maxi Baranash.
Already, turn 1. We get the starter into the Maxi, into the Ash Blossom.
And we see
C Archer versus Josh, and C Archer has a solid start. This is not the same sprite start that was the Maxi and the Pixie that got negated. This can pop off.
And once again, though, you can see To the Future, the Japanese representative sticking to the same deck.
Sisters.
Yeah, same deck, free for free.
Quantel's back to tier elements.
Yeah.
I haven't seen yet what Makyu is playing, but we'll keep, actually Makyu is still, no, Makyu has not been revealed yet, but we'll see. We'll keep our eyes on it.
It's not been revealed, but when it comes to both C Archer and Tasuku, they have been keeping the same deck again. So let's see if that pays off.
All right, the sprite combo has begun. And outside of the Max C, Josh has not shown anything yet, so if he doesn't have another form of interruption, this could be rough. Sprite unchecked is unmatched. It is very hard to get through that board. Now the question is, has Josh picked the Runic Naturia deck now? And do we favor that into this matchup?
It's definitely an interesting choice. I think both could be. At the same time, if he's on Dragon Link, with this gigantic, all of his bestials cannot be activated anymore for the remaining of this turn at least. This is what we have seen plenty of times already. Sea Archer is on the Melfi Sprite version, as we have seen. So maybe that is what he goes for here.
That's my favorite version of the deck as well. Get the swap frog out, you send the Ronin Totem. Even if Totally Awesome is not playable, you still can use these 2-star monsters to get into that Melfi package. And then you have a lot of interaction on your opponent's turn from that position.
On the other hand, though, I see a fantastic opening from Quantal Fink with the Maxi activated in the draw phase. So it looks as if the remaining of the matches are still back and forth once while we go through our own match between Sea Archer and Josh.
If you're a European fan and you want to see your region make it to the finals, you're rooting for Red Side, you're rooting for Snipe Hunters. If you want to see Japan make it to the first finals for Master Duel in their home country, you are rooting for To The Future, and right now things are looking great for Sea Archer.
And as expected, all of To The Future team kept the same deck. Now it's just revealed. They stick with it up until the end. I agree with that.
Stick into their guns. They believe in their decisions. They believe in their ability to pilot these decks. Speaking of, that is the Melfi package. Sea Archer has picked up Melfi of the Forest. This will get you to that Caddy. We've already seen the Caddy. We'll go into the Penny, then Synchro Summon into either the Herald. I also think that the 4-star Melfi Synchro is not terrible either. It can bounce things back to hand. We haven't seen if they're playing that one yet, but keep your eyes out. Maybe that comes out too.
And the last deck of the series is revealed with Emre also keeping his Labyrinth. So it's gonna be Labyrinth against Exosister, and then we have a Tier Element Mirror match at Table C.
Okay, Tier Element Mirror. That could be the decider.
Could be.
Based on how these other two decks expect to interact, I do favor the Labyrinth.
I do agree. Although there was a pretty interesting opening with, but this is board. Strong opening.
Yeah, Sea Archer is off to the races right now. Look at this board.
Now we just need to reveal Josh deck. Is it gonna be Naturia Runic? Is it gonna be Dragon Link? Still close. We only have seen a Maxi, so played by both decks.
I don't even know which one I would rather have. It's the
Runic.
It's the
Runic. Okay, that is good news, I think. If there was a chance here, it would have been much easier with the Runic deck, but this is still a fantastic opening to fight from Sea Archer.
With the Runic cards, you can play through a lot of interruption and then still keep playing. You can recur your own cards, draw more, cycle through multiple times. And that's what Sprite now needs to worry about. That's what Sea Archer needs to worry about. What do I decide to interact with on this board against this deck?
So he's thinking about using the Masquerena, but he's gonna allow that to resolve. So Sprite Elf is gone. Doesn't even want to use the effect to summon back something from the grave, it seems like.
Interesting. I wonder, there's definitely targets. Ronin Totem would be in there at least. Maybe you're worried about triple tactics as a follow-up?
Could be, but I think it wasn't. No, it was activated not in the main phase from Joshua, because to play around Masquerena. And now we see a Runic Fountain. This is a strong opening potentially from Josh.
I might just go into Nightmare Unicorn right here. Just get that out of there. Okay, we got
that is huge.
Runic tip though.
That is actually one of the best cards to get here. This is looking pretty promising from Josh, who gets a second fountain.
All right, well, scratch that Nightmare Unicorn play. Okay, so we're just going to go for 2 cards cycled, 2 cards drawn. We've dealt with the Sprite Elf. We have 1 fountain in hand and 2 unknowns for Josh. Big decisions to be made here. You have a lot more to play through. We got the Kitty, we got the Penny, We got Melfi the Forest negating Monster Effect. We got Sprite Sprint interacting. We got Ash Blossom in hand. Oh, that doesn't feel good for Josh.
Yeah, that's a good one. And the second fountain is there, so there are 2 more cards in the end from Joshua. Let's see if any of them is relevant here.
Yeah, let's... So going through his decision-making, I'm wondering if those might just be ways to interact. Well, no, he probably would have used them to interact with the Sea Archer on his turn. Yeah, I'm not sure what these could be. Has a monster effect been activated yet?
Okay,
Oh,
Mole Cricket
okay, that's pretty good.
is a nice one, yeah.
There is still an answer. Melfi Caddy can
That's
bounce
a nice
hand, get
one.
the penny. Melfi the Forest.
Yep.
But it's a quick effect for Naturium Mole Cricket.
And you can summon Chew from the
You
deck.
can, true.
So that's a good one. Now you can get the penny, obviously. Unless it was banished by the flashing fire.
Ah,
that could
that'd
be
be kinda funny.
nasty, yeah.
Is there a secondary beast target then?
Let's see. Obviously, you get to the Sunflower, which is really annoying at the moment. Yeah, he
There's
gets
the
the
penny.
penny. Okay.
Okay, so we can get into the Herald of the Arclight, which is actually very solid. If you can get that on the field, start banishing your
Yeah.
opponent's cards.
The only problem is now the Sunflower is there, and it can potentially negate 2 different monster effects thanks to Camellia. So let's see how Josh decides to go for this. And there is 1 more card in the end, which we have no idea what that is.
Yeah, there's still a mystery card. We don't know it. Sea Archer doesn't know it, so Sea Archer needs to keep that in mind as you interact. But, I mean, from this position, yeah, you can now use the Sprint, detach your material.
Yeah,
and try and
trying
deal
to
with
use
the
it on the
Sunflower.
Sunflower makes sense. This is probably gonna force out his activation, because otherwise it would be negated. Yeah. Gonna mill 2 cards for the Camellia, which you can. Or no, instead he doesn't go for it. Interesting.
Okay, so Sprite Sprint has been dealt with for now.
And this is actually nice because now you can go for the Penny.
True.
Potentially go into the Herald, which would banish whatever cards the Camellia would send from the deck. That would be a nice interaction here.
I agree with that assessment, but there are still quick play spells
Yep.
Josh can try and use. There's that one unknown, and that unknown could make or break this game, and maybe this series, and the chance at a finals appearance for Snipe Hunters.
On the other hand, though, Emre managed to completely destroy Tasuku Field.
Yeah, that Labyrinth matchup is big for Snipe Hunters. It could come down to the Tearlaman's Mirror match based on how these boards or the field states are looking right now.
It's gonna be a close one for sure. It's looking like Snipe Hunters have the advantage at the moment, but it's definitely close. And the second fountain comes down. If there is a runic spell, this could be insane from Josh.
Now I'm racking my brain. Do we know what the back row are for Sea Archer?
Oh, there is a runic spell.
Oh, okay.
Wow. I'm
Dispelling
wondering.
from the hand.
Yeah, why the Bini was never used. Yeah.
Yeah, we could drop it at any point. Would have liked to see it earlier
For sure.
for the reason of just getting rid of those spells. So that way we're not getting more recursion from the runic deck.
Yeah, because now if there is not a response, Josh is able to draw 3 cards.
Okay. Interesting decision making from Sea Archer. Let's
It
catch
does
up.
resolve. Wow.
Yeah, this is an interesting decision.
And this is now looking more like it's favoring Josh.
Now, I'm thinking potentially it's because you have IP Masquerena and you want to save a card in hand for the Nightmare Unicorn. If you value that higher, that's the only thing I can think of.
But you're never going to win this game with Nightmare Unicorn, I feel like. Like, they were left on only 1 card and that's it. And you could have made the Herald of the Arclight. Well, now you're facing 5 cards in hand. And talent.
And
yeah.
triple tactics talent.
Yeah.
That is massive. That's going to force the Masquerena right there.
Yeah.
Or not.
Not gonna use it because he can still take control of whatever gets summoned by the Masquerena. But this is looking like Josh could take it, and wow.
Catch up on table A right now. It does look like Emre
Complete
he's cleared
dominance.
every card.
Yeah.
There's nothing left here for Tasuku.
Yeah, he's in a very dominant position.
Looks like Snipe Hunters will take table A, high chance. Table C, still back and forth in the mirror matchup, but it does look like it's a favorable position for Snipe Hunters.
I think it could even be a 3-0 by the things are looking at the
yeah,
moment.
this was a huge turnaround from Josh. Looked in a dire position from the turn 1 setup that we saw from CEST, but still holding the penny, still holding the caddy. IP Masquerena cannot even activate effects now. And we have 2 unknown back rows. I don't remember us having information on this. Maybe we do, but either way, he hasn't used either of them yet.
No, we don't really have any information on that, but as we proceed here, we see once again that Scarlight.
All right, now we're gonna penny, I guess.
And I think we are gonna go for what you mentioned, the Melfi Synchro to just get it back.
Yeah, if you're not gonna go for the Herald, then you do go for this to just bounce back that Red Dragon Archfiend. Get out of here. Let's see if they actually play it though, because we haven't seen it yet. We have seen the Herald, and there it is, Merry Melfi's. So when summoned, they can actually get rid of that Synchro monster.
Makes sense. But the freezing curse pickup. Wow, this is brutal.
And
Josh.
that's a big reason why maybe you should have gone for the Herald earlier, because you gave them all these cards.
Yeah, he could have also taken the Masquerena, because now you can chain the Masquerena to make the freezing not resolve. While if he kept the Masquerena, if he took the Masquerena, this was not an option.
That's a good point. Wasn't thinking about that. Masquerena, a very powerful link to a monster.
And yet another runic card, this Mining Storm, to special summon is gonna be activated.
Oh, this is brutal. Josh has all the cards that you would like right now.
Yep.
And CEST is struggling. Still has those 2 back row. We'll see what they can do. Table A, it's getting close here. We're seeing Exodus are going to the final push to maybe try and save it. Table C, a lot of cards in hand for To The Future's representative, but not controlling the field state now. It's going to come down to the wire here.
Yeah, but now he gets to draw 2 more cards, gets another fountain back. It's looking like there is one final push at table C as well for the tier element mirror match. But yeah, with this kill drain face up, I'm pretty sure, yeah, table A is locked.
Okay, now how are we going to close it out here, Josh? Foolish Burial Goods, solid card.
Yeah, sends
the Sprite Elf has not activated effect yet, I don't believe, so can get something onto the field. I'm just wondering what these back row are.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
We haven't seen a lot of prompts, so either he's turned off the toggle. I imagine a Gamma Burst would have been used by now. Or not, sorry, the Smashers. Maybe it's a Gamma Burst.
Could be the Gamma Burst, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. I'm trying to take a look at the other decks. Yeah, table C is the only one that looks somewhat uncertain, I think.
I think it is going to come down.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe not, because if table B and A go the way of Snipe Hunters, then table
C
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All Snipe Hunters need are 2 wins, and they have 2 winning positions. A Trishula, Dragon of the Ice Bear, and an Infinite Impermanence. That was one of the back row saved into the last moments from CEST.
Yeah, that was saved very late.
Wow, very respectful to hold that until the end, but we're still going into more. We're going to link summon.
Yeah, into the Donner Furier. Wow, wow.
Whoa!
What a slow roll.
Hey! We got a game here.
What? That's
CEST
crazy.
is not out of this yet.
No way. That's unbelievable.
Who were we to doubt?
Wow.
Who were we to doubt? This player just demonstrated incredible patience in a high-stress situation and might have just gotten himself out of it.
Yeah, Freezing Curse obviously really nice here, but I'm honestly impressed by CEST's level of, you know, commitment.
Yeah.
He just didn't care, took any bait.
Nerves of steel.
Yeah.
Got to change the name to Steel Archer after this one.
I agree.
So now Table C is getting very exciting because if Table B turns around, if C Archer can win this one, Table A still looking done and dusted.
Yeah.
For Snipe Hunters, it will come down to one final deciding game. But we're not out of this one yet. It is still Runic. Josh still has cards to play with. The Field Spell can get you a lot. The Naturias can get you a lot.
Yeah, as you can see here, there is still a lot that you can do. Depending on the top deck, I think that's what it will come down to for C Archer. But I'm looking at Table C, and it's also looking quite promising for Quantal Fing, and Table A just ended.
That's the first win for Snipe Hunters. They need one of the other two games to go in their favor. Emre has done their job, has carried their weight. Now it's up to Josh, it's up to Quantal.
And this is a great synergy for Josh. Although Gigantic Sprite resolved, the Sunflower is a level Shu, so it can be special summoned.
Interesting to note there. And whoa, Sprite Jet with blue. We do have the Sunflower, will go for a negate here.
Yeah, because even if he negates, he can just use the Sunflower once again, and this is looking pretty promising.
Now, it's important to note that Sprite goes into a lot of their extra deck in that first rotation. How much more does C Archer even have left in there? There's
I think he might just attack,
not another Masquerada. Yeah, I think we're just hitting the field right now. And then you give Runic another turn, they're just going to keep drawing. Like, that Advantage engine does not stop once it gets rolling.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is enough.
I think this might have been also a slight misstep from C Archer. He could have just done this and then special summoned the Jet in Memphis Chew. So
true,
capitalizing more on what he had.
Could have gotten you into Smashers, something to try and break the field of Josh, but now Josh has a big turn here.
Yeah, this doesn't look good for C Archer once again. Could come down.
Table C is still back and forth.
Table
No
C.
one's taken damage
No.
in the mirror match. 8,000 to 8,000 life points.
Yeah, I think this might be too much. Freezing Curse is picked up once again. Crazy.
The pressure on to the Future's remaining representatives. They both know they have to win. Stressed faces, focused faces from both duelists right now on the screen. But you're right, Josh, he's feeling very good right now.
Absolutely, 4 cards in hand. Even though he cannot attack at the moment, he's got a normal summon on Maxi.
The classic normal summon Maxi. You have the 4-star tuner on field. We're going into a 6-star synchro. I don't even know if C Archer has another blue left. I believe we've gone through both blues.
Yeah. You can use the coral effect to even destroy cards, as you can see here.
Yep. I think that's it. I don't imagine Sprite can come back from this position.
He needs a miracle.
Okay, yeah, we missed the battle phase, so a 2-star would be huge here.
Maybe a Sprite starter, any 2 stars, as you mentioned. But he has also banished a lot of cards, so he could really be down on very, very few monsters at the moment.
It's a 2-star!
It's a 2, but is that enough?
We got Sprite Carrot. Okay, what is left in the extra deck? We've gone through 2 Gigantic.
Could be... Okay. Oh. Wow. But
yeah, we are going into the last remaining cards.
Yeah. We are down to the wire, and this could also come down to whether the Zeus is in this deck or is in one of the other decks, you know?
If it comes down to a Zeus play.
Yeah, whether the Zeus is in this deck or in the others, we'll find out soon, I guess.
That would be pivotal.
Yeah.
C Archer, did the team trust you? Were you the one gifted the precious singular Zeus, playable across all 6 decks, or will it matter?
And this is now quite important because of the Freezing Curse. So I think Josh drew 3 times in a row that Freezing Curse.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. This is tough. I think the only possible hope is, as mentioned, that Zeus, and it still probably isn't enough to win this
I
game.
mean, you're going to draw 3 cards here. We got Churia Mole Cricket. Not only does the Archer need to have the Zeus, they need to hope that Josh doesn't draw much here.
But I think Table C might be over.
Oh, Table C could go for the push. 2,000 life points left. That's the final blow.
Table C is over.
Josh having fun with it. Snipe Hunters. Make it happen.
Wow.
They come back and they take down To the Future. And they will be your first finals representatives. I think that was
What a
going to be a
match.
sweep.
Yes.
I mean, Josh seemed like he was in a good position regardless.
Absolutely.
And Europe makes it to the first ever Master Duel World Championship Finals.
We had an incredible match once again, one down to the wire, and once again that momentum kicking in. Because at the beginning of the match it was To the Future, the Japanese team having the lead 2-1.
Yep.
Then the tying of the scores 3-3. And that was enough to almost what would have been a Frio's whip in Game 3. Incredible stuff. And as you mentioned it, there we are. Congratulations to the Future. Unfortunately, they are kicked out from the tournament, but we have the first finalists for the Master Duel World Championship, Snipe Hunters.
The Snipe Hunters made it happen, and they did it. The same as the Latin American representatives. You go down 1-2 in the first round, you bring it back tie, and then you sweep
and
the
then
final.
you sweep. Yeah, that momentum going, it does happen.
It's
it
real.
does work. And yeah, I mean, congratulations. It was an amazing match. As we have seen, completely different approaches, both in terms of decks and both in terms of switching over decks.
Because again, the team To the Future did not swap
Never at
throughout
all.
the entire time. And I think Team Snipe Hunters made good reads throughout. They did win the tier limit mirror, but even if they hadn't, Josh felt with that Runic deck in a good spot. Very strong team going into the finals.
Absolutely, it was a very strong team, but I want to give credits where credit is due. Maybe if there was an underdog in Snipe Hunter's team, it was Emre, because he was not the one who got, second and third place. But in this match, it was Emre with the clutch switch to Labyrinth who managed to go 2-0 with the deck, and he pretty much carried his team with a great performance.
I was surprised that we hadn't seen very much Labyrinth up until this moment, but hey, Labyrinth is in the finals now. It is a deck you have to respect, and you have to have a game plan of what to play into it, but also now know for whatever team goes up against Team Snipe Hunters in the finals that they will switch off of it too.
Exactly.
Like, they have a pretty good read of when they want to play it versus when not to.
Now, at least, the silver lining is that whoever will be up against knows all of 6 decks.
Yes, we have seen all of them on stream.
Absolutely, but they know they are not afraid of switching. We have seen Sky Striker in action, so I would be stoked to see that tomorrow in the finals as well. But without, more talking about it, it was just an incredible show, as mentioned. A lot of different decks, a lot of different plays, and you gotta give credit to just how well they played throughout the whole series.
And a reminder that the rematch for LATAM versus North America, who had 2 representatives, Team 7 versus PRRJ, is going on. And we will be showing replays of it, but we do have
the results guys.
Of it, as both semifinals were happening at the same time, and Team 7 takes the victory.
Team 7 is the other finalist for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship, and I think it's worth just quickly mentioning them since we haven't seen them at all on stream.
Not on stream once.
Absolutely, but sneaking all the way up to the finals. They are, as you mentioned, another North American representative team, and I can tell you guys that they are some insane players with a huge TCG background.
If you haven't heard these names, you just haven't been around. Raymond Dye, Ryan Yu, Jesse Cotton.
Absolutely.
Powerhouse team.
Powerhouses. Raymond Dye, the leader, obviously great experience throughout. But I want to quickly mention the other shoes. Ryan Yu is also a former world champion, but for Dragon Duel. So we could have still a 2-time world champion for 2 different categories there. And Jesse Cotton, what more can we say about this guy? We are gonna have on the one hand Josh with, absolutely. Josh is, a 3-time YCS champion. Jesse is a 4-time YCS champion with incredible results, UDS champion. We have some incredible names. I'm excited,
And
honestly.
Marcello, it's North America versus Europe
Yep.
in the finals for the first ever match.
We could
May
definitely
the
give-
best region win.
Absolutely.
May the best region win. Incredible stuff there. That is it for Match Duel for today. We have just the finals coming up ahead of us in the future, and we will then have Duel Links coming up next. But I want to take a little bit more time to just kind of digest the day.
Yes.
Master Duel, the first day of Worlds for it. How did it deliver for you, Marcello?
It was an amazing experience. As we went through it, it's just the first time ever, the first World Championship for Master Duel, new format, 3v3 experience. I suggest you guys, if you have missed any of the content, to just go back and watch it at the end of the day. So you want to see how these duelists managed to get to that finals, as we showed a few rounds and now the semi-finals. It has been a huge, exciting day, and honestly, I can't wait for the finals tomorrow.
I still can't believe that the day started with Tasuku
Yes.
decking out his
Decking
opponent
out.
through a Maxi with a
Yeah.
Turbo Punk deck, and then we never saw him play Punk again.
Again, yeah, absolutely.
He was off of it. He was
Yeah,
done.
Maybe that could have been a turning point in the finals.
There's a lot of what ifs, and that's the heartbreaking part. Is we celebrate the winners, but you got to give respect to those that are walking away.
Absolutely.
That gave it their all and were not able to pick up that win. Still worthy of being here. Still deserve the respect and should hold their heads high that they represented their region well.
Yeah, it was absolutely a great showing nonetheless, and a lot of different players. But as you mentioned, you don't have to go anywhere because we have still some exciting Yu-Gi-Oh! for
We
you
do.
today.
Duel Links semifinals is coming up right after this. We're going to send it to a break before we are back to close up the day with that Duel Links semifinal. So we'll see you there.
2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
to the WCS 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships for Duel Links. First time back in 4 years, and we have the semifinals right around the corner. Once again, I'm Kangas, and I'm joined by Marcello.
Hi everybody, and excited to be here once again. We witnessed moments ago the semifinals for Master Duel, and we found out who the finalists are that are gonna compete at Tokyo Big Sight tomorrow. And now it's time to find out the same thing for the Duel Links World Championship. Honestly, an exciting one for sure.
And we can take a look at the semifinals ahead of us.
Yes.
Reminder, different format now. These are single performers, no longer teams as it was in Master Duel. So all the pressure is on one person here. It will be 4 players remaining in the tournament, and they're competing to see who will make it to that second day. And it's just going to be 2 remaining at the end of this.
Yeah, no help coming from the teammates, but as we can see, these are the 4 duelists remaining, and they are incredible players nonetheless. On the one hand, we have different ways in which they managed to actually qualify for this event.
Yeah.
So we have Senator Galv, which actually was the KC Cup September winner, which is an impressive result. While on the other side, Yuko, which managed to qualify through Area E, representing Asia, Oceania, Middle East, and Africa. In his case, South Korea.
And then Moister. Shoutouts to the European representative coming in here, as he did qualify through Area C, Europe, going up against Takagi, the KC Cup 4th in points score.
Absolutely. So pretty much it will be Moister trying to defend the last region that is outside of the region of Asia, and then the KC Cup participant from different regions across, but it will be an exciting one nonetheless. As we mentioned, now they're gonna have a BO5, best of 5 matches to determine who is advancing again to Tokyo Big Sight tomorrow.
And we do have their records coming into this one. Nobody is undefeated so far. Both these duelists are 5-1 in their previous rounds. Kind of interesting that we don't have anyone that's like a heavy favorite coming in that just swept away all the competition. It means that it was a pretty tight competition.
Absolutely, and that's what you would expect. They had 6 rounds playing, but we are jumping right into game 1.
Moister versus Takagi. We're into game 1. A reminder that the format for the Duel Links, 5 duels is the max. Best of 5, the first of 3 wins. We start with the open decks, then we go into the legendary decks. And right now it is the open decks. We have Playmaker, 2-set, and Pass from Moister.
It's my turn.
Slow one here, and
From my hand, I activate a
instead
spell.
we see a very good opening with reinforcement of the army from Takagi with his Destiny
Here comes
Hero
Destiny
deck.
Hero, Drill
Big
Dog.
deck as well. This is a 30-card deck that Takagi is bringing
Drill
in.
Dog. Show 'em
Listed
your
when
effect.
asked what
present
tactics
to
that they
you
used to
Destiny
qualify for the
Hero
WCS.
Decider.
Destiny Heroes was listed. Seems to be a deck that they are very
Decider's
comfortable
effect
with,
activates.
and they are already going into the
And
Destiny
we're-
Hero combo right now.
I link summon a monster.
Here we see the first Link Summon of the semi-final from Takagi, really trying to take advantage of this low opening from Moister, and wow, aggressive start with the Nightmare Phoenix.
Yeah, trying to clear out some of these back row to start off before you go into a bigger combo, and we have the Forbidden Lands answer here from Moister.
Yeah, might as well just save those 800 life points.
Although, I mean, now it's unaffected by either spell and trap, so if you had another way to get through it, no longer around. But we do have the skill activated.
Wow.
Polymerization
All
hits
in.
the field.
I fusion
Every
summon
single
a
card in
monster.
his hand has been used for this push here. Wow, committing everything for what could be a turn 1 OTK from Takagi.
They have enough damage on the field right now.
And they can get the Miracle Fusion as well.
Yep, and they also send Liquid Soldier through that polymerization. So yes, they use the hand, but they're getting those resources back here, Marcello. And we have the Malicious as well, so they can really extend into a big turn 1. You're going
Amazing.
second. I think this is going to be a lethal push.
Yeah, this is an amazing push, and I'm worried for Moister right here.
Yeah, this is very solid. Mirror Force cards might be able to keep Moisture in this, but we'll have to wait and see a second Sunrise.
And that's it. It all comes down to this. Could this be the end of game 1 already?
It is another Lance. That is not a Mirror Force. You're really looking for one of those cards in order to survive right now. But this cannot stop the push. Takagi takes a rapid fire turn 1 OTK in the semifinals.
What a start to this
Very
semi-final. Unfortunate opening from Moisture. Just 2 Forbidden Lands face down, and that is not enough against this.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Moisture was even playing right there. We didn't get a lot of information on that deck. It was just 2
Not at all.
Lance sets and pass. I mean, obviously that's not what the deck is designed to do. It's very rough to brick like that in your first round in the semifinals.
Yeah, but now it's time to switch over to those legendary decks.
Yes.
And we have seen a lot of different options throughout the day, and I'm excited to see whether we will see some players sticking to, you know, what they're more comfortable with and keeping the best decks last.
That is interesting, because something that we didn't really talk about too much on the stream, but since we have time while we're getting ready for the second game, we can talk about now is what the best strategy is. Do you put your best decks first, or do you put like a decent deck first and you save your best cards, because you have to share all those cards across all the decks? Do you save them for the later ones, because then you're assuming your opponent will have weaker decks and you can get easier wins?
It's definitely an interesting strategy. At the same time, you take the risk of getting just a free O's whip, you know?
Yes, so that is very tricky.
Yeah, it is. But I do like these interactions, and now we'll figure it out right away, I think, from both players. Again, it was a long journey that brought them here, both amazing players, but only one can advance to the finals.
It's been a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh! I know we've been covering a lot of games ourselves, but these players have been playing a lot of games. These are replays that we're covering, so they have already played these ones out, but we don't know the winners yet, and we will still be awaiting to confirm who is making it into that finals tomorrow. So we can get into the next game as soon as it is ready to go and see how the rest of this goes, because that was a dominant win from Takagi, but like he said, it is one of his favorite decks. Speedroid was listed as the other deck that he used to qualify for this event. Is he going to be piloting that one? We'll find out as game 2 for Takagi versus Moisture is underway.
I activate my skill.
And we're into it. Ooh.
I don't have time for this. I'll burn
Soul
you
Burner.
quick.
Okay,
Yes,
interesting
Soul
choice
Burner.
here for
You must love
the
to
legendary
lose.
decks. We have not seen this one pulled out
Here
yet.
I go.
No. First Soul Burner of the day, and I'm here for it. On the other side, though,
It's the Speedroid. I mean, Takagi listed 2 decks as the ones he got to qualify. Destiny Hero and Speedroid. He's definitely going in with a strat to play your best decks first. And we'll see what that third deck will look like. But for now, it is very solid.
yeah, his strategy is to start things off with a 2-0 lead. It worked out pretty well in game 1. Let's see if that will be the case for this game 2 as well.
So we've seen the Speedroid combos come through a few times. Let's see what the strategy is this time around. Stardust Charge Warrior being the 6-star synchro that we're going into to start things off. And then we're doing the Denden Daiko Duke effect from the graveyard to get another tuner on the field.
You get the dice, and then you can go for the ace monster of the deck, the clear wing possibly. Let's see.
And then once you have that out, oftentimes you use the skill to get another 1-star tuner onto the field. You're getting that Speedroid Red Eye dice again. And then you can go into the level 8 Synchro package. Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon is often the one that you'll end on. You still have a few cards in hand. Speedroid, the combo, very powerful. We have seen it broken so far today. It does not guarantee a win if you get the combo, and often this deck does get that combo. So now the question for Moisture is, what are they playing here with Soul Burner that can actually get through this field?
And for now, he will just continue, as mentioned, using his skill, and then finally going into what is usually the Crystal Wing.
8-star Synchro coming out. Takagi has shown rapid fire execution of this combo, no surprise.
Yep,
as he is very comfortable with it, and the Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon will hit the field We'll see a summoning animation for this one as well, I believe. Oh, no, no summoning animation for this one.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. This is even bigger than the other one.
And 3 face downs.
Whoa.
Wow.
Well, that's going to be tough. Good luck, Moister. Let's see if you can crack this.
Tough to fight back, but as expected from the character, it is a Salomon Great deck. The first we have seen all day.
Will it be enough? I consider Speedride not only one of the best legendary decks you can play, one of the best decks that you can play at the Duel Links World Championship. Salomon Great was not on my radar as one of the ones that I wanted to look out for, thinking, okay, it's going to be a competitive deck. It makes sense to use in this legendary matchup, but I don't know if I still favor it when you're looking at 3 back row.
Yeah, I totally agree. In terms of engines, that's it. I think it could work, but I don't know, with 3 face downs, that's tough. Yeah.
It has plays, but how many more can they go for? Crystal Wing will negate the effects of the Valix, and now we got Jaguar triggering.
Yeah, it did negate the Gazelle, destroying it, and so now, ooh, here is one of the tech cards.
Okay.
That's nice.
True Kings with the Salomon Greats.
And this is actually pretty strong because you get to buff every single monster you have and potentially swing for game.
Wait, oh really? We're not activating any back row.
No way. Is there really?
This would be shocking. 900 life points left. Surely one of your back row.
No!
None of them!
3 bluffs and
3 bluffs and Moister takes it.
1-1.
Wow!
Honestly, we didn't see that coming. Yeah.
Well, hey, you know what? I doubted the Salomon Greats. The True King was a cool addition to it. And they just attacked into 3 back row and won the game off of it. And that was not the way I expected that turn to go.
What a shocker, and this has completely turned the pace of the duel upside down. Because we mentioned it, Takagi took the risk and started off with the 2 best decks he feels comfortable with. And now he is lost with the Speed Droid.
So when we asked the players a lot of questions, one of them is the decks he used to qualify. The 2 decks have been represented, and he didn't even win with both of those. We'll see what that 3rd string deck is for Takagi, but that was rough. I mean, what were those back row?
I mean, yeah, I have no idea. They were probably more engine cards, I would assume, but yeah, that's definitely not something we expected. And what a start to the semifinals. The previous Duel Links match we had was the most back and forth one we have seen.
Right?
2 OTKs right away here to start things off in the semifinal. Yeah.
Yeah. Not the way we expected things to go, but hey, Moister's going to feel fantastic about that. It is now even 1-1 in the count right now. Either of these duelists is in it. Reminder, it is first to 3 wins. This is a best-of-5 series. We have yet to get a sweep, and we will not get a sweep today here after that performance.
Absolutely, makes sense. Once again, this is all or nothing for these duelists. They're giving up their best to try and advance to day 2. Yeah.
Now, interesting thought here is that there is a chance we see a new strategy come out from one of these players.
Interesting.
As Moister has listed S-Force as one of his favorite archetypes to play. He has won a tournament with that deck, and I think it could maybe be good enough to play. I don't know if I would consider it like a top-tier deck, even A-tier, maybe outside of B-tier. I think that's where you would argue the highest it could get to. But if you have a good pilot of that deck, maybe it can throw your opponent off guard, especially if you're going second and they're not playing around their zones correctly. You can actually mess with them a lot with that S-Force deck. So, will Moister actually pull that out? And will Takagi be ready for it? Those are the questions that are now on my mind.
Absolutely, that could be totally the case. And we have seen it already today with some of our duelists and competitors playing these niche strategies, and it paid off most of the times, I gotta say. So just like this Salomon Great here.
Yeah, we saw Gaga deck into the Orchest combo. We've seen many
decks,
Pendulum decks into that as well. So if we're kind of taking stock and reminding everybody, I know we just kind of jumped right into the semifinals. What we've seen so far in the meta, I do think Pendulum will be represented here. I would be surprised based on the power it's had. Well, whether we see it now, we'll wait and see. We're into game 3. Moister versus Takagi. have another playmaker versus Aster Phoenix. Destiny Heroes have been heavily represented. Played by both sides of the, I believe, every single matchup that we've seen so far. A very popular pick.
I summon a monster.
And that's what we start things off with. Ooh, a deck we have not seen.
Well, this is fun. I love this deck, the Crusadia Link Climb deck. It is not, in my opinion, one of the most powerful Link decks you can play, but it is satisfying to play. Crusadia Magus. You need 2 cards. That's part of why I don't think it's always going to be as good. But if you have that other Crusadia in hand, and they do, Arborea comes out. Now the Crusadia deck is online.
Yeah, you can do a lot.
You get the Draco to hand. You're going to link into the Link 2. Get the Draco out. Draco will add one back from the graveyard to the hand. You'll also get a spell from your deck. Maybe the trap if you go for Crusadia Crawler, just so you have a back row to utilize then. Your end board is strong, but the reason that I think this deck has fallen out of favor is it's not as strong as things like the Speedroid decks. But you've already played that one, so you're kind of through that. We'll see if they have any other back row to pair with this.
Yeah, I mean, you can come up with a field that's definitely threatening for your opponent, link climbing pretty easily, and at the same time recovering resources back to the end. On the other hand, though, you see Aster Phoenix, you have a pretty good idea of what the deck should be.
Yeah.
Destiny Heroes are gonna be there somewhere. You maybe don't know the full package, but, I mean, you can prepare. We have seen it sometimes with these Abyss Dweller, these kind of choices where you know what you're up against.
Yeah. And we are going for the Crusadia Crawler. So it is back row. I'm expecting the Equimax here. Crusadia Equimax is the general Link 3 we go into. Important to note in Duel Links, you only have one zone that this monster can point to. Another reason why this deck, it's fun. Maybe not top tier, but satisfying to play. We're not going for the Crusadia Summon. We're saving the Crawler for it. So we'll get one Equimax activation here with that Crawler.
Not the best opening by itself, but as you can see here, he's gonna set up a negation with the Equimax by activating this Crawler.
My concern is that this is the only interruption you have. Destiny Heroes can make gigantic boards if they have the right cards. The field that they can get will easily kill you, although 6,000 life points is a lot.
Yeah. But we saw it in game 1, how the Destiny Hero deck can easily OTK.
Activate a spell.
Reinforcement of the army
that's a great way to start things off.
Here comes Destiny Hero Drill Dart.
So that means that we will get into a Link.
Drill Dart. Show him your effect.
Drill Dart will summon,
Check out
get another Destiny
Hero
Hero
Celestial.
from the hand, and it is Celestial.
Okay.
You're about to find out why I'm a pro
Ha!
and
I think Meister might be thinking that as well, looking at the board.
Yeah.
Malicious' effect.
And the Malicious in the grave as well with the polymerization. This is Vision Hero Trinity.
Give me your strength.
We're not going to go for it, though. Okay.
I Link summon a
I was wondering
monster.
if we just go straight for it. Big attack, can attack 3 times. But not yet. That Crusadia Equimax is still a threat. Probably want to deal with that first. Oh,
Ooh,
Dagger
wow.
Phoenix.
We're actually going for the
My
Phoenix.
monster's
Interesting.
effect activates.
Now, I'm actually forgetting.
Play this.
Okay, yeah, so this forces
Yeah.
out because the Crawler, I believe, does still count as a trap
Absolutely,
card.
it does. So it's forcing out the negation, which is a very interesting play. Now he's free to do whatever he wants.
We have a polymerization. So if you have one more hero in hand, this is a lethal push.
Yep.
Here it comes.
Or not. Okay, we can just keep Link climbing ourselves. I love seeing the decisions that the players make, especially when it's one that surprises me and is not the one I would immediately go for. We're going into the Unicorn. This works
This
too.
could be a push. This could be a
My
push.
monster's effect activates.
We'll discard a card from hand.
Yeah. Bottomless. Ooh.
Yeah, they didn't have another hero. This
Not
makes a
enough.
lot of sense. So it will not end the duel here, but we have 2 back row. We have the field presence.
Take 'em down.
Let's see if Takagi with 4 cards in hand will have enough. We have World Legacy Succession in hand. We know that. We have... I forget which Crusadia monster is added, actually.
What
But
I'm
we know that
thinking-
there's a Crusadia in hand as well.
Do you think it was worth bouncing back the his Link? He could just attack over it and kept the bottomless, you
I
know?
know what to
Because
do.
it was just a 2000 at
I
that point.
summon a monster.
Yeah,
Maybe instead of pushing the damage, hopefully that doesn't cost him.
Is that
it was
supposed to
Maximus,
scare
right?
you?
Yeah, it was just a
Ooh.
2000 attack monster.
Okay, so Warning Point's actually not bad because now it cannot be used as a Link. That is the normal summon. this shuts down the Crusadia. Oh, but power was already in hand.
Yeah, that's
This-
amazing.
That's really big.
Create the ultimate circuit.
So now we can go back into the Link
I
1.
set my
Yeah.
monsters in the Link arrow.
That's exactly what Takagi is going for,
Link summon.
which,
No.
as you can see, could have been interesting if we kept that bottomless. Well, now I think the face down is just poly, right?
Oh, it is? Yeah.
Should be polymerization, yeah.
Wow. And honestly, Crusadia has a very powerful push.
I
Yeah.
activate a spell card.
I actually like Crusadia going second more than first often.
Yeah.
Special summon
I agree
a
with that.
monster.
They can play Kaijus effectively for the same reason, because they boost their own
monster's
attack.
Yeah,
by polying, and that's like a
exactly,
cool
yeah.
interaction,
Monster's
yeah.
effect.
And Maximus is just a house of a card if you can use his effect on your own Equimax. And we got the Reclusia. That can help clear out the field too.
I create my circuit.
We'll go into the Link 2
Link
monster
summon.
now.
Yeah.
We're just climbing up. The question is, do they have another Equimax? Some decks will only run one. So does Takagi have the second string? Or are we only running the one?
So for now, we can still get some
I special
advantage
summon a
going for the
monster.
Regulex to add a spell and trap.
I
And do we have
activate
more of
my
those as well?
monster's
Because we've
effect.
already activated 2 Crusadia spells.
He
We
does
have another power.
Nice.
Oh, this is a very deep package
I link
for
summon a
Crusadia.
Yeah,
monster.
full Crusadia deck. it seems,
Yeah. And I mean, it's a Link 3. The arrows are the right way.
Yeah.
It's another
Yes.
Equimax.
He does have the second
what to
copy.
I special summon a monster.
So now Maximus would be big, yeah. So Maximus, you can
activate
target
my
your Crusadia
monster's
Link
effect.
monster. Any battle damage is doubled. It's the biggest attack.
I special summon a
3,600 attack Equimax.
That's huge. Oh, and that is the combo.
Oh!
This could be quickly over as it is, because he gets to deal double damage, and that's it.
Massive push
Wow.
from Takagi with the Crusadia deck. I love the willingness to play
Whatever.
this strategy.
Just a
Going
minor
first,
setback
survives,
on my way to
and then
becoming
turns it
champ
around
in
in the
pro
next turn
leagues.
with the double
My Cyberses
Equimax
were the key
line.
to my success.
Yeah, what a crazy one. We underestimated for a moment Takagi, saying he went
Yeah.
and started with the decks he was comfortable with, and now he brings the underdog pick in Crusadia and just crashes it.
I am so happy.
Yes.
I've gotten to witness a Crusadia deck at Worlds, one of my favorite to play on the ladder.
Yeah.
I've gotten to witness a Armed Thunder Dragon deck, one of my favorites to
Absolutely.
play on the ladder. This World Championship is delivering.
Absolutely it is, and for now we have seen already 2 out of the 3 games won by picks we did not expect. Salomon Great, and now the Crusadia
Yeah.
deck. That's crazy semifinals.
I
Yeah.
mean, hey, maybe there's a reason. There's got to be a reason these 2 players made it to
Absolutely.
semifinals, you know? Just because they're playing decks that were not seen earlier in the day doesn't mean that they are not the correct decks to run. If
No.
anything,
Yeah,
that means that they
exactly.
are the right decks to run.
Yeah, it does mean that indeed, and regardless, now we are back on those legendary decks.
Yes.
So let's see once again. We haven't seen a single pendulum deck
Yeah,
yet.
and this happened a few times
Yes.
earlier on in the day where it was the second legendary deck that was a pendulum mirror match, oftentimes running the Orchest engine in it as well. We'll see if that happens yet again as we are getting into game. Takagi 1 win away from securing that finals appearance. Moisture on the back foot. It is not Pendulum Mirror. It is Pendulum versus the first Yugi
Yes.
deck that we have seen. Presumably going to be a Dark Magician themed deck.
Nothing less than my
That would be my
100%.
expectation.
Duel. My turn.
It was about time that we saw a pendulum deck as expected. Very consistent one. You can use the Raging Pendulum as he is doing to just advance your plays, get more pendulums into the extra deck.
Now I'm wondering if we're gonna have that same 6-star
Beatrice
engine
comp?
with the
Maybe,
Beatrice.
maybe.
Yeah, we've seen a few different 6-star monsters played, even Ignites played in some decks earlier on in the day. So, which decision did Moisture make in the build of this deck? So far, we're going for the classic run where you just get the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon into the extra deck. We're going for an early Pendulum summon. 4 cards in hand. Let's see how many he summons off of this.
Here it is, once again, the ace card coming down.
We've seen this summoning animation, and I believe Clear Wing Synchro Dragon, probably the most, I would
Yeah.
say,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
far on the day.
I agree.
I'm counting on you.
And then let's see how many are special summoned from the end. Ooh, it is the Orcust.
Oh, Orcust Nightmare,
Special summon a
rank
monster.
7, or level 7.
Yeah,
Do
we
we
could
go to a
see.
rank 7 here?
That could.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
I
Well,
special
that's
summon a
fun. Well,
monster.
hey, there's a level 6 monster.
I know
What?
to do.
Okay.
I link summon a
What's
monster.
happening in the semifinals? Wow.
I mean, maybe Moisture just threw out their way here, or maybe they're just playing some of their favorite cards. Either way, they are styling on Takagi right now.
And this is a great start for sure. As we can see here, not a rank 7. Instead, gonna go for the Galatea
I exceed summon a monster.
and an Exceed Summon. Wow.
Okay, Galatea, we've seen a lot of rank 4s come out. Could be Abyss Dweller. I imagine you don't go for Abyss Dweller against Dark Magician. Oh, it is.
It is a Beast Dweller.
I mean, maybe the read is that it's not Dark
Activate my
Magician.
monster's
We'll see.
effect.
Regardless, this
I
is
activate
a
my monster's
threatening opening. I think it's once again one of those openings that could work even against TCG or Master Duel decks.
Ha!
Very strong.
Orcust combos
I
are
activate my monster's
impressive.
effect.
They can go very deep into extra decks.
I set a
Galatea,
card.
very strong individual card. There's the Babel.
I
Activate
flip over
Babel.
my set
Probably
card.
overlay into Dingirsu and then
activate a
link
field spell.
into Longirsu
Join
maybe.
the cast.
Because then Orchestrated Babel allows you to
built
use your
the
Simple
overlay
Skeleton on your
network.
opponent's
And
turn,
see
bringing back the
summon.
Dingirsu, removing untargeted, non-destruction, removal. Very powerful for Dingirsu. Let's see if Moisture has the same game plan that I would have in this situation.
I activate my monster's effect.
Yeah, this is some usual stuff, and we are probably
I
gonna
link
end it
summon a monster.
having set up the skeleton for that Dingirsu next turn.
We're only link 2, so I guess another Galatea.
Yeah, I would guess so.
Yeah. Second Galatea.
Can't
And
wait to
then
see
I
what
assume
you
we just
do.
pass the turn. Here
I
we
end
go.
my turn.
So Abyss
That's it.
Dweller plus the Orchestrated Babel giving you the
We'll
quick
see about
effect
that.
speed
I
on
activate
your
my monster's
Simple
effect.
Skeleton.
And
that
let's
can
see
bring back the Dingirsu.
if that's gonna be the Dark Magician. We see a charge of the Light
Oh.
Brigade. Oh wow, and it's Gadgets with Lila. What an interesting
Wow.
deck.
Okay, so
Now's my
when you
chance.
run gadgets, often it's
I
the
activate my
Gandora
monster's
Yeah.
with your own
effect.
Orcust engine. Maybe that's the play
I know
here
what
as
to do.
well with the Light Sword.
I special
But to be
summon a
fair,
monster.
Abyss Dweller would work really well against that deck too.
It would.
Now,
It would work
I
incredibly
activate
well.
my monster's effect.
Okay, Dingirsu can remove the normal summoned Lila, who otherwise would have cleared Orchestrated Babel.
And there it is.
We have Gandora.
There is Gandora. Oh wow. This is huge. We see the Gandora for the
Pay off
first
your
time.
life points,
Activate
destroy
my
all
monster.
other cards
wow.
on the field.
Sure you want to do that? I
Okay,
activate
so
my
we're
monster's
chaining.
effect.
Yeah, because the Dingirsu has no material.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, we can try and get things back into the deck, but this Orcust combo will now go
That's-
off here. Yeah,
Wow.
Takagi, I think, has done it.
Ah!
Oh, not going to go into the... Oh, I guess, yeah, the Abyss
Yeah.
Dweller is still gone off, so...
I'm taking control of this duel.
No cards
Wow.
available for Moisture.
my
Can you
turn.
pull it off?
I
This is your
draw.
tournament life on the
I
line.
activate my
A loss here,
monster's
you are
effect.
out. Takagi
Yeah.
goes to the finals.
But this could be enough with just the Dingirsu
I
to
special
just
summon
get
a
rid of
monster.
it, right? So let's see. This is the powerful
I activate my
Orcust,
monster's effect.
but that Gandora was impressive.
Yeah,
I'm setting a
Galatea
card.
puts back the Dingirsu. Sets
I'm
that.
counting on
Dingirsu
you.
can come out
I
and hit
exceed summon a
direct.
monster.
I think Moisture's still in this.
Oh wow, look at that. There
We've
it
yet-
is.
Yet to see a Kite Roid. I don't think that it's going to be ran
I
here.
activate my monster's effect.
Most likely
Dingirsu
not.
can clear and then go for the lethal attack.
This could be over after an impressive Gandora. That's it.
Nicely done from Moisture, surviving the Gandora push and bringing us to a pivotal Game
My duel
5.
training Like my dad. I hope I made you
Absolutely, we
smile.
couldn't expect anything less from these two duelists. No, as whip, it's the quite opposite thing. We're
Yep.
going all the way down to Game 5.
Fifth game, the dream. We
Yes.
talked about it with Takagi. We saw the two decks that he used to qualify
Yeah.
in the first two duels. Didn't win with the Speedroid. wondering what other decks would they go to. Crusadia gets the win. And then a very unique look here with Gadgets, Gandora, and Orchest gets a loss.
That was
We're going
hype,
that game
and in the end, we gotta give credits at the same time to Moister. If you think
Yeah.
about it, if he didn't have the read and went for a different XYZ, he would have lost to the Gandora.
He would have.
So Abyss Dweller is the only reason why he survived, and now we're gonna get one last match. We haven't seen a Pendulum deck yet from Takagi. Maybe
is a
that
good
could be the
point.
last deck.
It might be. I'm trying to think what the other options might be that you'd go for a 5th deck. The biggest ones I can think of, Destiny Hero, Speedroid, any kind of Orchest variant and build, which we've seen from both of them.
We have seen the Speedroid deck already from Takagi, so I think it should be Pendulum unless he's keeping a big surprise from us. Which
So what does Moister play then?
yeah, that's the more interesting one, because
He hasn't played
Moister
Speedroid yet, has he?
probably hasn't.
Could
right?
be Speedroid
Yeah, could
from
be.
Moister. Then all the decks, we're checking all the boxes. They each got
Yeah.
their fun niche deck.
Out of the way, yeah. With the Salamangreat decks,
Salamangreat, Crusadia.
Crusade, yeah.
And then we'd have all of the relevant meta decks that we've seen so far on the day piloted.
You know, then, now that I'm thinking about it, I think he did play it, actually, the Speedroid as well. He won with it. So I'm pretty sure he might have one of these niche decks left then. He played all of the 3 most popular ones.
Let's see what they do. It comes down to game number 5 to determine who goes to the finals. Moister versus Takagi. One more duel.
Yeah. And it is most likely the Pendulum
Versus
from
Speedroid.
Takagi.
Takagi played the Speedroid in the first duel. Moister just set the double Forbidden Lance, and that was it. Now Moister has the Speedroid deck.
Joy throughout the world. And that's what I'll do when I swing into action.
Just
Let's
one
do it.
more game to find out the finalists for the Duel Links World Championship. And this is a great card to start things off. Do we have an Orcust? Not really, but we don't even know if he's playing it.
We already had the Orcust package in the last deck, so I'm assuming this is just pure Pendulum.
Yeah,
We have seen most success on Pendulum with Orcust.
I agree.
So will this actually work for Takagi is the question now. I mean, pure Pendulum is still strong, but when you're down to the wire, I favor Speedroid versus pure Pendulum.
Yeah, and I gotta say, probably this deck might be favored without the Orcust going second. I think the deck gets much better,
Yeah.
you know?
If you're trying to go for an OTK, a big push, but just trying to set up a board first to survive a Speedroid push can be difficult. Now, rank 7 package is something we have not seen the Pendulum decks go into yet because they're instead going to that Orcust combo. I think maybe that could be the play here.
And once again, the ace card making an appearance. Let's see what's in the end from Takagi.
I special summon a
If I'm
monster.
Takagi, I want a level 7 monster on top of this. Or you could maybe even go to a rank 4 Xyz to try and survive.
Yeah, if he has any tuner, that would be nice. At the moment, that could be an XYZ play.
And that's it.
Oh, and he does
here
have
we
the
go.
tuner.
Right,
That's
yeah,
nice.
yeah, the Noble Dragon Magician.
That's really nice pickup.
Come on out. Synchro summon.
Okay. We're going into the Synchro package here.
Yeah.
Takagi, even if you're not using the Orcust, the Pendulum
Riser,
deck
right?
is still solid. Shooting Riser Dragon on the field. We're going to get a rank 4 as well.
Come on
Yeah.
out.
Oh,
I built the overlay
Yep.
network.
usually you would see a Zephyros send, but in this case, we are not gonna send anything too usable, I guess. But we move on to, wow, a card we haven't seen at all yet.
Magus' Witch Wardrobe.
Interesting one.
I know what to do.
We're going
So
for
he-
Magus'
Yeah, he's
Summon.
playing a Magistus
Whoa,
package.
that's fun.
Okay, I see how it is. Okay.
Yeah. Endymion, the Magus of Mystery, and now we have Artemis as well. This is very unique. We got Magistus Pendulum instead of Orcust Pendulum.
I mean, it has worked out for him if he's here in the semifinals. And this is definitely something we haven't seen. You can fusion summon now from your extra deck to get that Oiwas.
I know what to do.
Yep. And we still have 2 level 4s on the field too.
I didn't expect this when we saw the pendulum deck. And there it is. I was the magician. Belt Spirit comes down.
And my turn. You're in for it
This
now.
can steal an opponent's monster. We're not going into a rank 4, though.
I activate my
Interesting to see.
monster's
Okay,
effect.
so now can Speedroid break this field?
That's
Speedroid
obviously a
Terror
great
Top.
start with the win. Searching the Terror Top, the best card in the deck.
Terror Top's effect activates.
We've seen this combo.
Speedroid
I imagine
Top
it will take out at least half of Takagi's board, but I don't
Yeah.
think, if my math is correct, that it can actually take out all of it or even threaten to go
I
for
banished
the
Dengen
game.
Daiko Duke from the graveyard.
But I've been wrong before.
The Tutor Monster, Speedroid Fuki Madoshi Piper.
I love how shiny these cards are, by the way. Shout
Yeah,
out to the players
absolutely.
grinding out and getting
Madoshi
the
Piper activates its
lot of
effect.
high rarity stuff here.
It seems like Moister might be ahead. He gets a win. Probably not what he was looking for here, having already activated it.
I know what to do.
And now we're going to synchro.
I synchro summon a monster.
Oh, this is huge, actually, on the opponent's turn. At this point, I don't even know if Moister can make a push
Ooh.
now.
Could
We're
this be the
getting
Trishula? Yeah, wow.
Yeah, oh, okay. Well, goodbye field from Oyster.
I activate my monster's
Really
effect.
well timed from Takagi.
That's crazy. Gonna get rid of the entire
Wow.
field.
Now, we haven't normal summoned yet.
Battle. Take Tomborg. Attack.
And we're just
Oh,
attacking
wow.
in. I think that's Moister accepting
You're better
that
than
it's
I thought.
over.
I end my turn.
Oh, Moister, well played, but Takagi will have the lethal push here.
Pendulum summon a
Incredible, unique deck. It showcases the skill required, not only to make it to semifinals, but to win Game 5, make it to finals. Pendulum Magistus from Takagi. And they're gonna pendulum out the Odd Eyes, Pendulum Dragon, Timebreaker Magician. They have more than enough to end this game. The final push, finals on the line, and Takagi will qualify for the Duel Links World Championships Finals.
Well played by both, but as you mentioned, our first finalist for the Duel Links World Championship, advancing to tomorrow in Tokyo Big Sight, is Takagi. What a match we
Yes.
witnessed. That was an
Beautiful.
incredible match, and I gotta say, Takagi really showed his innovation, his deck building skills, even the decks that looked as if throughout the day we have seen conventional builds. He really made some unique choices.
The Crusadia deck was
Yeah.
awesome to see. It got a win, and then at the end there, a completely different take on the Pendulum deck. Not even in the Legendary Duelist
No.
section. That was just the 5th deck.
But even his choice of where to include the Orcus package was completely unique.
Yes.
So like he has been really using these unique decks. We gotta give it to him. And in the end, though, it was an incredible match. His opponent also amazing players.
Yeah.
Maybe with more standard decks outside of that Salmon Great, which showed off really strong.
True.
But in the end, it's just the Speedroid that let him down twice.
It was.
Yeah.
And also important to note, I didn't notice any of the traditional power back row cards, like the big trap cards that everyone else has been relying on. I think Takagi has a very different read of how to play Duel Links, which often is the mark of a world champion.
Absolutely, that's his take. We've mentioned it how when you can really take advantage even of those legendary decks, then that's great. And I don't think we have even seen any trap cards throughout this entire match.
I don't
it feels
remember
like.
any,
No,
yeah.
absolutely. But
That's the difference maker maybe between the regular matches and the semifinalists now.
Absolutely,
finalists, because, oh, continue, yeah.
no, sorry. On the same page, what I was about to say is we do have Takagi qualified, but we have his opponent
We
as
do.
well. Because we know who he's going to face against, and that is Yuko.
Yuko, 2 duelists have secured their spots in the finals. Takagi versus Yuko will be your finalist match. Yuko also qualifying through Area E, Asia, Oceania, Middle East, and Africa.
Yeah, specifically South Korea.
Yep.
That's going to be Yuko against Takagi, who managed to qualify through the KC Cup points, getting 4th place, but actually playing from Russia. That's what we have been told by him. So
Yeah.
that's a great accomplishment. And this is the finals where we are gonna find out tomorrow who the world champion will be, both on a 6-1 score at the moment, we gotta say.
6 wins, 1 loss. I can't even imagine Takagi losing, actually,
After
after watching that one. And I cannot wait until this finals matchup tomorrow
same.
between these two. In what felt like maybe a stale meta coming in, I thought that I had a read as to what we were going to see in pretty much every duel. That was already out the window. And then Takagi shows up and says, well, now the new expectation that everyone else set is also out the window. Can't wait to see what Yuko's bringing.
Absolutely, and Takagi actually managed to fight our momentum course because he was up 2-0. Then it seems as if, you know, after being 2-1 up, he got back to 2-2, but he managed to keep his composure and finally became the winner of Game 5. So great match that we've witnessed. But once again, guys, as a reminder, if you have missed any of our content from today, make sure to go back and watch it before tomorrow's finals.
Yes, you want to study up, make sure that you're aware of everything going on in Duel Links, because it's been a wild ride.
Absolutely.
Expectations versus reality of what the best in the world are actually bringing into the tournament. And I love being wrong in moments like these, because you have expectations, but when those are shattered, you're learning what the best players are actually piloting and what they think you need to play to win the game.
Exactly, and we couldn't hope for more when, as mentioned, this was the first time in 4 years that we got back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, and we have been witnessing a great day of Yu-Gi-Oh! To be fair.
2019 was the last time.
2019 was the last time, and at the same time we had the privilege of hosting the first ever Master Duel World Championship. That's also going to happen tomorrow. We have 2, I think, amazing final setup for what concerns us.
It's going to be incredible. North America versus Europe for Master Duel Team Finals. It is 3 versus 3. And now here, a very exciting Duel Links Finals as well.
Absolutely.
I'm just happy that we have the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships back. I know that we're at the end here of the broadcast, but it feels so good to have everyone here together, to have the World Championships back, and to have a reason to come together as a community and celebrate Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, it doesn't surprise me that most of the players we have interviewed had answered with, my dream was to play at a World Championship. I'm glad they got the chance.
To play.
just literally to play. I mean, winning is just a step ahead of that, and now probably we can say that these final duelists, they will sleep with that in their minds, because 10 duelists advanced to the Tokyo Big Site, but we have found out, I guess, 8 on our own. We need to find out the 2 remainings, but that's not on us, that's on our colleagues going for the TCG, OCG, but they are gonna play their semifinals tomorrow, so that's a different story for them. But in general, overall, at the end, 10 duelists will be there at Tokyo Big Site competing for what are 5 World Champions titles, I guess.
Yeah, we'll determine that all tomorrow. And speaking of sleep, hopefully the duelists are able to sleep well tonight, because they got a big day ahead of them tomorrow. Speaking of, we're going to wrap up here today, but we'll see you back for the finals of Master Duel and Duel Links starting at 1 p.m. tomorrow. See you there.
3, 2, 1.